Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting, January 14th. We have a lot on our agenda today, and it's a full day, so thanks for being patient with us and understanding as we work through the various agenda items. Laura, the first thing we need to do is conduct a roll call to ensure we have a quorum for today's meeting. Could you execute that for me, please?
Yes. Adams.
Present.
Blecka.
Present.
Garcia. Haskett.
Here.
Hauser. It looks like Garcia and Hauser are on their way in. May.
Here.
Phillips. Also on his way in. Schaefer. Touchton.
Here.
Vardy.
Present.
McDaniel.
Here.
I'll go back. Charlie. Garcia. Sorry.
Sorry, my computer woke up before I did. I'm here.
Hauser.
Yeah, and it does take a few minutes to get into the room, so give us a minute or two before you start roll call. Thank you.
Phillips.
Present.
Schaefer. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Laura.
Luke is out milking the cows. We start too early. You got to give us time to milk the cows and get the eggs in.
I was just going to say, Commissioner Hauser, I was testing everyone this morning. We have such a full agenda. I want to make sure everyone was sharp and ready to go.
7:59.
Yeah, I got half of that.
Anyway, we'll begin. We left yesterday on item 24, so you move forward to item 25. Item 25 is an update from Lisa Reynolds, who is the First Assistant Attorney General. Will give us some insight on federal and state wolf listing status and litigation. So with that, I saw you earlier online, Lisa. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Oh, there you go.
Kirk, did you get the slideshow? He's muted. I can.
Yeah,
It just popped through, so give me a moment and I'll get it ready to go. You'll see it on the screen.
So I'm talking to you across two agenda items this morning. Sorry, I have kind of a frog in my throat this morning. The first item is to talk about the federal and state listing status with respect to the Endangered Species Acts. So, Kirk, if you just go to the next slide. So the first two items on this outline here are going to be my first 15 minutes presentation. And then the second agenda item covers number 3 and 4 on that outline. And I'm going to leave it up to the chair to decide whether he wants to have you guys ask questions as we go, or maybe hold questions till the end of each outline number. And then we can take some before we proceed.
That sounds probably more efficient, Lisa.
Yeah.
So I'll take your suggestion there. Why don't we go ahead and do that?
Okay, so I'll pause after item number 1, federal listing status.
Okay.
Kirk, can you go next slide? So on the federal listing status, as most of you have probably heard, the federal government decided last fall to delist gray wolves. And I'm going to give you just super quick background on the Endangered Species Act, because I think you're probably mostly all familiar with it. The Federal Endangered Species Act instructs the federal government to keep lists of species endangered and threatened, and it provides protections for listed species. And it requires the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to draft recovery plans. It provides for species to be removed from the lists or delisted when they no longer meet the definition of threatened or endangered. So the federal the federal government decided last fall, published a rule saying, we think the gray wolf has recovered. It no longer meets the definition of a threatened or an endangered species, and therefore we're going to remove it from the list. And that delisting took effect on January 4th of this year. Prior to the delisting, the federal government had primary jurisdiction to manage the species. Anything Colorado Parks and Wildlife wanted to do had to be in partnership and with the consent of the Fish and Wildlife Service. After the wolf got delisted, Colorado Parks and Wildlife now has primary management jurisdiction. So decisions about wolves are in the hands of our state wildlife agency instead of the federal agency. Wolves have a long and complicated history of listing, delisting, lots of litigation, and we expect that there will similarly be litigation on this delisting. Up until now, there were two different groups of wolves, three different primary groups of wolves. There's a group in the Great Lakes, we call them the Great Lakes wolves. There are about 4,000 wolves in that population. They're primarily in Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Then we have the Northern Rockies gray wolves, which are primarily Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming, although they have moved into Eastern Oregon, Eastern Washington, and Northern California. There are also some west of the Cascades in both Oregon and Washington. And then we have, the 6 or so, more or less, give and take, in Moffat County. We have 1 or 2 dispersing wolves in north central Colorado. But what this rule did, this delisting rule, was to lump all wolves in the lower 48, with the exception of Mexican wolves that are exclusively in Arizona and New Mexico, lump them all together and said, we're just going to look at this population as a whole across the entire country. And because wolves are doing so well in the Great Lakes states and seem to be stable in the Northern Rockies, we're just going to delist across the entire country. And that's what the rule did. The Northern Rockies wolves were actually already delisted. So you may have heard about hunts taking place in Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. That's because wolves have been delisted for a couple of years up there already, and those states have already taken management responsibility themselves. The history of litigation over wolf delisting is incredibly extensive, and there have already been 2 notices of intent to sue over this rule filed. There is no litigation as of yet, although the 2 notices came from 2 different coalitions of environmental groups. There's no reason to think that they won't file suit, and we just don't know when they will. It's possible they already have, but as of yesterday, we didn't see anything indicating that that had happened. When they file suit, assuming that they do, they have the ability to ask for a preliminary injunction, asking for the delisting rule to be enjoined or put on hold while they're litigating the rule. There's a reasonably high standard to get a preliminary injunction. And it's anybody's call, although I think it will be a little bit of a long shot to get a preliminary injunction at this point. Not sure they would even ask for one rather than going straight to the merits. But that is a possibility. So if they ask for a preliminary injunction and got one from the judge, and we don't know where they would file their case, then wolves would be returned to federal jurisdiction while the case was being heard. Again, I kind of think there's less than 50% chance that they would get a preliminary injunction, but and that's partly because the states where the states are talking about holding a hunt are states where the populations are reasonably stable. The places where they're less stable, Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, those aren't places where hunt is on the docket in the near future anyway. So we'll see about that. It's obviously an important question, because if there's a preliminary injunction, then CPW could conceivably lose jurisdiction over wolves and would not be able to reintroduce without permission from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. If there's no injunction and the plaintiffs just pursue their litigation on the merits, there's a question of timing. And that question is, what exactly will need to take place before a decision on the merits? This is typically litigation that takes a long time to make its way through courts. The defendant agency here, the Fish and Wildlife Service, will have to produce what's called an administrative record. That's a record of their decision making. The delisting rule is very long. It's over 100 pages in the Federal Register, which is, teeny tiny print with 3 columns. So there's probably a very extensive administrative record that can take a long time. Sometimes there are disputes over that. It's hard to say, but I think it would be almost certainly more than a year, maybe 2 years before a decision. Just a district court decision on the merits. Anything they decide is likely to get appealed. So we're talking about years, potentially years of litigation over this delisting rule. If the rule is vacated by the district court, they will default back to the status quo prior to the delisting rule, which was the wolf was listed as endangered everywhere except Minnesota, where it was listed as threatened. Also, if the delisting rule is vacated, Colorado will lose jurisdiction, the jurisdiction to act autonomously with respect to wolves, rather than having to work with Fish and Wildlife Service and get, for instance, a permit or some other authorization if it wants to bring wolves into Colorado. I think that's all you need to know about the delisting, but let me pause there if that's okay, Mr. Chair, and take some questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Lisa. I don't see any yet. Oh, well, wait a minute. Here we go. How about it's Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Chair. Lisa, I'm hearing, it's rumor on the street that the filing is going to take place in the Ninth Circuit. And I think we all have a sense of the friendliness to these ideas from the Ninth Circuit. But what about the new administration just stepping in and relisting? You got any idea on the potential for that?
So I have no particular insight into what they might want to do. I will tell you that Fish and Wildlife has been supporting a nationwide delisting for years. And so there may not be agreement between the new administration at the top and what their staff want. I think the service feels that the animal is recovered and shouldn't be on the list. So there's that. In addition, there are complications, as I'm sure you're aware, of vacating a rule that was adopted through an APA rulemaking process. It's not that easy. Sometimes it can be done through a settlement. But typically, you would have to go through a new rulemaking process to rescind an existing rule. So there are a number of complications. It's possible. It's not going to happen right off the bat, I don't think. And there's support for the delisting in not just the Fish and Wildlife Service, but I think a number of states as well. So, those are really hard tea leaves to read.
Thank you.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you. Lisa, I think you're entirely correct that a preliminary injunction is would be an uphill battle. If there's a window, it sounds like you would say we're looking at about 2 years where, at least 2 years, where the state can act without the federal government. But after that, that window may close if the wolf delisting rule is overturned. So we have about 2 years to freedom of action for the state.
Yeah, and of course that's a guess. It could be longer. I mean, sometimes delisting litigation takes 3, 4, 5 years. I think conceivably, it could be even less than that. There will be multiple interveners. There always are. The grizzly delisting litigation took years to resolve. So yeah, I would say at least 2 years. CPW will have jurisdiction. After that, it's hard to say.
Thank you. I think that's the only questions we have at this time, Lisa. Oh, wait a minute. Commissioner Garcia.
Just real quick, so we're clear. I know, and I tend to agree with you on the possible injunction and possible stay by the court being not a good likelihood. But if they did, that would happen fairly quickly. Is that fair?
Yeah, fairly quickly, as in, probably before the summer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Why don't you go ahead and proceed?
Okay. Next slide, Kurt. So the next thing I wanted to talk to you about is our state listing status. The state of Colorado has something called the Non-Game and Endangered Species Conservation Act. It's found in Article 2 of Title 33. One of the things it does is instruct the commission to come up with a list of species that are that fit the state's definition of endangered or threatened. Federal delisting does not affect the status of the state listing. So gray wolves in Colorado are listed as endangered under our state status. The definition of endangered for Colorado is there on the slide. It says that a species is endangered in Colorado if its prospects for survival or recruitment within the state are in jeopardy. And the important phrase there is within the state. So the fact that there are 4,000 wolves in the Great Lakes states and that there are hundreds of wolves in the Northern Rocky Mountains is not relevant to the endangered status in Colorado. That question focuses on how they're doing within this state. Can you go to the next slide? Under our statute, take of listed species in Colorado is prohibited. And the take definition is not the same as it is in the federal definition, but it essentially means to kill or acquire possession of an animal. So it doesn't explicitly prohibit harassing or disturbing animals that are listed. It does prohibit killing or acquiring possession. And we are in litigation right now in the Colorado Supreme Court to determine whether take under this statute or under Title 33 has to be intentional and knowing, or whether it can be unintentional. I can talk to you more about that case, but you've heard quite a bit about it. It's the 5-star cattle feedlot case up in northeastern Colorado. So take is prohibited under state law right now of wolves, regardless of what the federal listing status says, except that the commission can authorize take for scientific and other special purposes. The purposes, others are, I think, zoological and educational, and then a sort of catch-all other special purposes. In addition, under our statute, the division can issue a permit to take an endangered species to protect human health or to alleviate property damage. Those things, you can't take a wolf to protect human health or alleviate property damage without a permit from the division. But those permits don't currently exist. The only way either one of these bullet points, take for scientific purposes or protection of health and property damage, can occur is if the commission adopts regulations governing the issue of these permits. So you have to adopt a regulatory program that sets up a structure within which the division can issue these permits to take, or the commission can for scientific purposes. So that's an important factor for the commission to take into consideration. Now that Colorado has jurisdiction over wolves, is likely to, at least for the next year or two, it's important to make sure that CPW has the ability, the legal authority to issue permits to manage wolves. This statute doesn't authorize CPW to hold a hunt because the reasons that you can take wolves are specified in the statute and they're listed here. So protect human health, alleviate property damage, scientific, zoological, educational. Those are the only reasons that CPW can authorize take under this statute. So let me pause there and see if there's any more questions.
Commissioner Garcia.
Lisa, the state listing, statutory?
No, the commission, it's a commission list.
So we could, I mean, you're saying that we could effectively lift that listing just as I've done federally.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly take it under consideration. What you're bound by in terms of statute is the definition of endangered.
Right.
So
our power is a little bit broader than just being able to issue permits.
yes, you can consider whether or not a species should be added to the list or taken off the list within the constraints of the definition of endangered or threatened.
Thank you.
And oddly, the definition of threatened is range wide. So when you're considering whether a species is recovered for the purposes of being threatened, you look at the range wide status of the species. But for endangered, you just look at the statewide status. It's a little peculiar, but it's the way it's written.
Thank you.
Thank you. To follow up on that question for Commissioner Garcia, has a species ever been litigated with regards to the definition for prospects for survival or recruitment within the state being in jeopardy? So, I mean, obviously it's a very undefined definition, I'll call it, Lisa. How are we to interpret what prospects are? And I think, well, I'll let you answer.
No, it hasn't been litigated. I think in large part, species that are listed as endangered under state law are also listed as endangered under federal law. And so the question hasn't really come up. This is kind of an unusual situation where the feds have said, hey, this is species is recovered, but it's not the case in Colorado. So, you know, if you guys tried to delist this and got sued, it would be lots of fun for me because it would be the first time a court would consider this.
Thank you. Commissioner Touchton.
Yes, Lisa, are there any examples of permits for other listed species, state listed species, that we could look at as models? In other words, have we, you know, I know there's dozen things on the state endangered species list. Have we given out permits for anything else that we could take a look at?
There are no regulations at this time. And if Reed or David Clute is on and you want to correct me, it's my understanding that the commission has never adopted regulations allowing it to issue these kinds of permits. And I will take this silence, hopefully to mean that I'm right about that. So unfortunately, no, you're going to have to make it up as you go along.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
one just final thing, Lisa, on this delisting. So at the current time, threatened, endangered, different look at it than it might be. Let's assume we put the wolves on the ground. And 4 years later, there's nothing saying we can't then go in and say, okay, now we've got maybe too many of them. Let's delist. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, I mean, it's just something I think the stakeholders need to understand as we move forward. So thank you.
Yeah. Yep. As soon as they are doing well enough in Colorado, it's up to the commission to decide whether or not they should be taken off the list.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions, Lisa, so you want to continue?
Yeah, so that wraps up agenda item 25. And we're ready to move on to agenda 26. But Kurt, it's just, here you go, the next slide. So what I'm going to talk about now is more 114 focused. So I'm going to be looking at the legal duties that are imposed on the commission by 114, and then some optional steps that you might want to take prior to release of wolves. And that's specifically what you've heard about, which is a federal so-called 10J rule. So let me start with legal duties under Proposition 114.
Would it be possible for Jake or somebody while you're doing this to put somewhere for us on our computer the actual language of 114 or the current statutory language, so that everybody, including the public, would have access? So as we talk about it, people can actually look at the language. I don't believe we have that in our materials.
I believe you're right, Commissioner Garcia. The actual statutory language is not in our material. I'm not sure Dion or Kurt could do a split screen or
I'm not necessarily saying it'd be up on the screen.
Okay, just get it out on the web materials.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Jake, I see Jake working. Jake's a miracle worker. He'll have it up.
Okay.
He's a miracle worker.
The language was actually included in Director Prinslow's memo that was sent to all of us. And that was the memo dated January 7th. It's the last page.
It's at the very end.
Yeah.
Last 2 pages after the schematic.
Good point. Thanks
I'm
for
not sure the public has that, Director Gibbs.
No, I think that's in the packet.
Is it? Is it in there? Great. Thank you very much.
It's in Reed's material. Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Okay. Sorry, let me get my right page up here. So most of the duties imposed on the commission by Prop 114 are in Section 2 of the proposition, although there's a couple others that I'm going to mention as well. And I listed these in order of sequence. So I tried to go in order that the Section 2 lists them, but some of them actually are going to have to come earlier than others. So that's how I did the order here. But I put the section of the initiative after the requirements, so you can find it if you want to. So the first one is that the commission is required to hold statewide hearings, and the purpose of those hearings is to acquire information to be considered in developing the plan. And it specifically includes information on scientific, economic, and social considerations. And this step shows up in the proposal that Reed's going to talk about later this morning. But that's a legal requirement of the initiative. Once you've acquired the information from your statewide hearings, as well as from all the other sources of expertise that CPW is going to rely on, it requires you to develop a plan to first restore and second manage gray wolves in Colorado. And that's important. I think you all are aware that your plan has to talk about restoration. But it's important to be aware that the plan you develop also needs to talk about management of wolves once they're here. And in addition, and this is in section 1D of the initiative, restoration of wolves must be designed to resolve conflicts with ranching and farming interests. So this is in section 1, which is a more sort of general statements by the drafters of the initiative. But that's an important thing that needs to be part of any plan, is there needs to be some sort of acknowledgement about how they're going to resolve conflicts with ranching and hunting interests. The next one, let me back up and tell you a few more things that need to be in the plan. Under section 3 of the initiative, the plan has to include, it has to identify the donor populations of wolves. It has to identify the place, manner, and schedule for wolf reintroduction. So where you're going to put them, whatever manner means, and when you're going to do it. So that needs to be part of the plan. It also requires that you identify actions necessary for establishing and maintaining a self-sustaining population. So this, again, requires the plan to think about management after reintroduction and how to create a self-sustaining population, which is not defined in the statute. And then finally, the initiative requires that the plan include methods for determining, and this goes to your question, Charlie, when to remove gray wolves from the state endangered list. So the initiative requires that to be part of the plan. So these are a lot of questions that are not easy to answer. There's a lot more here than just saying, here's where we're going to do it and let's get going. Finally, the plan must not impose any restrictions on the use of land, water, or resources on private landowners. So that's in section 3 of the initiative, and that's a prohibition on the plan. And it says specifically, the commission shall not impose these kinds of restrictions. So those are the requirements and the prohibitions of the plan. The initiative also requires you to comply with a statute in that non-game and endangered species section of Title 33, which includes reporting requirements. And it says that before introduction takes place, CPW and the commission needs to prepare and to deliver to the General Assembly a report with information on the potential ecological and economic impacts of reintroduction, whether or not introduction will impair existing uses of private land, and if it will, the reason for that impairment and possible actions that could be taken to reduce the impact. So all that has to be in a report that's submitted to the General Assembly before wolves are reintroduced. And then the initiative instructs you to take the steps necessary to begin reintroduction of wolves by the end of 2023. Yesterday, you heard the governor urge you to do it with all due speed. I think if you consider all the requirements in here, there's a lot of stuff that needs to get done before this plan is complete and satisfies all the requirements in Prop 114. The next
Excuse me,
legal
I have
duty.
a question. My hand is raised. I don't think Chairman McDaniel saw it.
I was
Chairman
just waiting
McDaniel, is it
to.
okay if I ask a question before she moves on?
Are you done with section 3? We're going to wait with questions to the end of each section. Are you done with section 3, Lisa?
No, not quite yet.
Okay, could we just allow her to finish up here and then we'll take your question,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. The next legal duty that's listed in the initiative is that the commission is required to oversee not just restoration and management, but the distribution of state funds that are made available to compensate for livestock losses created by wolves and to assist livestock owners in preventing those things. So again, the duty on the commission is to oversee the distribution of state funds made available to do those things and to pay fair compensation. The initiative mentions, to the extent that they're available, monies in the Wildlife Cash Fund should be used to help pay this fair compensation, but it's very unclear what "to the extent they're available" means. And then finally, the commission is required to periodically obtain public input to update the plan. So that's the list of the legal duties. It's pretty substantial. And I can take questions now.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, thank you for this thorough overview. I had a question about the timeline for the legislative approval that you mentioned, that the economic and ecological assessments. I just needed a point of clarification. Is the legislation, when we submit this information to the legislature for approval, will they also need the full plan, or are they only asking for the results of the reports related to these specific assessments?
So what the initiative says is you have to comply with a particular statute that includes reporting requirements. And so what I listed to you are the reporting requirements. There's no requirement that the General Assembly review the entire plan. And there's also no requirement that the entire plan be submitted. So, and just to clarify, it sounded like I had maybe suggested that the General Assembly had to approve the report. It's just a reporting requirement. So all you have to do is say, here's our report. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My second question is actually to Director Prinsloo, and it's related to how many of these questions, or what percentage of these questions have been considered in the previous plan that was developed by the agency related to the reintroduction of wolves?
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. That's a great question. I'm trying to think back from 15 years ago when I was on that, and I would say
thank you. I appreciate that. Hindsight being 2020, Director Prinsloo.
That's a fact. I would say not many. What the work group worked on was what would happen if wolves came here naturally, and there were, I think, 30 or 60 pieces of that, but really the essence of that was that the state of Colorado would allow the wolves to live here naturally if they got here naturally. So we didn't have a reporting requirement. I know that for a fact at the legislature. We obviously didn't set up a budget. There was no plan. As you can see, we didn't take any action on regulations because, quite frankly, wolves were completely covered as an endangered species, and the state of Colorado really had no say. So mostly, I would say not much to your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I don't see any other questions, Lisa, so I've got a couple.
Okay.
Number one, could you give me a definition of what you mean, I see it in both the state and the federal 10J that you'll talk about later, of what it means by impair land, water use, and so forth.
That is an excellent question. Thank you for that. No is the answer. I can't give you a definition.
It was worth asking.
One question is, what did voters think it meant when they voted for it? And I think you could argue that impairment means making it difficult or impossible to engage in a particular use of land, water, or resources. And to give you a very quick preview on the 10J, I seriously doubt that the commission would develop a plan in which it attempted to restrict various uses of private property. It doesn't seem like that would be necessary to do the things on this list. The other question is, if the commission brings in a species that there's a substantial likelihood of it getting relisted, what responsibility does the commission have to make sure that that restrictions on private property are, the likelihood of those resulting from an ESA listing can be minimized? But that's a little bit evasive. I can't give you a definition, an exact definition of impair in this context.
Thank you. I like to ask tough questions, Lisa. So maybe I like to ask questions that there's no answer, but as an enterprise agency, when it talks about the overseen by the legislature with regards to state funds made available to address wolf livestock conflicts, is the wildlife cash fund state funds, since it wasn't provided by the state and provided through the enterprise agency, or does it meet that classification? So there is a reporting requirement there with regards to the agency.
It's a good question. When the General Assembly appropriates money for CPW, one of the primary sources they appropriate money out of is the wildlife cash fund. So it's my understanding, and Justin can jump in here if he's on and listening, it's my understanding that state funds does include the wildlife cash fund.
Commissioner Daniels, Justin Rudder, Assistant Director for Financial and Capital Services. I agree. Since the lawyer already went ahead and made the statement, wildlife catch fund is state funds. They're appropriated by the General Assembly.
Thank you, Justin. We have a question from Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lisa, I wondered if you could expound on what conflict resolution might be with ranching and farming interests, such as, would this be strictly payment for direct losses? And would those losses be proof of death of an animal from wolves? Or would this be expanded to maybe include maybe some incentives for ranchers who chose to try to employ non-lethal methods of control? Would there be incentives for them to be able to do that? And would part of our plan be to assemble something like this? In other words, to address things that may be economical losses that aren't directly related to the death of an animal. Would that be included in part of our plan that we're required to present?
Yes. So Section 2E of the initiative requires you to oversee distribution of funds to both pay fair compensation for livestock losses, and the language is assist livestock owners in preventing and resolving wolf livestock conflicts. And so I would think that money used to incentivize farmers and ranchers to prevent these kinds of conflicts would be very appropriate within the context of this requirement. And I know that other states with wolf populations have various programs that are designed to help ranchers figure out, understand some of the more effective ways and to find funds to support them in doing that.
Thank you, Lisa. I know, for example, some of the states that have already employed that reintroduction have conflicting things going on, such as there are some organizations that are providing bounties for wolves to be killed. And there are also organizations that are providing payment for losses to livestock producers. So I know we're being encouraged to look into all of these other states' programs, but I think we have to be really careful because there's so much conflicting information that we're going to have to disseminate through all of it.
There is, and it is the case that private organizations have tried to assist or supplement state funding especially on livestock loss depredations. That's the one that I'm familiar with. So you're not necessarily limited only to state funds, but the commission's responsibility is to oversee state funds.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Commissioner Tutchin.
Dallas asked my question, so I think I understand. We have the flexibility to do more than pay for direct losses, so I think I'm good.
Yeah, in fact, you have the responsibility. Assuming state funds are made available, you're specifically required to assist livestock owners to prevent and resolve wolf livestock conflicts.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you. And then I'm correct to assume that, and I think you might get into it a little bit further, that federal funds that have been made available for prevention, compensation, et cetera, would only be made available if the species is listed, like tester funds and things like that.
You know, I'm not sure that's true, Commissioner Schaefer, but and Reed may know more about that, or Jeff Versteeg. I think there's a fund that Fish and Wildlife operates that can do compensations even after delisting, because I think they've been paying out in the Northern Rockies states. I don't know if Reed or Jeff knows anything more about that. I don't think it's a lot of money, but I do think that there is something in the Fish and Wildlife's budget.
Okay.
And a program to do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Phillips.
It might have been answered, but just for clarification, looking at the statute, it says explicitly pay fair compensation to owners of livestock for any losses of livestock. And then above on section I, assist owners of livestock in preventing and resolving. Is there flexibility for time lost? I know if we're assisting, giving crack shells or donkeys or whatever it is, there's an element of time loss or opportunity lost. And is there flexibility for paying compensation for those kind of things as well? It's just a language thing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's very little restriction. What the initiative does is lay out sort of minimal requirements. Doesn't say that you can't use state funds in the ways that you're describing. So yeah, there's absolutely flexibility there. And I think, you know, given the expertise on this commission and people's relationships with the agriculture community, there's a lot of knowledge out there about the best ways to help ranchers and farmers deal with these kinds of conflicts. And it'd be great to take advantage of all that expertise.
Thank you. Lisa, can you move forward to section 4, please?
Yes. Kurt, can you advance twice? One more. There we go. Okay, we've had a lot of questions about this thing called a pre-listing 10J rule or a regular 10J rule. As I said, there's a provision in the initiative that requires you to design restoration of wolves to resolve conflicts with ranching and farming interests, and that prohibits you from imposing any restrictions on the use of land, water, or resources. And I think regardless of whether your plan would legally be considered to impose restrictions if the species were relisted, this is it's a smart way to go about looking ahead to the possibility of relisting. The 10J is a section of the Endangered Species Act. So it's a federal statute. It's a rule that is species specific, or actually population specific, meaning there's a 10J rule for Mexican wolves. There was a 10J rule for Northern Rockies wolves. So there was not a 10J rule ever in the Great Lakes, I don't think. but it's designed to govern a particular population. It provides, when the Fish and Wildlife Service adopts a 10J rule, what that's meant to do is take the place of the rules in the Endangered Species Act that govern take of a listed species. So, you know, if you look at southwestern willow flycatcher, I mean, pick a listed species in Colorado. The Endangered Species Act provides a list of things that can and can't be done involving that species. What a pre-listing or a regular 10J rule does is it adopts a different set of rules that govern take of the species. It doesn't supplant everything, but it provides a lot of flexibility. And the idea behind these rules, when they were first introduced, was to give the Fish and Wildlife Service and the state agency the ability to try to improve social tolerance by allowing for flexible management of a species like wolves. Set aside for a moment what we mean by pre-listing. Obviously, because it's a rule in the Endangered Species Act, typically it's intended for species that are already listed. As I said earlier, wolves are no longer listed under the Endangered Species Act, but they may again. So that's the pre-listing part of it. I'll get into that in a moment. Suffice it to say, if Fish and Wildlife adopted a pre-listing 10J rule tomorrow, the effect would not take place until wolves were relisted. So all it does is to provide protections to a listed species. It's unnecessary for an unlisted species, and it provides no protection with respect to the state listing. What it does is establish what's called an experimental population. That would be this population of wolves in Colorado. Even if they are listed later as endangered, the experimental population is treated as threatened. And so some parts of the Endangered Species Act that are most likely to affect private landowners and to affect, you know, grazing on public lands are a section called Section 7 that requires consultation with the Fish and Wildlife when a federal agency is taking an action that might affect that species. And Section 9, which just describes all of the ways in which individuals of a species are protected under the ESA. So by setting those two sections aside so that they don't really apply to an experimental population, a 10J rule gives some flexibility to both Fish and Wildlife Service and CPW in terms of dealing with a listing and minimizing the adverse impacts on property owners and landowners and people who are using public lands for agricultural purposes. It limits a population, the experimental population, to a particular geographical area. So a 10J rule doesn't apply to the entire species, it applies to a particular area. So there's a 10J rule for Mexican wolves that only applies to Mexican wolves inside an area called the experimental area. The 10J population has to be what's called wholly separate geographically from other populations. This phrase has been litigated over and over again. It's not entirely clear what it means. Obviously, you can't drop an experimental population in the middle of an existing population. But for example, when they introduced wolves in Yellowstone, sorry, it wasn't just Yellowstone, Central Idaho, and parts of Montana, they did that with a 10J rule. But there was a separate population of wolves in northwestern Montana that had migrated naturally from Canada. And that population, the northwestern Montana population, was considered wholly separate geographically, was not included in the 10J experimental population. They were in the same state. So what it means to be wholly separate geographically is, ultimately it's a Fish and Wildlife Service's call. But the more wolves come to Colorado on their own and breed here, and the more you have regularly breeding pairs in Colorado, the harder it's going to be to get the Fish and Wildlife to agree that a new introduction of wolves would be wholly separate geographically. So that's an issue. The 10J rule overall has to contribute to recovery and conservation of the species. So it can't just be, hey, here's a whole bunch of ways in which you can engage in lethal take of a listed species. The rule overall, because ideally it's creating a new population in an area of habitat that hadn't been occupied, that by itself is contributing to the recovery and conservation of the species. But that's a requirement of the rule that has to be taken into account when it's being designed. It's important to know that these rules have to go through an APA rulemaking process. They're subject to NEPA, so there has to be an EA or an EIS, usually an EIS. They're very often litigated, and the litigation can take years. Fish and Wildlife tried to draft a new updated 10J rule for Mexican wolves, which they published in 2015. It got litigated, it got remanded back to the agency, and the agency still hasn't rewritten it completely. So essentially it's been a 5-year process and they're not done yet. So litigation can hold these things up for sometimes a really long time. That's the quick and dirty on 10Js. I don't want to run over, so I'm going to stop there. If you have other questions, feel free to email me, and I can give you more details. It's a subject that I could talk about all day because there's a lot of information on it. The pre-listing concept, doing a rule for a species that is not yet listed or not currently listed, would be a new thing for Fish and Wildlife. They've never done a 10J for a species that wasn't currently listed at the time of the rule. So that's another thing that would likely make it subject to a legal challenge.
Thank you, Lisa. We have a whole list of questions for you. Hopefully we'll get to quickly. First, Executive Director Dan Gibbs has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Lisa, for this presentation. I think whether it's a 10J listing, if a wolf gets relisted, or if it stays delisted, this pre-listing, concept seems to make a lot of sense. And when you look at the ballot question on, that subsection B, the commission shall not impose any land, water, or resource use restrictions on private landowners. Do you feel like you need to have either one of those in place to take care of that particular wording? Or also, I'd like to explore more the concept of candidate conservation agreements with assurances. And I know that's another potential tool that is potentially in the toolbox for, I believe, a species that is not listed yet.
Let me take your first question and say whether or not a pre-listing 10J is required to comply with the provision about land and water resource restrictions that's a legal question. Probably only a judge can really answer it. And so I'm going to take a pass and say this is one tool that would be very helpful in achieving that outcome. And your other question was, what about a CCAA? CCAAs are designed for activity on private lands. They're designed to encourage private landowner conservation of species. So it is a possibility. You're absolutely correct that it's designed for candidate species, which are essentially unlisted species that are in some way probably imperiled. That's a population, that's a possibility. It wouldn't help very much on public lands, but there's no reason not to certainly have conversations about whether or not that would also be a useful tool.
Thank you, Lisa. Commissioner Touchton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Lisa, yeah, I'm also interested in the CCAA idea, and I'd be happy to explore it more. I have seen those given to the BLM. So a federal agency has also occasionally gotten those candidate conservation agreements with the insurance.
With assurances?
In advance of, I'd have to go double check the last A. They definitely got candidate conservation.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's quite all right.
There is a mechanism called a CCA that is designed for public lands. And that would be an agreement between one of the federal land management agencies and probably the state. Yeah, so that is a possibility.
Okay, well, so yeah, we should, but my other kind of as a question embedded in a opinion, I've litigated a number of those cases you referred to over the wholly separate geographically and some of these other issues. The Endangered Species Act, Federal Endangered Species Act, has its biggest impact when the listed species has a habitat problem. And it's normally when the federal government is trying to protect habitat that it significantly interferes with private interests. Mm-hmm. To my knowledge, wolves don't have a habitat problem. Wolves do fine in our existing habitat. And we'll also, in the future, wolves have a human persecution problem. So the applicability of 10J to wolves is just setting the rules under which wolves can be killed, to protect humans' health, property, etc. But we wouldn't really have habitat concerns that would need to be addressed through 10J, just the rules for take. And since we have our own state listing, I'm wondering if we could just do it through the state law, whether we really need to engage the federal government right now, but we could just through the, I think it was the second item you discussed, adjust our state endangered species provision to deal with the way we take wolves when we need to. And if the federal government 5 years from now after litigation does something with wolves, we'll already have our system in place and hopefully we could take it up with them down the road rather than try to get through that dysfunctional morass right now. What do you think of that idea?
Well, I think you should absolutely be looking at managing the need for take under your state law. I think that's something the commission should definitely be doing, given the fact that right now, Colorado has jurisdiction. I think there's some anxiety about bringing in and establishing a wolf population in Colorado with the litigation of the delisting rule looming, and a sense that there's a decent likelihood that delisting would get vacated. And so it's up to the commission, working with the division, what they think is the best way to deal with that potential relisting in the future.
Thank you, Lisa. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Lisa, following up on that, I think you've almost answered my question, but one of the things, I don't want to go into the details of 10J. Again, you're right, we'd be here for weeks. But we're going to be later today talking about the process of the commission moving forward with the division. My sense is that both of these proposed working groups, particularly the stakeholder working group, are going to need to start off with 114.101. But I think that they're maybe as important, if not more important, is 10J. You hit it when the out now when you talk to people on the landscape, particularly agriculture. There is a huge concern about the prospect of putting these wolves on the ground and then they're relisted. And then what? And so all of the issues you talked about are things that this commission needs to look forward to that possibility, which is very likely, and be ready for it. And that's going to be the job of the commission, and I think then the job of these working groups. So I think you would agree, but do you think that a very lengthy, serious 10110J should almost be a prerequisite for at least the stakeholder group, if not both groups?
Especially given that it's a topic of conversation already, and a lot of people are discussing it as a possibility. I do think that it's important that the groups who are assisting the commission to develop a plan have a really good understanding of what the 10J option is, what its benefits are, what its potential costs are, how long it would take. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we necessarily need Commissioner Touchton to give us the benefit of the expertise of somebody who's litigated these things. And there's a degree of weeds we don't need to go into, but I think some pretty solid understanding by the stakeholder groups would be useful given the fact that everyone's asking about it anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Finally, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lisa, Commissioner Garcia basically addressed the questions I had, but if the delisting is not vacated and at some point in the future wolves are listed again, would private landowners be automatically eligible to be in a safe harbor agreement? Or what protections would be in place for a private landowner that was maybe impacted after this all takes effect?
Yes, a safe harbor agreement is an option. You know, the ESA has a number of different ways for developing rules that try to incentivize landowners to engage in conservation. A safe harbor agreement is one of those. Like the others that I've talked about, it requires a formal rulemaking. So it can be time consuming. But you know, black-footed ferrets, you probably do know this, are managed under a safe harbor agreement in Colorado and some other places as well. So it's certainly an option.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. That concludes our questions, and I think we'd be ready to move forward to item number 27, unless you have any final comments. Hearing none, I think we can move forward to item 27. Eric Odell, who will give us a presentation with regards to wolf biology and basics. Eric's the Species Conservation Program Manager. Are you ready, Eric? You might be on mute because I don't hear you yet.
And 1 second here, let me share my screen. And Eric, go ahead and there you go. You've got it. Great.
Welcome, Eric.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, Commissioner Greenberg, and Director Prenslow. My name is Eric Odell, and I'm a Species Conservation Program Manager within the Species Conservation Unit at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I've been with Colorado Parks and Wildlife for over 20 years and have degrees from Middlebury College in Vermont and a graduate degree from Colorado State University here in Fort Collins. My responsibilities include the statewide conservation coordination of programs related to carnivore species that are of conservation concern, and I'm the biological lead for wolves for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Now, as you are all well familiar, and as Lisa very adeptly pointed out, the passage of 114 in November of 2020 by the citizens of Colorado, the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission is now mandated to develop a plan and to reintroduce and manage gray wolves in Colorado. Having an understanding of what the next several years will look like will prepare us all as we collectively delve into this responsibility. I'm here this morning to provide you all with a foundation of knowledge about wolf biology and ecology, as well as to describe some of the considerations about the management of wolves. And to set the expectations for this presentation, the intent is not to make you an expert on wolves, nor to dig deeply into the vast volumes of scientific literature that have been generated over the last 40+ years. If the timeline permits and there is interest, Parks and Wildlife staff and other wolf experts could be made available at a future date to provide a much more detailed look into each of these topics. Now, after my presentation, Dr. Mike Kortuch, Colorado Parks and Wildlife Human Dimension Specialist and Researcher, will present on the importance of the public process. And following his presentation, Reed DeWalt, our Assistant Director for Aquatic, Terrestrial, and Natural Resources, will present the timeline that the staff have developed as a proposal to develop the restoration and management plan, and ultimately the reintroduction for wolves into Colorado. For this presentation, I'm first going to spend some time providing you with general information on wolf biology and ecology. Next, I will describe the distribution of wolves in the state, starting with the historical range, describing some movements that we have seen over the last 20 years, and providing an update on the wolves that we know to currently be in the state. I'll end my presentation with a cursory description of some of the issues and topics that other states have explored in depth as they developed and implemented wolf management plans in their respective states. And I'm happy to take any questions at the end of the presentation. So first, a bit about what is a wolf. Wolves are large, powerful members of the canid family, the dog family, with long, bushy tails, erect ears, which are more rounded than those of a coyote. The legs are longer, the feet bigger, and the chest narrower than a comparably sized dog. The tail is held high when running, but will not curl back. And there's much variation in the coloration of individuals, as you will see in many photos in this presentation. Males average about 110 pounds, and females are a bit smaller, averaging between 90 and 100 pounds. The heaviest known wolf from Yellowstone National Park was a male that weighed about 148 pounds. Wolves are not habitat specific. They will exist wherever there is adequate prey and human tolerance. Wolves are specialized for a meat diet, and large mammals, from beavers to ungulates, account for the vast majority of their diet. Now, in the wild, wolves are relatively short-lived. Their average lifespan inside of the national parks is usually 4 to 5 years, and outside of the park, it's lower. The primary cause of death of wolves within the park is natural causes, and the vast majority of mortality outside of the park is human caused. Disease plays a part in the biology and ecology of wolves. Some diseases may affect wolves directly. Endemic diseases like mange and distemper can impact wolves. Rabies is likely to be of negligible concern in reintroduced wolves, according to our veterinarians. Echinococcus canadensis, high data disease that you've all heard about, already occurs in a variety of species in Colorado. So reintroduced wolves could be exposed to or perhaps amplify that disease within occupied range. And based on what we know today, the majority of the direct and indirect evidence suggests that wolves can be expected to have a neutral effect on chronic wasting disease occurrence and distribution through the state. The gray wolf is a highly social species that lives in packs. Packs are formed when a male and female wolves develop a pair bond, breed, and produce pups. The pack typically consists of a socially dominant breeding pair, their offspring from the previous year, and any new pups from that year. Other breeding age adults may be present, and they may or they may not be related to the others within that pack. Cooperatively, the pack hunts, feeds, travels, and rests together. The pack also shares pup rearing responsibilities, including hunting and tending pups at the den or a series of rendezvous sites near the den. Pack size can be highly variable. Average pack size tends to be about 10 individuals. Wolves breed in mid-February and give birth in a den in mid-April. Litter sizes range from 1 to 11, averaging about 6 pups per litter. From late April until September, the pack activity is centered at or near the den or the rendezvous sites as adults hunt and bring food back to the pups. These rendezvous sites are in meadows or forest openings near the den, but sometimes they can be several miles away. Pups travel and hunt with the pack by September. And this photo on the bottom right here is one such rendezvous site. A pack establishes an annual home range or territory and defends it from other wolves. Territory sizes of wolves in the Northern Rockies range from just under 50 to nearly 500 square miles. Wolves expand their range via dispersal, usually settling into unoccupied territories within 50 to 100 kilometers of their natal pack. When wolves reach sexual maturity, some remain with their natal pack, while others leave, looking for a mate to start a new pack on their own. Now, this mobility of wolves provides for significant genetic exchange across regions, opportunities for source animals for recolonization. And this dispersal occurs in late winter, January and February. Gray wolves historically occurred throughout all of Colorado in every county and habitat type. The species was extirpated in the 1940s. Because of the conflict with livestock and game species, a campaign of shooting, trapping, and poisoning the broad suite of predators eliminated wolves from the Western United States around this time. The reintroduction of wolves in Yellowstone National Park in central Idaho provided a source of wolves that has slowly sent dispersing individuals south into Colorado and neighboring states. Beginning with a marked wolf that was found dead on the side of Interstate 70 near Idaho Springs in 2004, several individual wolves have been confirmed in Colorado over the past 2 decades. This figure shows many of those dispersers that have made their way to Colorado and beyond. All of these are presumed to have been dispersing individuals, and at least 3 of these have been marked with telemetry devices in the greater Yellowstone area, which confirmed their origin. In July of 2019, we received this photo from a member of the public who captured this in North Park, Colorado. As you might be able to see from the photo, the animal has a collar on it, and CPW staff, working with Wyoming Game and Fish staff, were able to conclude that this is M1084, a dispersing male from the Snake River Pack in Wyoming. The VHF telemetry collar on this animal is still active, and we have flown for it multiple times since he was first detected in July of 2019. And while we don't regularly see this individual from the airplane when we do our telemetry flights, every time that he has been seen, he's been by himself without any other wolves in the area. In December of 2019, just over a year ago now, Colorado Parks and Wildlife became aware of a report of wolves in Northwest Colorado. The report was found on a hunting forum and later confirmed when the hunter who observed the wolves in October of 2019 submitted a formal wolf sighting report in a video, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. This was later confirmed to be a pack of at least 6 wolves in Northwest Moffat County. And genetic analysis of some scat that was collected suggested that some of these members of the pack were siblings, indicating that reproduction had recently occurred. The wolves in Colorado today are part of the Northern Rocky Mountain wolf population. They are descendants of wolves that naturally recolonized into Northwest Montana, as Lisa briefly made reference to, starting in the early 1980s, and wolves that were captured in Canada and then released in Yellowstone National Park in central Idaho in the mid-1990s. And some have questioned whether the wrong subspecies of wolf was reintroduced into Yellowstone National Park. The National Park Service's lead biologist says that the answer is no. And what it comes down to is the subspecies definition. The scientific system of identifying species works well for distinguishing among species, but when you get to that subspecies level, the system becomes more complicated. All wolves are Canis lupus. Where this discussion about subspecies gets complicated is at that subspecies level. Originally, taxonomists identified 24 separate subspecies of gray wolves in North America, and today taxonomists believe that number to be closer to 5. One of the preeminent wolf biologists doesn't think that the subspecies concept even applies to wolves. The wolves reintroduced into Yellowstone were somewhat larger than what is believed to have been there historically, though the difference is within the natural range of variation that could be expected. The argument that Canadian wolves are unnaturally large and therefore have a big advantage, a competitive advantage to killing elk that are not used to such a large predator is not a very strong argument. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is very proud of the caliber of biologists that we employ. We have a long history of managing game and non-game wildlife species. When it comes to wolves, however, we do not yet have that depth of knowledge and experiences that our neighboring states do. As we develop this expertise, we have the very good fortune of having colleagues in these and other Western states and other federal agencies who are willing to share advice and experiences that they have gained in their decades that they have been immersed in wolf planning, wolf management, and handling the complex social issues that go along with both. Many CPW staff representing many different branches of our agency have engaged in virtual calls with representatives from these 6 Western states in recent months to learn from their experiences. One very important takeaway from this effort is that there is no cookbook method for wolf management and its associated complexities. There are geographic and physical similarities among some of these states in Colorado where we might be able to take some lessons learned about how wolves use the landscape. In other states, we may not share the same physical features, but there are political and social similarities where we might learn some lessons about the social side of wolf management. Other Western states' wolf management strategies were implemented after federal reintroductions or from natural dispersal, resulting in established populations. Colorado will be unique among the states in having a reintroduction program that is led by the state. This figure shows how the Northern Rocky Mountain wolf population has grown. Prior to any reintroductions, as is depicted in this slide, there were naturally recolonizing wolves that existed in Northwest Montana. At that point in time, in the early 1990s, 1994 is when this figure is from, there were 7 known packs in Northwest Montana, totaling about 60 wolves prior to any reintroduction. In the 2 years of 1995 and 1996, a total of 35 wolves were reintroduced into central Idaho, and 31 wolves were reintroduced to Yellowstone National Park during that same time, approximated by these red circles. No further reintroductions were done to either location after the second year. Now, this figure shows how the distribution in the numbers of wolves have expanded and increased 20 years following the reintroduction. This is from 2015. Each dot on this map represents an individual pack of wolves. The wolf population has expanded further into other areas, and there are now packs of wolves, as Lisa mentioned, that have become established in Oregon, Washington, and even as far as Northern California in recent years. There are now approximately 2,000 wolves in the Western United States. Ungulates are a primary prey for wolves. In Colorado, we expect elk, deer, and moose to be their primary prey. Wolves need 7 to 10 pounds of meat per day, though they can go several days without eating. On an annual basis, an individual wolf eats 18 to 22 elk per year. Kill rates vary on pack size and weather conditions, but they can usually range between 3 to 16 days between kills. Wolves chase down their prey and often target old and weak individuals that may have otherwise died from starvation or disease. But they will also prey upon healthy animals that are vulnerable for other reasons, such as the deep snow in this photograph. The effect of wolves on big game populations and hunting opportunities at a large scale is complex, and sweeping generalizations are difficult. Ultimately, if wolves persist in high enough numbers for enough time, they might be expected to contribute to local reductions of some big game herds in some areas, especially in combination with habitat degradation, other predators, and harvest from big game hunting. If so, this might reduce hunting opportunities for some herds as we reduce licenses to account for the additional mortality from wolves. We have an opportunity to gain a better understanding of the predator-prey interactions in Colorado following the reintroduction of wolves. Implementing research and monitoring the distribution of prey and the impacts to prey populations by wolves will require the collection of baseline information for at least 2 to 3 years before wolves are established in order to provide measurable responses. Wolves have been given credit for having substantial effects on ecosystem processes. This concept is known as trophic cascades, where a top predator has an impact on prey populations, either through prey density reduction or prey behavior modifications, and this trickles down to other components of the ecosystem. Some studies have suggested that, that wolves, as apex predators, can have substantial ecological effects. Most of these studies were conducted in national parks such as Yellowstone and Isle Royale in the US and Banff and Jasper in Canada. And other researchers have questioned if wolves are solely responsible for the changes evident since wolves were reintroduced. Their conclusions are that additional factors such as drought, harsh winters, and other predators, including bears and mountain lions, and human hunting contributed to the declines of resident elk herds. Experimental studies have not found strong evidence that wolves alone are driving the regrowth of willow and aspen by changing elk behavior. Although the loss of predators can cause ecosystem level impacts, reintroduction of carnivores, including wolves, does not always fully restore degraded ecosystems. And in general, sweeping claims about trophic cascades caused by wolves are context dependent and sometimes exaggerated. Wolves typically feed on wild ungulates. However, where wolves and domestic livestock share the landscape, there is a risk that conflict will occur. High livestock and high wolf densities in an area increase the likelihood of a conflict. Certain geographic features may result in a higher likelihood of conflict as well. For example, grazing near den or rendezvous sites increases the vulnerability of livestock to wolf depredation. As Commissioner May hinted at also, the impacts to livestock from wolves create costs borne by the producers, including direct mortality from wolf predation and other indirect impacts. These costs are unevenly distributed and localized, with some producers suffering greater losses than others do. Although wolf depredation is a small economic cost to the livestock industry as a whole, the impacts to individual producers can be substantial. Calculating these costs, including the direct mortality from wolf predation and other indirect impacts, is challenging. And this very key management issue will require thoughtful input from agency experts, private producers, and the public. Proactive non-lethal tools can help prevent conflict. Such tools often focus on modifying wolf, livestock, and/or human behavior to minimize the encounters of wolves and livestock. For example, physical or psychological barriers or scare tactics can be established to try to ward wolves off from and other predators. These include fencing, fladry, which is this fencing with flags that you see in the picture, lights, and sound devices, which rely on novelty, can be temporarily effective, but these are not in and of themselves long-term fixes. Livestock guardian dogs can deter wolves, although wolves can kill guard dogs, and thus finding the right breed and the number of dogs is important. Wolves also tend to avoid humans, so people accompanying livestock, such as herders, range riders, or scouts, can reduce encounters and help manage herds proactively. Modifying livestock management practices can help, particularly during calving or lambing when animals are most vulnerable. Removal of carcasses of livestock that have died can also be useful, as carcasses attract wolves and other predators. Such non-lethal tools entail costs in terms of time, labor, and money that need to be considered if they are to be implemented. The gray wolf symbolizes the diversity of American thoughts, values, and opinions. From persecuted beast to resourceful survivor, to the top of the food chain, the gray wolf encapsulates the full spectrum of human emotion. Because the attention people pay to wolves is not balanced with the relatively minor impact that wolves have on the lives of most people, wolf management will probably remain complicated, expensive, political, and controversial. There remains a great diversity in the social, cultural, and aesthetic values that Coloradoans assign to gray wolves. When evaluating the process after the fact of the Yellowstone and Idaho reintroductions, those involved reflected that the program involved more scientific inquiry, media coverage, public attention, and controversy than almost any other North American natural resource issue. The greatest challenges associated with wolf management today derive primarily from social and political rather than biological issues. Dr. Mike Cartuch's presentation that follows will discuss this in greater depth. Proposition 114 is more than just a planning exercise. Implementing the reintroduction of wolves to Western Colorado is a critical component to meeting the requirements of Proposition 114. And while the purpose of the presentation today is not to get into the details of what that eventual reintroduction will look like, I do think it's important to make you aware of the many logistical details that will have to be considered and arranged. We have the very good fortune of having many individuals who are directly involved with Yellowstone and Idaho reintroductions available to assist and provide input with some of these challenges. We will have to identify the source of wolves, arranging to capture them at their locations and work through the appropriate veterinarian checks and travel logistics. We will have to determine where wolves should be released, and this will incorporate both biological as well as social considerations. We'll have to determine how many to release and over what time frame. And throughout all of this, we would implement adaptive management, adjusting to changing circumstances and unique considerations that face our biologists. Funding sources will have to be identified and secured for the reintroduction itself, as well as the long-term monitoring and management of wolves in Colorado. Monitoring will lead to assessments of success and ultimately to achieving the goal of establishing a population of gray wolves in Western Colorado. These are some of the many important aspects that you as the Parks and Wildlife Commission, we as Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff, and stakeholders in the public will have to consider as we fulfill the mandate of Proposition 114. Wolves are a polarizing species. On that, I think we can all agree. As we consider the diversity of thoughts and opinions about wolves and wolf management, I think it's very important to heed the words of Dave Meach, a prominent wolf biologist, as he eloquently stated, that wolves are just one more species in a vast complex of creatures interacting in a way that they always have. They are neither a saint nor a sinner, except to those who want to make it so. In closing, we'd like to know what topics or issues you'd like more information around. And we can bring that back at a future date with CPW and other wolf experts. Thank you.
I'm muted.
I was going to say,
Sorry
Marvin,
about
do you need
that.
some help?
Yeah, I'm technologically impaired today. Anyway, we have a few questions for you. We'll start with Commissioner Touchton.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric, thank you very much for that presentation. I thought that was really well done, and you've certainly been reading up a lot on wolves if this wasn't your expertise before we got into this. I think I have three questions. The first is, am I correct in you saying that we shouldn't worry about, this has been raised by public commenters, the Canadian wolf label, that a wolf's a wolf, and we should not be concerned about which subspecies we're putting in the state. And I wanted to make sure that that also included Mexican wolf, Canis lupus bailey. You're not concerned, or there wouldn't be any differences if we went with Mexican wolves, gray wolves, Canadian wolves, wolf to wolf. That's my first question. I'll just lay all three of them out and then you can respond. The next question is, a lot of public commenters asserted that wolves kill recreationally. I guess the assertion is they kill beyond their needs. Not that that would distinguish them from humans. We manage a recreational hunting season after all, so I don't know that we should be throwing stones at wolves if they do hunt recreationally, but I've never seen any evidence that that's true. I've heard anecdotes, but I've never seen any scientific evidence that wolves hunt beyond their needs. So I wanted to ask you about that. And then finally, with your closing quote, I was curious about your opinion whether this whole thing is overblown because of the symbolism, and that this is not the end of the world if we can sort of tamp down the expectations of both sides, that wolves are not going to be a trophic cascade panacea, nor are they going to be the worst thing that ever happened to our elk herds or our ranching community, that there's a lot of actually more difficult problems, and we fight so much about wolves because they're just a symbolic issue. So if you could expound a bit on those 3 points that I think you made, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, three very good questions. First, to the subspecies level. The Mexican wolf issue is a very different issue, largely for political and legal reasons. The Mexican wolf is not included in the delisting that Lisa described at the beginning of this morning's agenda items. They are listed as a separate entity. A unique subspecies is listed as the listed entity by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Colorado is not within the historical range of Mexican wolves, and there becomes a challenge, I think, there's potential for a challenge to expanding a 10J area outside of historical range. Further, I think that it's been demonstrated that there are lots of wolves that come down from the Northern Rockies. And because of that unique genetic mandate that the Fish and Wildlife Service has to protect the genetics of the Mexican wolf, if there is interbreeding between northern wolves that have shown that they have made their way down into Colorado, and they interbreed with Mexican wolves that would be established here, that hybridization becomes a potential concern in terms of how that counts towards recovery and what that means. So taking on a Mexican wolf program, potentially, if Mexican wolves were used in Colorado, that could potentially create a very long-term federal nexus and a recovery challenge to the state. That's the Mexican wolf issue. Relative to the other subspecies issues, the subspecies that were here historically are no longer here. I mean, they're the subspecies that are now in the Great Lakes states. The differentiation of subspecies, the way the naming system that we have for determining the difference between species works well at a certain level. It works at that subspecies level. It's easy to tell the difference between a coyote and a wolf. It's easy to tell the difference between a fox and a fish, right? Those are very different kinds of things. When we get into that subspecies level, what has to happen is that there has to be space and time isolation for those subspecies to develop into individual species. Now, historically, there's been intergradation of wolves from Alaska all the way down into Colorado and maybe even further south. It certainly was some intergradation of Mexican wolves. Here comes that train. I hope that doesn't disrupt. There has been that historical degradation or intergradation between wolves to the north and to the south. And there has not been that isolation. So what they've used in Yellowstone is occidentalis, Canis lupus occidentalis. That is within the historical, the size differentiation of what was in that area historically is not great. And so the subspecies issue, the bottom line of it is I think that the subspecies issue is not an issue to make a big deal out of for this consideration. If Mexican wolves are considered, there are a lot of legal and other kinds of considerations that need to be given full vetting before that decision is made. Your second question, does that address your first question, Commissioner Tutchin? Okay. Second question about recreational killing. I don't have the experience on this. I think that for wild game species, wild ungulates, I don't think that that's necessarily a likely outcome. Livestock can be more, that can happen more that way. There are many stories of wolves surplus killing or recreational killing vulnerable livestock that they come across. I don't have enough experience or knowledge to speak to that directly. That's one of the things that we could talk about with other biologists that have more experience with that. Your last question about is the whole issue overblown? Wolves are just one species, one wildlife species that we will manage. It's easy to say that, but socially and politically, it's a very different issue. And so I'm not going to make a statement as to whether it's overblown or not. Clearly, your email inboxes reflect the passion that people have about this. And that's part of wildlife management. And this is going to be something that we have to face together. Ultimately, it is just one more wildlife species that we as the State Wildlife Agency manage, but it's not quite as simple as that at this point in time.
Thank you, Eric. Before I move to the next speaker, I'd like to make one comment with regards to Commissioner Tutchin's comment. Our hunting is not recreational killing. All hunting in Colorado requires consumption of the game that is taken by the hunters, and they do that for a specific purpose and for a specific reason because they prefer it. So let's not start trying to add divisions with regards to what you would call killing versus hunting. With that, I'll move to Commissioner Hauser.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think Commissioner Touchton asked the question I was going to ask, but in Eric's response, it just provoked at least maybe a little bit more from me. And Eric, great job. I would concur. Thank you for that. So maybe the dumb question, and I get a couple each meeting, is if the subspecies is in the Great Lakes area, why aren't we talking about that? I mean, is that off limits? I don't know. Help me understand that. And if I missed that, say it again briefly, if you don't mind.
Yeah, good. It's a good question. I think part of what we would want is we would want to use wolves that are familiar with the landscape that is most similar to Colorado, and that would be the Northern Rocky States, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming. Because we're concerned with animals and how they're going to behave and how they're going to act on the landscape. And it's for animals that are familiar with the geography, the types of geography, the types of mountain forested habitats, which are very different from what exists in the Great Lakes states. I think that would be the primary goal in order to establish a population of wolves here, is to take, I think the highest degree of success would come if wolves, the source site of wolves is something that is most geographically, physically similar to what we have here in Colorado.
So the distance between the time when the Great Lakes subspecies was in Colorado is so distant that there's not that familiarity. Is that essentially what you're saying? There's been too much time?
Well, it's more the individual. It's not so much the subspecies as a whole. It's the individual wolves. You know, the
Okay.
individual wolves in the Great
Okay.
Lakes have that.
Okay, that makes sense. And then I would just also maybe chime in from the conversations we've had at the WAFWA meetings with other states. I would say there is great anxiety about the Mexican wolf and sort of the travel and it just, you know, the other states that are dealing with the Mexican wolf and our sort of urbanization and interstates and sort of all that. So that was helpful to understand that. I would just sort of add that obviously wolves don't know state borders. And at the same time, you know, we need to recognize that we're also partners and need to think about our neighboring states as we go through this process. And I guess the final maybe comment or question I would ask of you, if it's you to answer it, Eric, is just talk to us a little bit about the differences, because we see this a lot in our emails as well, the differences that Colorado presents because of our population, our growing population, sort of the urbanization, interstates, you know, sort of mixed and mingled across our state. And what does that mean for sort of migration? What does that mean for sort of the context that you provided for us? If you would take a couple minutes on that.
Yeah, I mean, Colorado is different from the Northern Rocky states in many ways. I mean, we have a big population and a big population year round in a lot of different areas. We also do have substantial public lands and big game populations that are likely to support the states, to support wolves, sorry. So I think that it's important to take some lessons from what other Northern Rocky states have demonstrated with how wolves are established there, but it's important also to not take it too literally and to understand, like you say, that there are going to be differences. And it's an experiment in many ways. I mean, we don't know how wolves will behave in the state and how they will interact with recreation and how they will use the landscape of Colorado. It's certainly different, but I think it's certainly, you know, there is adequate public lands, there's adequate prey population, and human tolerance is the other factor in terms of what makes good wolf habitat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Eric, great job. I'm going to start calling you the wolf whisperer. You know, we may decide that for you to really know what you're doing, we're going to ask that you go live with them for a while. You know, that seems to work for some biologists. So, but real quickly, you talked about the Snake River lone wolf in the Moffat County group. We have evidence in Grand County of a pack. I don't know if you've seen it. I just sent you a picture of 3 of them roaming through right by my house. And so have we ever done anything to take a look at that group?
So I haven't had a chance to see the photo that you just sent. We get wolf reports. We have a wolf reporting form on our website, and we get wolf reports regularly. And after any kind of a media event, I'm sure after this commission meeting, I'll have an influx of wolf reports in my inbox starting next week as well. And we do follow up on all of those. They're shared with our local field staff, and they follow up. And certainly the more concrete evidence that accompanies those reports, the better we have, the more we have to follow up on, and the more we can take a look at it. In terms of Grand County, I'm not specifically familiar with a pack in Grand County right now.
Thank you. Good work, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you. And thank you, Eric. Great presentation. I do have one question. I have heard different things about reproduction rates, both in wildlife and in livestock. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I'm not sure what you're specifically asking about reproduction rates.
I've heard that reproduction rates are lower once wolves are introduced. Like I've heard in the elk herds in Idaho, the reproduction rate is as low as 15%.
You're talking about the reproduction rates of prey or of livestock, not of the wolves?
Not of the wolves, of the livestock and the wildlife.
Yeah, I can't speak directly to that. I think that what we hear from the Northern Rocky states is that they maintain robust game populations, and there are also to be expected direct and indirect impacts. I mean, it's not just the direct mortality of animals, whether they be wild or domestic livestock, but also the potential impact, and this is probably more applicable to livestock than it is to wild ungulates, of the indirect impacts, how pregnancy rates are declined. I don't have this specific information to share with you at that point. That's something we could come back to at a later date.
Okay, that would be great if you could bring something back later.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Eric. Just a comment and a question. Comment, you mentioned adaptive management being one of the sort of guiding strategies in regards to reintroduction effort. I think it'd be great if we could get further information for the commission in regards to what all is entailed in terms of adaptive management, particularly the differences in, from adaptive management to outcome-based management, how it actually works. And then from a question perspective, you touched a little bit on it with Mexican grays. Can you maybe speak a little bit more to the larger concerns regarding the potential conflicts with an endangered species? Is it hybridization? Is it direct competition, mortality? I've seen statements out of individuals out of Arizona, both the game and fish and the public, and there seems to be some concern of what this reintroduction effort might entail for their reintroduction effort that's been going on for years there.
Good questions, both. Relative to adaptive management, what I mean about that is being flexible. We have ideas as to how those protocols would work, and in terms of moving animals and capturing animals and releasing animals, all of those kinds of protocols. And through that process, we may learn that something does work or works better. There's better ways to do things. And so that's what I mean by the adaptive management, just being flexible, not being set in stone, so that whatever the protocols that we initially establish are the ways that we have to proceed into the future. The idea is that we maintain some flexibility, and we can change as needed and as appropriate. So relative to the Mexican wolf question, does that answer your question about adaptive management?
Yeah, it's just one where there's certainly some market differences between outcome-based management and adaptive management, and I think conflation confuses people. So thanks for clarifying that.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner May.
Mr. Chair, Eric, great presentation. And my question is, maybe an observation, is also more to adaptive management. But I wonder if one possible tool that might be at our disposal could be to select, to whatever extent possible, wolves that might be genetically predisposed to frame size more in line with wolves that were historically in this region, say 80 pounds compared to 100 plus pounds. I think this would definitely make it more manageable to protect our ungulate populations. It would also give the introduced wolves more or less potential for conflict and more chance for being successfully integrated part of the landscape. And it would put less threat on the endangered Mexican wolves to the south of us. That's one I know. If I'm going to a bull sale to look for my next herd sire, I have the opportunity to find a bull that might have the potential to throw cows that their mature weight might be 1,600 pounds, or a bull that'll have 800-pound calves. I have to decide as a producer what's going to work best in my environment. And it's all within that breed of cattle, but I can genetically select that. And I think we have a unique opportunity as we're bringing in a totally unique population, that maybe we do some genetic selection and we look for wolves that maybe fit our landscape better, as opposed to maybe bringing in some 100-pound plus wolves that will put even more pressure on the problems that we're looking at today. Maybe it put wolves into our environment, our landscapes that fit better with what we're doing. But it's just an observation. I hope that's something we can explore.
Thank you. I'll comment to that, and then I'll come back to Commissioner Schaefer, your second question about the Mexican wolf program. Commissioner May, relative to selecting the individuals, I think there's something to that. And I might suggest that rather than we think about the genetics of things, we also think about where those animals are coming from and what they've been exposed to. I think we would want to think about animals that have not been widely exposed to livestock. If we can find a source of animals that they're used to hunting elk or deer or moose or whatever, rather than hunting livestock. We don't want to try to start off with a problem. We want to have animals that are maybe naive to the livestock side of the thing. So I think that there's lots of different kinds of considerations in terms of that source stock, what you think about in terms of how you want to have that population established. It's a good point.
Thank you very much. Next, I have a question from Executive Director Dan Gibbs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just echo everyone's thoughts. Eric, thanks for your great presentation. I just had a question on, as you look at areas that have successful reintroduction of wolves, like Yellowstone, for example, is there a time of year that is best, certain months, certain, that is best during that to make that happen?
Yes, it's a good question. And Commissioner Schaefer, I promise I will come back to your second part of your question. Commissioner Gibbs, or Executive Director Gibbs, yes, timing is certainly going to be something that we consider. And it has to do with the biology of the species as well as the landscape of Colorado too. The cut to the chase, the bottom line is the ideal time to reintroduce wolves into Colorado is in that December to maybe late January, maybe as late as early February timeframe. That has to do with the reproductive cycle of wolves, which starts in February, and you don't want to interrupt that side of things. And then the pup rearing stages. And then in the fall, what we're considering, the reason I extended into December is it's probably something that we would want to initiate after hunting seasons are closed here, and the landscape is free from that recreation use.
Thank you very much. Move on next, Commissioner Touchton. Or were you done, Eric? Did I cut you off?
I was just going to come back to Commissioner Schaefer's second question. It's on there. And as a reminder, his question was about the concern about Mexican wolves, whether, let me restate it, make sure I understand, whether the idea of bringing Mexican wolves here or the potential challenges that Northern Rockies wolves being placed in Colorado might place to the Mexican wolf recovery effort down in Arizona, New Mexico, and importantly, Mexico.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you.
So I think I've discussed the challenges with if we use Mexican wolves here, and then the challenge to whether we use Northern wolves here that then come down into the Mexican wolf experimental population area is certainly something that is a concern to that Mexican wolf program. They've invested many years, many millions of dollars on establishing the population that they have there. And in time, there will be a point, there will be a reason to have some genetic infiltration from the Northern Rockies into that Mexican wolf program. But because the history of that program is it suffered a huge bottleneck. The founding population that established that Mexican wolf population, both in captivity and in the wild, is very, very small, less than 10 animals. And so in time, genetic infiltration will be good, but it comes back to the Fish and Wildlife Service's responsibility to manage that unique subspecies. And infiltration of Northern Rockies wolf genetics into that Mexican wolf program too soon may provide a challenge.
Thank you, Eric. I think now Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me say I didn't mean to get your hackles up with my description of human hunting. I meant recreational in the sense that it's fun, a recreational activity. But I would say we do allow hunting of some things no one's going to eat, like prairie dogs and coyotes. And we might consider whether we want to do something different when we get back to that. But my question for Eric was, some of the comments I received were critical of Colorado's efforts to reintroduce wolves, saying that we don't have sufficiently large wilderness areas as opposed to our Northern Rockies neighboring states. And I had two questions, they're related. The first is whether wilderness, in my mind, is just an unroaded area. So if there's any evidence that says road density is important for wolves, and then also the most thriving wolf population is in the Great Lakes. And to my knowledge, they don't have sufficient or large wilderness areas or things like Yellowstone National Park there. So I'm wondering again, if that's an argument that is kind of misplaced, that we should worry about whether we have large wilderness areas or not.
Yeah, there are many, good question, Commissioner Tuckton. There are many examples of areas where wolves persist in high human density landscapes. The Great Lakes areas is one, Europe is another. There are many areas in Europe where wolves exist in high human density landscapes. The idea about wilderness and roads is, I mean, where there are roads, there's human access. And as I said at the beginning of the presentation, that the primary source of mortality outside of the national parks is human caused mortality. And so that's how that road side of things comes into it. It's more a social tolerance than the physical road itself as to what is the concern about the benefit of wilderness areas for the persistence of wolves on the landscape.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioner Haskell. Are you there, Marie? There you are.
Yeah, sorry, a message popped up and I couldn't hit the button. Thank you. Eric, I have another question. You mentioned getting wolves that are not exposed to cattle. What about people? I have a great concern of if you combine the populations of Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming together, it's still almost 2.3 million less, or probably more at this point, than Colorado. That's a huge difference. None of those states even have 2 million. We're approaching 6 million. What do you think about that?
I'm sorry, you broke up at the very last there, or maybe my connection.
I just wonder what you think about that and how we're going to deal with that.
Okay, so the difference in human densities between the Northern Rocky states and Colorado, that's factual. I mean, there are different human densities in. It's saying my connection. Hopefully, this is not getting interrupted. It's factual that there are differences in human densities between the Northern Rocky states and Colorado. It's certainly going to present some challenges in terms of how wolves are managed in the state. I think that there are a lot of efforts that we're going to have to undertake to try to establish and develop human tolerance for wolves on the landscape. I think that's what's going to happen through the passage of 114, is that there will be wolves on the landscape. And so now it's our challenge collectively to figure out how to do that best to meet the mandate of 114.
Thank you, Eric. I think that's the end of our questions. You're right on schedule. I did have one thing. It's not necessarily a question for you to answer, but I'd like to follow up on previous comment made by Commissioner Haskett, Eric. I've heard a lot of differing information with regards to prey populations, or that wolves prey on ungulates, particularly. From the Yellowstone elk herd going from 20,000 to 3,000 over the period. And, there's only 25% of the moose in Idaho than there was before before wolves were introduced. I'm not sure I'd like some factual information about that. So is there information with regards to prey that wolves particularly prey upon, I'll call it, from their introduction period to where they are today? And, because you made mention before, you can have a robust population. That robust population could be robust at 50,000 or robust at 100,000. But did it start at 100, and then how long did it take to get to 50? And is it stabilized now? And was that a part of the plans that were done, particularly in the Northern Rockies, with regards to wolf reintroduction? Did they look at what they were and then what they expected a stable population to be? And I'm assuming that also is very dependent upon what is considered a sustainable population with regards to the wolves themselves. So if it's, is it a sustainable population at 50 wolves, 150, 1,050? And based on what you said earlier with regards to their annual take to sustain themselves, obviously that would also make a difference. But get a lot of questions or comments about that from the public, and I'd like to separate some fact from fiction if possible.
Yeah, it's a good point and an important point, and we can certainly bring. I'm not prepared today to discuss that in detail. We can certainly bring that back to you. You know, there were notable changes in the northern range elk population outside of Yellowstone that coincided with the time that wolves were reintroduced. It also coincided with a lot of different management changes, habitat changes, and other things too. Wolves are given credit or blame, whichever way you want to look at it, for managing or for reducing that elk population as one example. And it's not quite as with many things wildlife oriented, it's not quite as simple as saying A happened, then B happened. There are many different kinds of things that are chosen both by the wildlife management agencies, habitat changes, and drought, and other things that are happening all concurrently that affect those populations. But we can talk more about that with experts from the Northern Rocky states that have the direct involvement with that, if that's of interest.
Thank you, Eric. Well, with that, that concludes this particular item, number 27. I see no other questions. We are amazingly right on time with regards to our agenda this morning. So let's go to break and return at 10:15. So Dion, can you take us into break, please?
I'll do that. Thank you. Are you ready, Chair McDaniel?
I am. Are you going to start the recording again, Dion?
I will.
Thank you. Thank you and welcome back, everyone. We'll reconvene our meeting of January 14th of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. With that, we will move to agenda item 28. And Mike, I believe you're here to talk to us about stakeholder engagement. Are you ready?
I'm on and ready.
Oh, I see you there. You're ready. And we have your presentation on the screen.
Great. Thanks so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, and Director Prenslow. My name is Mike Kortuch. I'm the Human Dimensions Specialist with CPW. Since we have a few new commissioners on, at least since the time I last presented, I thought it might be helpful to share a bit about myself in terms of my training and my role with the agency. But I'd like to actually start by defining what Human Dimensions is. I get this question often. So Human Dimensions, or HD as it's often called, specifically of natural resource management, is considered a subfield within the larger discipline of conservation social science. And there's a great paper, if anyone's interested, by Bennett et al. It came out in 2017, that really thoroughly describes the historical context and focus of the various fields that comprise the discipline of conservation social science. So the Human Dimensions of wildlife management specifically attempts to understand and apply insights about how humans value wildlife, how humans want wildlife to be managed, and how humans affect or are affected by wildlife and wildlife management decisions. And so in this vein, you can think of the HD of wildlife as both an applied and really an interdisciplinary subfield. I am myself an interdisciplinary social scientist. I did my undergraduate degree in natural resource management at CSU. I did both a master's and a PhD in forest resources, one at the University of New Brunswick, which is in Eastern Canada, and the other at the University of Maine. So during my graduate degrees, I applied both qualitative and quantitative techniques and a variety of social and environmental psychology theory, really to try to understand the drivers of human behavior. It was also during my graduate degrees that I began studying and implementing stakeholder engagement processes, and that's what I'll be talking about today. So just before joining CPW, I worked as a postdoctoral research associate in what used to be called the Human Dimensions Research Unit at Cornell University. It's here where I led 4 research projects, but 3 of which examine this kind of intersection between hunting, hunter education, and wildlife management. And so I've been with CPW about 4 years now, and as the Human Dimensions Specialist, my role's kind of split between conducting independent research, again, on those drivers, the characteristics that influence human behavior, and also making sure that the agency's applying robust and comprehensive social science and public involvement processes, specifically when we're engaging people. And so really the purpose of doing those 2 things is so that we can use social data to inform park and wildlife management actions, and also to incorporate them into policy decisions. And so within CPW, I'm in the policy and planning section, but I do regularly work with just about every section in the agency. Next slide, please, Kirk. So the primary purpose of my presentation today is really to inform and to provide a synthesis of the scholarship about stakeholder engagement based on a literature review that I did, as well as my 12 or so years experience learning about, participating in, and researching engagement kind of broadly. In doing so, I hope to set the stage for Assistant Director DeWalt's presentation about our proposed public involvement and planning process. And so I've organized my presentation into 5 primary topics, but I've left plenty of time at the end of this presentation for any questions or comments. And I'll try to keep us on time, Mr. Chair. So the first topic, which is really broad, it's going to highlight kind of why we engage the public, and it's going to draw on recent research on public trust thinking, specifically within the context of the North American model of wildlife conservation. Second, I'll discuss the benefits to and best practices of engaging the public in natural resource management decision-making processes. Third, I'll describe some of the most commonly used approaches to engaging stakeholders, kind of how we do it. Fourth, I'm going to highlight some of the barriers to engaging stakeholders, and then a few kind of unintended consequences that have occurred in different natural resource contexts as a result of kind of minimal engagement. And then lastly, or fifth, I'll share some general insight that other Western states describe when talking to CPW staff about managing wolves. And so this presentation really draws upon knowledge from a variety of disciplines and fields, certainly including but not limited to rural and urban planning, public participation and partnership literature, natural resource management, and obviously human dimensions, environmental policy, and participatory governance. And the last really includes concepts about collaborative natural resource management. So I did also want to mention, I do have a few quotations in my presentation, but I'm certainly not going to be quoting everything, and the content that I'm sharing as part of this synthesis really comes from a long list of published work, and you can find some of the relevant citations at the bottom of each slide and also in the memo that I shared with all of you. So given the breadth of this literature that I drew from, and I hate to do this to you, but I have to start with a few definitions so I know we're all on the same page as we move along in this presentation. So the first definition, which isn't on this slide, is by Rowe and Frewer in 2004, who defined participation very broadly, stating that it's the practice of involving members of the public in agenda setting, in decision-making, and in policy-forming activities of an organization or institution that's responsible for policy development. So that's participation broadly. Stakeholder engagement, or SE, as I'll use throughout the remainder of my presentation, it's somewhat similar to that with a few differences. It's similar because it incorporates communicating with and involving the public in a decision-making process, but the context of wildlife management kind of brought into it really focuses on the why. Why we do this is really important. So specifically, using a stakeholder approach, it requires one, that all stakes should be known, and that all stakeholders are well understood by decision makers, and that's what's on this slide here. That stakeholders should contribute to decision making because they're in the best position to voice their own interests and negotiate the best outcomes, or as they show here, the kind of decision alternatives based on the impacts that those might have on them. Next slide, please, Kirk. And this aligns really well with kind of a small but growing body of literature about public trust thinking and public trust responsibilities. When applied to wildlife management, these concepts suggest that wildlife are held in public trust, and managers of this trust resource, like CPW, are responsible for managing wildlife to maximize kind of the suite of benefits desired by trustees, and then to distribute those benefits fairly among beneficiaries like the public or future generations. But we also engage the public and stakeholders to test assumptions that we might have. Even in terms of wolf reintroduction, where both national and Colorado-based surveys highlight overall positive attitudes toward wolves, these studies also indicate that not all attitudes, concerns, or certainly perceptions are the same across individuals, and they're specifically not the same across stakeholder groups. For example, attitudes tend to be generally negatively correlated with age, with residents living in rural areas and with agricultural occupations. And it's also important to keep in mind, surveys are only one method to understand how people feel about wolves. And so in order to kind of bring us back and accomplish these trust responsibilities, it's really important to identify these types of nuances and then equitably include stakeholders in a participatory process. And we know from the literature, specifically, when SE processes are participatory, when they're inclusive, when they're transparent, or when they include a suite of the other best practices that I'll share in a few slides, a wide range of benefits can be realized. Next slide, please, Kurt. And so these are in no particular order, but some of the benefits derived from robust stakeholder engagement processes include, first, a greater likelihood that stakeholders will actually buy in or support the outcomes of a decision. And this is critical. Without this support, people are less likely to agree with a proposed management alternative, but they're also less likely to behave in ways then that legitimize that process outcome. There's also a greater likelihood that participants or citizens will actually trust the managing agency kind of more generally, and also trust them then to carry out or implement those outcomes from the decision-making process. Additionally, and this is number 2 on the slide, when a diversity of values and interests and attitudes, et cetera, are included in engagement processes, it results in higher quality decisions than if you don't seek multiple perspectives and opinions. Third, when stakeholders feel heard, they learn something during the process, and they believe that they've helped inform decision-making, they often feel empowered. So fourth, and kind of connected to this idea of empowerment, is that when stakeholders work together to collectively identify or solve problems, they're more likely to use that information or share that knowledge and actually apply it in local contexts. Fifth, in robust stakeholder engagement processes, and this is really important, specifically those that follow best practices, there's also a reduced likelihood that certain individuals or stakeholder groups will be marginalized or disenfranchised, which if you flip that, it also means that certain individuals and stakeholders are going to be less likely to dominate the process and those outcomes. A sixth benefit to robust stakeholder engagement processes is that they have the potential to also transform very adversarial and kind of litigious relationships. But in order to obtain these benefits, there are a handful of best practices that scholars recommend. And so I'm going to be going over these in the next couple slides. Next slide, Kirk. So at a very kind of high 30,000 foot view, it's clear from the literature, there is, and Eric mentioned this too, there's no one size fits all approach to engaging stakeholders. There's actually an interesting article by two scholars which argues that the level of participation actually depends on the type of problem or the challenge that you're facing. But the majority of best practices identified, and certainly those that are listed on this slide, they share characteristics with principles of good governance. They also represent what I would consider to be kind of the gold standard of stakeholder engagement processes. So again, even though there's no one size fits all approach, scholars have found that to the extent possible, if you can incorporate some of these best practices in SE processes, it's going to lead to more successful outcomes, and certainly to the benefits that I discussed on the previous slide. So one recurring theme in the literature is that the actual process itself of engaging stakeholders should be thought of and planned out as a goal, rather than simply kind of picking the method or the tool that you use to engage citizens or stakeholders. And Reed in 2008 captures this very succinctly in what I consider to be a seminal paper, kind of stating that SE processes should strive to replace the toolkit approach of participation, which emphasizes selecting the relevant tools for the job, because the quality of a decision is strongly dependent on the quality of the process that leads to it. So sticking with the same topic of goals of engagement processes, scholars also suggest that social goals are equally as important as biological and ecological goals and should be included in these SE processes. Identifying social attributes, again, things like stakeholder interests, their values, their needs, their attitudes, their concerns, and equitably incorporating them into decision-making processes leads to some of those benefits I described on the other slide. Things like trust in the managing agency, trust in the process, and ultimately trusting those outcomes. And additionally, to the extent that it's possible, the literature suggests that goals should be mutually agreed upon with stakeholders. So successful SE processes should also be organized around and really explicitly include principles of justice or fairness, in that they should be representative, they should be inclusive, and they should be equitable. In two different research studies, scholars who examined involvement processes from those that were involved in it highlighted that actually perceptions about a fair process were more important than the decision itself. And this is really important to note. We'll see in a few slides, because if people don't believe the process was fair or equitable, they're going to be much less likely to, again, support those outcomes. Additionally, perceptions of fairness have to do with actually whether participants often believed that those involved were representative of those who stand to be directly affected by a decision, and if they believed that the process included stakeholders and individuals that represent all sides of the issue. SE processes should also be equitable, which includes but is not limited to providing opportunities for people to participate and ensuring that the process for how decisions are made is transparent. Stakeholders are often unlikely to participate if, for example, they believe, specifically at the outset, that the process is simply going to reinforce existing privileges, because when this happens, it often discourages minority perspectives. So again, this kind of drives home that point of the importance of representation and inclusivity. SE processes also need to provide opportunities for people to not only be able to voice their opinion, but to also believe that their opinions were actually and meaningfully considered. In other words, stakeholders, they want the opportunity to be part of the process, they want the opportunity to share insight, but they need to know and believe that their participation and voice actually mattered. A case study by Lute and Gore in 2014 in Michigan examined stakeholder perceptions 6 months after wolves were delisted, and they found that a lot of the locals didn't feel like their opinions were seriously or genuinely taken into consideration, which led to mistrust among stakeholder groups. And so lastly, processes should be efficient in that they can't last forever. They need to accomplish their goals in a reasonable amount of time, and they should also be effective. An efficacy of an engagement process, it's often based on trust, it's based on respect and accountability, and it's often determined not only by whether you met your goals, but also by asking participants the extent to which these things materialize during the process. Next slide, please, Kirk. Additionally, the most effective engagement should not be reactionary. I think most of us know that. It should be planned out. It should be carried out in a variety of ways early on in the process and certainly throughout the process. Multiple scholars have highlighted the importance of really engaging stakeholders before decisions have been made based on certain contexts. And in most cases, communication should be kind of with stakeholders rather than at them, using a skilled and neutral third-party facilitator. Someone who can review or provide oversight for the engagement and the decision-making process can help in achieving these process outcomes. And then this one's also really important. Prior to engagement processes, things like the sociocultural and sociopolitical context should be known or examined. And I think there's a useful quote by Sarah Neri et al. That captures this sentiment pretty well. The author stated that culturally grounded interpretations about large canid management dictate the acceptance of these animals on the ground. And again, I think this speaks to the importance of understanding the local context. Other researchers who examined sustainability behaviors in an urban area, for example, provided additional insight to this concept, suggesting that really incorporating local knowledge, it increases effectiveness and legitimacy of the outcome, as well as the overall equity with respect to the process. Again, it's really important to actually evaluate the success of both the process and the outcome. And one way to do this is to survey or interview participants, sometimes before, but certainly during and after a process. And lastly, it's really important to incorporate multiple forms of media and outreach efforts because they increase transparency. And so kind of the extent to which these best practices can be incorporated into SE processes, the more likely they're going to result in successful outcomes. But the question this leads to then is, well, how do we do this? How do we actually engage stakeholders? Next slide, please, Kirk. So, I mean, there are a variety of ways we can engage the public and stakeholders, but I think it's critical to know at the outset of any engagement process what these methods do and what they don't do. There are certainly pros and cons associated with the ways that we engage stakeholders, and it's really important to properly align that approach or those approaches with the overall goal or specific objectives that you might have. And so these tools, they can't be all things to all people. And they also really need to be considered in terms of reality, in terms of budgets and resources and timeframes. And again, processes need to be efficient. Next slide, please, Kirk. So one way that I like to think about, which tool will help you reach your goals, if you envision the whole point, the purpose of the SE process along a spectrum, where the left side represents, ways that we inform stakeholders. The middle serves as kind of a means to include stakeholder perspectives, and the right side illustrates really ways to meaningfully engage stakeholders in decision-making. And so this schematic, which was basically adapted from the International Association of Public Participation, it's not intended to be all-encompassing. There are certainly other tools and approaches to engaging stakeholders, and even some of the specific tools which are captured in the text boxes toward the bottom of the slide. They can fit within multiple categories along this spectrum, but I wanted to provide a few examples kind of as we walk through this. So if the purpose of the SE process is to inform stakeholders, things like fact sheets or content included on a website might work. This could also include educational and information tours or open houses where, for example, the agency provides the public with objective information about a particular topic or about a situation to help them understand it and kind of form their own opinions. If the purpose is to include stakeholders, which kind of covers that middle part of the schematic, there are a suite of approaches that agencies can and frequently do use to obtain that input or solicit feedback from citizens and stakeholders. And surveys, for example, are one tool that we use often. They help discern what the representative views are on a topic versus maybe more ad hoc public comment. In a paper about learning to live with wolves in Montana, for example, researchers suggested that, of course, participatory SE efforts were critical to trust and validity of the decision-making, but they also found that surveying or interviewing participants as part of that process was helpful at identifying some of the core issues in that particular area that stakeholders were concerned about, things like human safety, property damage, protecting rural livelihoods. Additionally, while describing wolf policy and management in Wisconsin, Trevis in 2008 indicated that surveys were helpful in documenting the perceptions of this kind of silent majority who supported wolf policy, and that the combination of ecological and social science, spatial predictive models, and attitudinal surveys generated novel proposals for wolf management. So as we kind of move to the right of the schematic, the overall purpose becomes more collaborative in nature. And certainly one of the intents over here is to empower stakeholders to own process outcomes. Some of the example approaches include things like citizen task forces, citizen advisory boards, but like anything else, I think there are pros and cons to these too. Some research, for example, has found that when several of the best practices that I shared above, like representation and voice and impact, when those were incorporated into a citizen task force, participants were very satisfied with the effectiveness of the process and outcomes, but specifically because they were engaged early on and they felt like they were able to influence the decision. Other research has highlighted a few of the challenges associated with these kind of smaller task force groups. They're often comprised of about 10 or so people. And in these situations, some stakeholders can dominate. You need a skilled facilitator. They can dominate the discussion or even influence decision-making. And certainly, whomever's managing these smaller groups, it can be challenging if there are a lot of them. So citizen advisory boards, or CABs, are pretty similar, and they're often heralded as one of the most useful approaches. But again, even these in some contexts have been less effective, specifically if the purpose isn't clear. For example, one of the larger purposes of a CAB or a citizen advisory board is to promote two-way communication and information flow, but they tend to fail or result in participant dissatisfaction when those in charge of the process kind of use them really just to provide information at citizens, essentially reinforcing this kind of one-way communication model, which is really more toward the left side of the schematic. So, even though we know about the benefits derived from SE processes, we know about best practices that can help us reach those outcomes, there are still a lot of things that can get in the way of successful stakeholder engagement. I think it's probably safe to say that we've all heard about or even participated in processes that have encountered barriers. Next slide, please, Kirk. I mean, more often than not, barriers to effective stakeholder engagement stem from one of two things in my mind, either a lack of transparency or a lack of clear communication about the engagement process. And it's important to note, some of these barriers can often span the entire life cycle of an SE effort from the beginning to the end. So some of the barriers identified in the literature include a lack of interest in SE processes or limited public awareness about the agency's decision-making process, kind of how this is going to happen. Perceptions or concerns about special interests, politics driving the process or driving decision-making can also reduce the likelihood that stakeholders will actually want to participate at the outset, and they can lead to decreased legitimacy of decisions. So again, these are more reasons why transparency and clear communication are really critical factors in stakeholder engagement processes. Poor communication generally about public process or about how decisions will be made by the managing agency, for example, they can actually stem from not knowing how stakeholders or certain audiences prefer to communicate. Communication efforts that only provide, for example, a few mechanisms or a few ways to share and receive information, they can hinder participation, they can get in the way of support for outcomes, and they can certainly exacerbate issues of access among some stakeholder groups. Oftentimes, limited funding, tight timelines, a lack of administrative resources can stymie the options also available in SC processes. And kind of lastly, distrust among stakeholder groups or individuals who are even sitting at the table can inhibit SE processes and again, the successful outcome. Here's where, things like collective goal setting, agreed upon decision-making processes, and overall transparency can really help to minimize those barriers. So in some stakeholder engagement processes, they can lead to some unintended consequences. And to me, this further drives home the importance of being intentional, being deliberate, and being thoughtful when planning these processes out, because you really want to avoid these outcomes if and when possible. Next slide, please, Kirk. So within the literature on SE, specifically as it pertains to natural resource management, there is no shortage of articles about unintended consequences, or dare I say, even failures associated with public or stakeholder involvement processes. I've highlighted a few general themes and some specific examples on this slide that I think we can learn from. One of the things you're going to notice as I walk through this is that the direct connection between these unintended outcomes and the best practices that I described earlier. So the first one deals with really unsuccessful biological or ecological goals as a result of limited or no stakeholder engagement. In two different contexts, one involving chronic wasting disease, detection and deer management in Wisconsin, and another involving the red wolf recovery program in North Carolina, the ecological and biological goals were less successful. Ultimately, in both cases, the communication approach that was used by the managing agency, or in some cases agencies plural, it was described as this expert client model or a one-way communication model. And in both cases, this model just didn't allow those leading the effort to take into consideration stakeholder perspectives or concerns about the context and the situation itself. As a result, stakeholders involved in the Red Wolf Recovery Program, for example, they felt their voice wasn't incorporated equitably, that the impacts were unevenly distributed, and ultimately wolf populations declined while litigation increased. This kind of expert client model of decision-making also resulted in increased deer densities in CWD eradication zones in Wisconsin, which was opposite and kind of counter to the biological goals that the state agency actually intended. And deer licenses dropped by over 90,000 that kind of initial year or two after the agency's management plan went into effect, because it was essentially rolled out without input from stakeholders, and in this case, specifically landowners. Similarly, I think disrespect and decreased trust in the managing agency, it can occur when values aren't incorporated into the process. Researchers, for example, who interviewed local stakeholders about an elk hunt in Grand Teton National Park found that not only did some participants feel the outcome directly disenfranchised them, but they also suggested this was the direct result of their perspectives not being meaningfully incorporated. Again, this point of transparency, I can't hit enough. In this case, though, the researchers actually attributed concerns about the outcome, to the way the opposing groups defined the problem. They weren't that far off. They just defined it in their minds differently. And their different perspectives about this problem might have been ameliorated had the opposing groups been asked to collectively work together to identify goals or outcomes kind of at the outset. And in more extreme situations, collaborative natural resource management processes can break down even before they start, when historical and political factors aren't understood or taken into consideration. And in this particular case, stakeholders who were opposed to a particular natural resource collaborative project at the outset, they were actually able to strategically and intentionally derail it and use that stakeholder engagement process for their own platform and for their own purposes. So, one way to avoid these unintended consequences and these barriers to SC processes is to learn from others that have been involved in similar efforts. And to this end, and as Eric mentioned in his presentation, several CPW staff, including some of my colleagues in policy and planning, met with individuals from the 6 Western states Eric listed, so California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, to discuss a variety of topics related to wolf management. Next slide, please, Kirk. So right off the bat, I think one of the things you'll notice is that many of the best practices, again, that I described earlier from the literature, they were also echoed in these conversations with staff from other states, especially when public involvement or stakeholder engagement was discussed. So now, again, and Eric kind of hit on this, the context of how they came to manage wolves were different. Wolves were reintroduced by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Idaho and Yellowstone. Other states like California, Oregon, Washington, Montana had wolves migrate to the state. And there were also differences with respect to stakeholder engagement. For example, some states conducted public involvement planning process prior to even knowing that they had wolf populations. But really, despite these differences, there were several common themes from staff conversations that I wanted to share today. So the first theme was, and it was actually more of a recommendation, was to engage interested stakeholders in the management planning early in the process. So again, one of those best practices. Almost all of the Western states had some type of stakeholder advisory board, and these groups convened representatives from really a broad range of interest areas, including ranching and hunting and wildlife advocacy. States who used an advisory board indicated it was really important to have group members at the table that wanted to be there. They wanted to collaborate because they wanted to reach this broader goal. Because again, successful management outcomes often hinge on participants actually being engaged in the process. The majority of states also hired an external facilitator, and they recommended having some ground rules for advisory groups to achieve process goals. The vast majority of states indicated that SE processes, they needed to be built on trust, and they expressed the need for transparency throughout the entire process, which in some cases included having an open process, having advisory group meetings made public, and then posting proceedings online so people can access them. Next slide, please.
Hey, Mike.
Yep.
This is Marvin. We're going to run out of time, and I'd really like to make sure our commissioners have an opportunity to give you some questions. So could you kind of move through these last couple slides pretty quickly, please?
Will do.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet. So I think the last thing I'd like to at least mention on the last slide of the Western states is that they really had the idea that human dimension surveys, social science tools can add valuable process and information to help decision makers understand where the representative population's at on wolves versus kind of more general public comment. And actually, you know what, Kirk, let's go to the last slide. I wanted to summarize this and kind of end on this slide because these are the commonalities from the literature and from conversations we've had with states. There's really no one size fits all approach, but there are a suite of benefits that resource managers can incorporate to successfully accomplish their goals and meet trust responsibilities. In terms of goals, it's important to have social goals included and that the process be included as a goal in and of itself and make that transparent. On their own, biological and ecological goals, they're really important, but they're going to be less impactful if they aren't vetted or even sometimes co-developed with stakeholders. The local context is really, really important. And if it's understood at the outset, it can lead to more equitable processes, more robust programs, and ultimately more successful, legitimate outcomes. Clear communication and transparency in both the approach and the objectives are really important factors. And overall, the best practices identified in the literature share similarities with principles of good governance, things like fair or just representation and inclusion of multiple perspectives. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments before turning it over to Assistant Director DeWalt.
Sure. We'll start with Commissioner Greenberg.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel, and thank you so much for that presentation. It was really, just like all the presentations this morning, just shows what professionalism and expertise there is on the CPW staff. So I wanted to take this time because I have to leave for the bulk of the rest of the meeting, which I know there's a lot of important stuff ahead for the commission. And say, of course, you as voting members, of course, have always tough decisions in front of you, and respect the extent to which the questions this morning and conversation, I think, have really reflected just really deep thoughtfulness amongst the commission and staff in terms of what developing this looks like. And this last presentation in terms of stakeholder engagement is certainly indicative of that as well. And I would just, I've been reading the hundreds of emails that we've all gotten as well, still coming in right now as we meet. And, of course, there's a lot of concerns and questions in there. But one thing I have heard is that folks are willing to be at the table. And, I think that's meaningful, of course, for us as a Department of Ag to hear that from West Slopers, from landowners, from rural residents, that they're willing to be at the table. And, I think however the commission decides to move forward on this, I think we can be heartened to know that our ability to engage with the folks who will be sort of living with our decisions, we will have lots of opportunity there. And Mike, I think what you just laid out was incredibly helpful to understand how we can move forward in a way that works toward greater trust with our stakeholder communities that we serve every day. So with that, just sort of no question, I just wanted to say that, to say thank you. Very much appreciate some of the other questions that I had on my list that were answered around our ability to serve the landowners through the various components of 114, especially thinking out beyond compensation for depredation and all the other sort of cost burdens that landowners are going to be absorbing in this process. So with that, I will have to duck out. Appreciate everyone's time and thoughtful consideration as always.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Greenberg. Thank you for the comments and for participating this morning. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And great presentation there, Mike. Appreciate it. Comment and question. So I've participated in a number of stakeholder collaboratives over the years, a very large amount of my adult life, and a lot of the points that you made hold true from a personal level, as well as what we've heard about directly from folks that have engaged in stakeholder processes around wolves in other states. There needs to be a level of trust in the process, and everything is born from there, good or bad. And that involves a lot of the things that you said, but particularly you mentioned several times the importance of incorporating local knowledge, context, and expertise into the process. And so I absolutely agree that not just those views, but that knowledge needs to be represented. And I'm wondering, how do we incorporate those experts in CPW, which is the field staff? What does that incorporation look like to help inform the process to ensure that the DWMs, the techs, the folks that are on the ground in the communities on a daily basis are able to help inform the way that we need to do this?
I mean, that's a great question, Commissioner Schaefer. And I'm irrespective of the proposed plan that Assistant Director DeWalt's going to discuss. I mean, I think some of the ways we do that, and I tried to hit on it a couple times, is making sure that this process isn't just kind of identified and clear, but making sure it's transparent to those who are interested and the ways that we communicate that out, and making sure that DWMs and locals, living in certain areas are involved, or at least that they know about the process if they want to be involved. That's another important piece, giving them that opportunity to access and be part of it. So, I mean, kind of from a high level, that you're right, those are really, really important points. And those are certainly things that, we'll do our best, to incorporate that local knowledge. And, the tool or the approach that we use is, again, not speaking about our plan, there are different ways you can kind of select certain things that are part of a process to engage different audiences, right? And so, and I know just Assistant Director DeWalt will discuss some of those from our plan. But your point is well taken. We do need to incorporate that local knowledge, and hopefully, it will.
Thank you, Mike. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, I'm curious, and this, kind of directly the situation we find ourselves in is, what strategies would you recommend when one side that's happy with the status quo would not benefit might be the wrong word, but is not concerned with delay, and might hope that delay takes place long enough, so say they win an election or something outside the world, but they don't want the process to actually succeed. And the other side is saying, let's succeed now because we want to change the status quo. And I see a power dynamic with one side benefiting from delay that makes these stakeholder processes potentially problematic if someone's just trying to drag their feet along the line. How do you deal with that?
Sure. I mean,
it could be the other way around as well. I just would say, Commissioner Touchton, it could be the other way around as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Hauser, it's a very good point. I think one of the things, at least from the literature that I've gleaned, is this idea of kind of collaborative goal setting. If people, specifically in situations, if they know that there's a collective goal in mind, at the end of the day, there's this, regardless of, the time frame kind of they're working on in a specific natural resource scenario, it's really important. It's not enough to get people to the table and give them voice. They need to know that it's going to be meaningful. And, I think it's critical, getting them to say, all right, where is there areas of overlap between what our end objective or outcome is? And if it's this, how do we work toward that? And again, I think having a facilitator, in those processes, similar to Commissioner Schaefer's point, getting the local knowledge and getting different groups ready to go, I think helps, regardless of kind of the time frame of folks wanting it quicker, others wanting to delay. I think finding that mutual common ground is going to be really important.
Thank you, Mike. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello. This has been incredible. I actually had some questions around best practices as it relates to stakeholder engagement and the points you raised around being efficient and being effective. One of the issues that I'm facing, both as a commissioner for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, as well as a volunteer co-lead for Outdoor Afro Colorado, is, although I appreciate getting involved and engaged and invited, particularly, as I said, more so not on the Outdoor Afro side, although I appreciate the opportunity to engage, what I am finding is some efficiency issues, which is to say, right now on the calls that we've had over the last day and a half, I'm feeling compelled to make sure we have representation from Outdoor Afro at state wildlife area meetings, at the the sports persons caucuses, at the Partner in the Outdoors conferences, at the herd management sections, the sports persons roundtables. There are significant number of mechanisms of engagement that currently exist for the agencies. And I'm wondering, and I actually looked around the evidence base because it's something I think that is going to be emerging, but an oversampling, if you will, coming from, especially as it relates to historically marginalized communities. We're asking people to serve on Fisher's Peak is another one. I'm also having concerns around having the cost of an uncoordinated stakeholder engagement effort as an agency. I've raised this issue a number of times since I arrived at the agency because I noticed that we were really working so hard to engage. And I also noticed about 70 or 80% of the organizations that we engage with are similar across issue. So I'm just wondering how we can explore efficiencies in how we are identifying this process. And I urge us to think about our agency's stakeholder engagement process. I'm also really hearing this piece on trust, and obviously trust is an issue as evidenced by the fact that we're being sued. And so I'm getting a sense that people are wanting this longer process because, we want to build that trust. But, another piece of that trust that I'm noticing is people, and I'm speaking specifically from many of the organizations that I have the privileges of being a part of here in Colorado that are racially and ethnically led, is that our leadership does not reflect the racial and ethnic diversity of our state, right? So it's harder to trust when we don't have representation on staff and on leadership. And so again, my concern is around efficiencies and effectiveness. My concerns are overstretching people who are already overstretched. And I look forward to hearing more about how the agencies can potentially leverage existing mechanisms for stakeholder engagements. I'm envisioning even a revisioning of our Partners in the Outdoors conference as a major hub for us to gather that information. I am capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time, which is to say I'm able to have a conversation about a combination of issues that I care about instead of having these isolated issue meetings all over the place, all over the schedule. So again, I want us to be mindful of the bandwidth of staff, of commissioners, of historically marginalized communities when we're talking about these intensified advisory groups, stakeholder councils, et cetera. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for a great presentation. We've had an enormous amount of email. And with that said, there's 64 counties in Colorado with only 13 voting for this issue, and all of those were metropolises. While rural Colorado accepts this, or the introduction, we need to proceed carefully and not divide rural and urban Colorado. Colorado has over 50% private land, and wildlife rely on that. Stakeholders need to be heard, and we need to work many in-person meetings to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Maybe you could follow up on that comment with a question to you, Mike. So obviously we're in this still COVID, not quite post-COVID world. In terms of the previous states, what kind of timeline did they have with regards to stakeholder engagement in thinking about what they did, and how, if you all thought, or have you thought about how we can execute that with more what I see in the public comment being provided to me and to the commissioners, more face-to-face type opportunities versus ones that are more virtual, like our meeting here today. Have you all put some thought into that, how we can accomplish both engaging those stakeholders, I'll call it in multiple forums, and what's the timeline for executing upon something like that?
It's a great question, Chairman McDaniel. I actually wasn't in the conversations with the states, but my colleagues Jody Kennedy and Katie Lanter were, and I think they could probably speak better to what the timeline other states were working with and kind of some of the specifics that they were doing. So Katie and Jody, I don't know if you have something to add. Give it a sec.
Good morning, this is Jody Kennedy, Public Involvement and Planning Specialist of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Chairman, Commissioners. I believe that CPW did pull together kind of the timelines for other states and their planning processes. I do not have those up in front of me, but that is information I could certainly share with you all later. If my memory is working correctly, I do think they sort of fell in the range of 2 to 5 years for those planning processes. But again, I know that we actually pulled those numbers to look at those timelines for those other states. So we should be able to get that information to you fairly quickly.
Thank you, Jody. I'd appreciate that. I think that'd be good background for all of us to kind of understand, learning from others. I don't see any other questions for you at this point, Mike. Thank you very much for the information provided to us today. With regards to stakeholder engagement.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, Chairman McDaniel, I did not receive a response to my question about if there's an emerging issue around the evidence base related to historically marginalized communities and the oversampling of those who have been historically marginalized. This is a recent, I'm noticing this over the last 2 years. I've seen a significant increase. And you can ask any BIPOC, Black, Indigenous person of color and ask them how many things have they been invited to enjoy an advisory council for free, usually, might I add. And so just curious to hear from Mike, and I'm sorry, I can't recall your last name, and we've had so many conversations before, but curious to hear what you're seeing in the evidence base, or if you're seeing anything, and if you would be willing to look into that, because as I said, I'm feeling it anecdotally, but I'm curious if the evidence base is reflecting that.
Certainly, Commissioner Adams. I mean, one of the documents that I pulled from, and it's not in terms of evidence base, but in terms of best practices in engaging underserved or underrepresented communities, is from the Colorado Equity Alliance, and specifically though in their Community Partnership Principles Guide. And I think you're right. We will tend to default and pull on groups that we've been working with, and so some of their best practices talk about budgeting for community engagement and then specifically compensating for community engagement. And so these are some of the best practices in the literature that we know of. Others, that you know of in terms of language access, in terms of gathering data before new projects are designed. And I think one of the things too is really meeting people where they are. And if we rely on our partnerships, having those discussions. Do you have the bandwidth? Do you recommend someone else? Those are ways I think that we can kind of build in best practices as well.
I appreciate that follow-up, Mike. And has the agency conducted any analyses of our stakeholder engagement practices?
I'm not sure. I can't speak to that, Commissioner Adams. I can certainly look into it for you.
I definitely appreciate that. Do we have a database of all the stakeholder engagement processes that we have operating currently?
Similar. I'm not sure. Jody, I don't know if you're aware of that.
Sure. Again, Jody Kennedy. I would like to go back to Chairman McDaniel's question about looking at other state processes. It was brought to my attention.
I'm sorry. If you wouldn't mind answering the question that I asked before you go back. I'm on this train and I'm really just trying to tie this knot. So does the agency have a database or list of all of the stakeholder engagement initiatives and efforts that we're doing right now?
We do track the public
and all the organizations that we're involved in. Could we get an analysis?
I'm not sure what you're looking for an analysis, but we track.
For example, the outputs and outcomes, the number of meetings, the number of engagement, things like that. If possible, again, I'm just asking as I'm trying to gather the necessary information needed to make a data-driven decision. So I apologize if I've made any missteps here. I'm really just trying to listen and learn. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, let's let Jody answer the question first. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Commissioner, Adams, yes, we do keep track of the public involvement processes we have going. And you know, as you can imagine, those look really different depending on the process, and there are numerous going on across the state at all times. But we keep track, you know, the number of touch points we have with the public, whether it's through public meetings or newsletter communications or advisory boards and committees. We do track those efforts.
And do we have that by organization? I'm just curious again. And again, Jody, we've worked and we've talked. I definitely know your team is doing a Herculean effort. And so really, again, I'm just looking for those efficiencies because I'm feeling overstretched. And my concern, as I mentioned, is that this is not the only project we're working on. So how do we make sure that we're being efficient as possible in light of the increased demands of our agency? Thank you.
Absolutely. It's a good point. And yes, having helped staff several advisory boards throughout our agency, you know, you see some familiar faces, and we recognize that that is asking a lot of our volunteers. So I hope that answers your question. I do, before I forget, I wanted to raise awareness back to the point regarding looking at other state planning processes and the length of time that those states spent to put together their management plans. And I believe I now understand that those materials were shared in your packet. And so if you look back in the materials that you received, I believe it's item number 29.
Thank you, Jody. I remember seeing some of those, but it was hard to kind of decipher the differences between, I'll call it the separation between the stakeholder engagement and some of the specific techniques used there versus some of the other things that are going on during the reintroduction. So, but I'll go back and take a look some more about that and see if I can separate that a little bit more. I have Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you. Mike, I had a different question about impacts on the stakeholder or successful stakeholder process. And one of the things that's suggested in some of the later discussions is that we have an application process to basically apply to be a stakeholder. And I sort of had, you know, it's a compound question, but what do you think of that? An application process? I guess the alternative is CPW, we just guess who we think the stakeholders are. So my initial reaction is to gravitate toward an application process. But I've also heard that an application process can further disadvantage groups that are historically marginalized because they don't hear about the application process, or it's just one more thing they've got to deal with. And so whether we want a combination process where, like, say, well-organized interest groups, environmental groups, or Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, et cetera, apply to see who that representative will be, but we automatically invite some of the groups that we haven't heard from for that much, maybe tribes or other communities that we don't see in our stakeholder process. So I'm just kind of curious about how we go about bringing people to the table and what you think of an application process versus us guessing who we should invite.
Certainly, it's a really good question. And it's interesting that this didn't really come up a ton in the literature on natural resource management, even kind of urban rural planning in terms of how you select candidates. But it's certainly one of the big barriers and sticking points is if it's not an equitable process, like you said, it might actually disenfranchise some groups that aren't going to even know about the process. So I think it's, you know, it's regardless of the kind of application process or not, it is imperative that we do our due diligence and certainly try to hear from as many stakeholder groups as we can. And, you know, that starts certainly from discussions with as many folks and partners as we have. I know that Assistant Director Walt is going to discuss kind of our plan. And again, Jody, I don't mean to put you on the hot seat, but there's really nothing in the body of literature about is this the way to go or not. I would certainly say that one of the best practices is using multiple tools and multiple approaches to, one, get the word out that this is actually happening if people are interested. And so speaking to, you know, whether it's advantageous or not, I think, again, similar to a lot of tools, and I don't mean to fall on the easy answer, but it's kind of unclear. There are pros and there are cons. So I think multiple methods and tools would be helpful in this situation.
Pardon me, before you go to that, Judy, we really need to close this section. So we've got over 30 people ready to make public comment as we get into the next section here. So unless anyone wants to make some final comment, I think we should just go ahead and move forward if you don't mind. And finish.
McDaniel, you have Commissioner Hauser.
I think she took her hand down.
I was going to take one for the team, but that's up to the chairman.
Thank you. So I'd like to move forward and finish here item number 28. Let's move to item number 29. And we have Reed DeWalt, who's our Assistant Director of long title, Aquatic, Terrestrial, and Natural Resources. So Reed, are you there? And can we move into your section, please, with regards to the actual planning and process?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen real quickly and make sure I get that correct. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, Mr. Chair, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Prenslow, and Commissioners. My name is Reed DeWalt, and I'm the Assistant Director for Aquatics, Terrestrial, and Natural Resources for CPW. I'm also the designated project lead for the wolf restoration project. I'm honored to be before you today to present a proposed process for the implementation of Proposition 114. Before I start, I would like to give you and the audience a brief background of my CPW career. I was hired in 1998 by then DOW, Division of Wildlife, as a District Wildlife Manager in the Black Forest District in the Colorado Springs area. In 2006, I was promoted to Area Wildlife Manager over Area 1, which includes Jefferson, Park, Gilpin, and Clear Creek counties. After that, I was promoted for a few months to Acting Hatchery Manager and oversaw the management of our 19 state fish hatcheries. 5 years ago, I was promoted to the Assistant Director position, which now in which I now serve. I've certainly enjoyed the challenge of leading a branch of over 200 employees of diverse job classes and various geographies across the state. Throughout my career, one of my best accomplishments or favorite accomplishments was being included in the National Conservation Leader Institute Cohort 12. I thought a brief background might be helpful as we're going to be spending a lot of time together in the coming years. I would also be remiss to start my presentation without a huge thank you to the incredible CPW staff who have already spent hundreds, if not thousands, of collective hours on this important topic. As you've seen this morning, our bench is deep, and it's good to have those staff on board. So much thank you to Eric Odell and Dr. Mike Kortuch for their presentations. And it is because of this tremendously talented staff that I'm confident we will do an excellent job in the implementation of this historic restoration project. As you know, Colorado citizens voted Proposition 114 into statute on November 3rd, 2020. The proposition directs the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission to develop a plan to restore and manage gray wolves in Colorado by December 31st, 2023. My presentation today will focus on a proposed planning process that we feel will effectively and efficiently accomplish the development of the restoration and management plan, as well as the vitally important public outreach and communication required in a restoration effort of this magnitude. As mentioned before, over the last several months, CPW staff and leadership have had very informative conversations with relevant staff from the 6 Western wildlife management agencies that have gone through a process to develop wolf management plans of their own. We have taken what we feel are the best parts of many of those plans in the development of the plan I am presenting today. We have also used many years of CPW public stakeholder process and added our experiences into the plan. As mentioned before, and one thing I would like to note again, is that every state that we talk to has done wolf restoration differently, and that they now all have wolves on the ground. So there is an end in sight. The main objectives of our proposed planning and outreach strategy are gathering and sharing information to build public awareness and promote engagement across the state, design and implement an inclusive and transparent process to meet requirements outlined in Proposition 114, collaborate with technical experts and diverse stakeholders to share knowledge and draft management and conservation strategies. And finally, foster commitment and collaboration towards plan implementation. So who is involved in the upcoming planning and implementation around proposition or initiative 114? First off, you, the Parks and Wildlife Commission. The Parks and Wildlife Commission will serve as the decision-making body for the development of the plan. This role will include three primary responsibilities. One, to consider options for public involvement and approve the public involvement process to develop the plan. Two, to receive input from CPW staff, public, stakeholders, and technical experts and provide feedback on draft management concepts and strategies. And three, to approve the final plan. Parks and Wildlife Commission will also monitor the process and products throughout and provide feedback and guidance as necessary. It will be in the purview of the Parks and Wildlife Commission to either slow down or speed up the planning process as necessary. The Parks and Wildlife Commission will convene two groups in consultation with CPW to support the management planning process. One being a technical working group and two being a stakeholder advisory group. It is important to note that we propose these groups being advisory bodies to the Parks and Wildlife Commission. We do not envision them as decision-making bodies, nor would they have the authority on wolf management policy, research, or operations, as these are duties of this body and the CPW director. Take a minute to describe the technical working group a little bit. So the technical working group with CPW staff, as well as other state and federal agency experts, will convene to provide scientific-based information to inform the development of the plan. So two functions of the technical working group that we foresee will be the proposing of conservation objectives and management strategies that CPW will incorporate into a draft plan. As discussed this morning, things like the who, what, when, where, and why will be important for this technical group to tackle, as it will be the damage prevention and compensation program associated around this restoration initiative. So the technical working group will share information with the stakeholder advisory group throughout the planning process, including the development of draft management strategies and actions for stakeholder review. The CPW director, in consultation with the Parks and Wildlife Commission, will approve members of the technical working group, and member representation may include, but not limited to, certainly Colorado Parks and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, USDA Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, USDA U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, Colorado Department of Agriculture, our important tribal representation in the state, other state and federal agencies as deemed appropriate. We also see a role for a Parks and Wildlife Commissioner to be on this body as an ex officio non-voting member. Another aspect of this technical working group would be the inclusion of several work subgroups as deemed necessary by the group, such as communications, implementation and research, local and landowner outreach, damage, compensation, wolf and ungulate interaction, research funding, finance, and others as deemed necessary. It will be very important for this technical working group to not get bogged down so that they move through topics quickly and effectively. The second group I'd like to talk about is the Stakeholder Advisory Group. The Stakeholder Advisory Group, with a broad range of interests in wolves and wolf management and conservation, will be convened to support the development of draft strategies by providing consensus recommendations to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, with dissenting views being captured. The technical working group will be responsible for the content of the plan, while the Stakeholder Advisory Group will be provided opportunities to make substantive contributions for consideration. Where the Stakeholder Advisory Group is able to achieve consensus on conservation objectives or management strategies, their input will receive priority consideration. So the CPW director, in consultation with the Parks and Wildlife Commission, will approve the appointments to the Stakeholder Advisory Group following an application and review process coordinated by CPW, as was just discussed in the previous presentation. The external facilitator that we are proposing may also have a role in coordinating this process. CPW will seek a diverse and inclusive membership that is balanced between interest areas. Member representation may include, and the emphasis on may, stakeholders representing wolf advocacy groups, livestock producers, representatives of local or county government, members at large or representatives as general citizens, representatives of environmental interests, sports persons, academic institutions or cooperative extension, and then we also have the vision of having a Parks and Wildlife Commissioner on this group, serving as an ex officio non-voting member. We also see a role for the Executive Director of DNR or their designee as an ex officio non-working or non-voting member, as well as the Director of CPW or their designee. We also would like to see the Commissioner of Agriculture or their designee as an ex officio non-voting member. It will also be important for this advisory group to move quickly with the end result constantly in sight. It is recommended that this group be no more than 14 or 15 individuals so that they can work effectively. We also feel that this group should have a few aspects to it, one being inclusive representation from diverse backgrounds, perspectives, and geographic regions in Colorado, and familiarity or interest in wolf management and conservation. We also feel that they should have diverse wolf management interests, including conservation, advocacy, education, hunting or trapping, recreation, livestock, socioeconomic, and finally, composure and respect in working with those different experiences, backgrounds, and perspectives. The next group that we envision being involved in this process would be a professional facilitator. And we are proposing an external facilitator being contracted to run the stakeholder advisory group and the technical working group meetings, as well as statewide hearings and other engagement forums and public comment opportunities in coordination with CPW staff. We feel that this position is a key position in our plan for the ultimate success of the planning process. CPW staff will also be heavily involved in this process, as you would expect. And CPW staff would be primarily responsible for developing language for the plan based on input from the technical work group and the stakeholder advisory group. We do see CPW staff being represented as members of the technical working group and the various technical subgroups. And the final group, but not necessarily the last group in order of importance at all, probably the most important group as we envision it, would be the inclusion of the general public. We see the general public having several opportunities to comment. First, during what we envision as a CPW education and listening tour to be conducted this winter and spring. Second, on a draft management concept plan about midway through the planning process, and a final time on the proposed draft management plan. We envision public engagement opportunities being offered through multiple forums, with attention to including voices from traditionally underrepresented communities. And these could include webinars, online comment forums, public hearings, focus groups, Parks and Wildlife Commission meetings, surveys, and more. CPW will provide regular updates throughout the planning process using a public website, media releases, social media, and by interacting with a maintained email list for interested individuals. So how does this all get done? And what I'm proposing before you is a plan that shows the entire 3-year period being used, but obviously this could be reduced or made shorter as the desire of the commission. I'm commenting on the process and not the timeline, so please note the approximate nature of this presentation. So we envision lots of work being done this spring, and this would be what we consider the first phase of the public planning process. And this phase will focus on building public awareness and obtaining input through an education and listening tour to understand issues perceived to be critical for success. Many of the issues that you brought up during Eric Odell's presentation would be perfect for this public listening tour and education tour. And the main point of this would be to educate both the Wildlife Commission and the public on important wolf-related topics. It would also be important at this time to listen to the public so that we could hear from them as to their opinions on these important topics. So this phase will ensure that we develop a robust process while helping to understand public expectations for content and the planning process. It would also develop trust in the process and identify parties that are interested in the process. So I'm going to refer to the slide specifically right now and some of the boxes there. You will see that we are in box 1, or the top box, and that's where we sit today. The education tour that I'm proposing, or that we're talking about, is to the right, and we see that happening almost immediately following if the commission does approve this process to go forward. Immediately after the approval of a process, we do want to start to engage the stakeholder advisory groups and the technical working groups so that they can be seated very quickly. CPW staff has been working on this issue for months now and will continue to provide support as we go forward. The next step, and we envision this, excuse me, there's a table 1 in the handout that I presented to you as well. I think you should have that, and that's what I'm going through now. The dates in those, again, are approximate and are built for the full 3-year opportunity, but can be changed at the discretion of the commission. So the next step after we would hire, I apologize, in concert with the development of the stakeholder advisory group and the technical working group, we would immediately begin the process to hire the external facilitator and hopefully have them on board by late spring at the latest, so that they can be integral to this planning process. So phase 2, we anticipate kicking off early summer of this year, and this will be the meat of the planning process. So the technical working group and the stakeholder advisory group will have been seated and will be moving forward at that time, and we will start to schedule meetings and have them go about the important work of those groups. Next winter, or next fall or winter, depending on the timeline chosen, we also envision doing a public opinion survey, as Dr. Mike Kortuch explained before as well. But this would be really to gather data on the general population opinions toward wolf conservation and management. And this would be to help inform the technical group and the stakeholder group. So depending on the speed of this group, these processes could be completed next year, or we could use the time to continue the conversations to make sure all voices are heard, and we would look at an extended timeline depending on the will of the commission. So I think I will stop there right now and open it up for clarifying questions that the commission may have. And I also know that Director Gibbs has to leave at noon and would like to address the commission at some point as well.
Perfect. Why don't we let Executive Director Gibbs make his comment first before we move into questions, because we don't know where that might take us. Executive Director Gibbs?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, I really appreciate that presentation, Reed. And I have to leave a little bit earlier today, a little bit before noon, and then I'm planning on hopefully coming back. But I just wanted to weigh in a little bit on the time frame. And you know, you all know we heard from Governor Polis yesterday on the topic of Proposition 114, and you know, he talked about the time frame of wolf management plan and the physical reintroduction of the gray wolf. As Governor Polis mentioned, the timeline envisioned on the ballot measure was proposed before the federal delisting and an unknown administration. But given the outcome of both those factors, he challenged the commission to fulfill this effort ahead of the schedule in a timely and efficient manner. As been mentioned by the governor, we've heard from Director Prinsloo and Chairman McDaniel, the voters have spoken, And it's our job at the DNR and Parks and Wildlife to implement their direction and reintroduce wolves by December 31st, 2023. And you all know Lisa Reynolds kind of went over some of the components that is the big charge for you all within Proposition 114. But, you know, it directs CPW to do a number of things, including one, develop a plan to restore and manage gray wolves in Colorado. Number two, hold statewide hearings to assist in developing this plan. Number three, take the steps necessary to reintroduce wolves on public lands that lie west of the Continental Divide by December 31st, 2023. Number four, oversee ongoing wolf restoration and management, you know, after reintroduction. And five, assist owners of livestock in preventing and resolving conflicts between gray wolves, livestock, as well as reimbursing owners of livestock for losses caused by gray wolves. As Chairman McDaniel mentioned yesterday, we will not relitigate Proposition 114. The directive is clear that we all have. The proposed planning process outlined in Director Prinslow's memo that you all received, in my opinion, it's a starting point. It's based on the ultimate deadline of December 31st, 2023. Director Prinslow can elaborate, but, you know, think that the governor's advice that we don't want to bump up against a deadline, you know, really makes sense. We should devise a course of action that completes the reintroduction within, you know, 2 years or December 2022, or it could lead into, you know, February 2023. We heard Eric Odell talk about the time frame, and let's say we went with December 31st, 2023, and you have that kind of opening within that. There's a good chance things could go not well, and we would be in, you know, 2024, which is not the intent of the voters of Colorado. So under this timeline, the governor mentioned we can provide extensions as necessary to extend public comment or accommodate for unforeseen circumstances and still meet the ultimate deadline set by the voters. We know Coloradans are exceptionally interested in this issue. I definitely appreciate the breadth of comments we've already received regarding the reintroduction of wolves, and encourage Coloradans to engage and share their thoughts. We will conduct extensive public outreach and community meetings in Colorado communities where wolves may be introduced, which I think is extremely important. And then also, I'm a very strong believer and a supporter of an extensive public engagement and hearing from a diversity of stakeholders and citizens as we move forward with this complicated but achievable plan. To that end, it's really the duty, I think, all of us, you know, sitting, I know it's virtually around the table, and CPW staff to implement the voters' direction and will. The road before us is no doubt complex and certainly a tall order, but I'm confident in the professionalism of this agency, its expertise, its leadership. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is definitely the premier wildlife, you know, agency in the nation, and it's my honor to serve the people in Colorado in that capacity as executive director of the Department of Natural Resources and working along those within this particular organization. So you have my utmost confidence. We're on the cusp of many leading initiatives that will continue to set us apart from other state wildlife agencies. The reintroduction of wolves is one of those challenges, and really look forward to working with you all, you know, in this endeavor. You heard from Lisa Reynolds a little bit about, you know, some of the 10J components. I definitely believe that we need to really explore the landscape of what may happen with a federal listing or non-listing. As you all know, it's not listed right now, but for us to really look at, you know, the 10J, if it becomes listed again, or pre-listing 10J. As a former county commissioner, I really understand the impacts of land use decisions. And that flexibility, I believe, is really important moving forward. So I really hope that we will be deliberate, expedient, collaborative, transparent, and inclusive in our work. And as Commissioner Hauser said yesterday, we will do this as Colorado. And I think that's really, really important as we move forward and contemplate next steps. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your flexibility, for allowing me to say, you know, a few words before I have to run at about 12 noon.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. With that, Reed, I think you mentioned that you think we're probably at a good time to at least start fielding a few questions. We move through here. We're going to be pressed for time, but we'll keep going and see how this first section moves through. Folks, hopefully focusing on the process here in terms of their questions. With that, let's begin with Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you. Well, just real quickly on the timeline issue, I completely agree with Director Gibbs that it would be very prudent for us to have a timeline that we can extend if conditions warrant, rather than a timeline that takes us right up to the last day, at the beginning, so that if the slightest hiccup comes, we violate the law and the will of the voters. So I think that the timeline issue is very well said by Director Gibbs. On the process, for Reed, the two groups, the technical working group and the stakeholder advisory group, the memo that Director Prenslow prepared has academics in the stakeholder advisory group. And I was thinking that outside experts, and by academics, I was thinking like wolf experts, would be in the technical advisory group rather than the stakeholder group. The technical advisory group is currently laid out as all state or federal agencies, I think exclusively with also tribal representation. I'd like to see on the technical advisory group what's normally referred to as peer review. Some outside experts, particularly the people from Montana and the states that did this, or the academics that studied what happened up in the Northern Rockies, some of the retired federal folks who were involved in that effort. But I'd like to see that peer review outside expert component in the technical working group as opposed to in the stakeholder group. And the other question, well, I think the other question is probably a timing question, so I'll skip it in the interest of moving forward. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello. I echo Commissioner Tuxton's request of a peer review and the addition of academics in the technical group. I also have the following comments or reflections or questions. One, I have actively been a participant in this type of technical group, advisory group, combined group before. And one of the things that has always struck me is the need for a combined group. So, oftentimes the technocrats and the agency folks are disconnected from those conversations at the stakeholder level. And so you're getting secondhand information via notes and recordings. And so as we think about a way to heal the mistrust that we have in our community for a variety of different reasons, I think one way of healing that could potentially be by having a mechanism where we do have that variety of stakeholders, and perhaps as a part of the stakeholder advisory group. But again, I want to see more touch points across those groups. And I also am really encouraging us to innovate beyond what we have traditionally done in our status quo ways of doing work. I also want to just raise the issue around the tribal representation. It seems very vague. We have established tribal council, and I'm curious what role they will play in this. I also raised this issue yesterday when we were talking with Governor Polis about the lack of representation by Indigenous peoples on our commission. It is essential that we represent our tribal constituents and stakeholders to ensure that our Southern Ute and the other tribes and affiliated tribes whose land we have the opportunity and the responsibility now to steward. I also had a question about the subgroups. I noticed in the technical review group that there was subgroups for communications, and I urge us to consider including public members as a part of the communications component. Again, illustrating and elevating the lack of diversity, specifically racial and ethnic, in our current communications division. It will be essential that we have not only expertise from historically marginalized communities that have expertise in communication, but we also have a nice cross section. This is also a great way for us to consider how we can more meaningfully engage those who are in lower income strata. I also want to follow up on the question about, I didn't see, and maybe I missed, again, hundreds of pages of reading, but I didn't see compensation mentioned at all in this. And I'm curious, as we think about stakeholder engagement and going back to what I said about historically marginalized community being overstretched now and undercompensated for the expertise and perspective that we bring to the table. We're not just bringing our lived experience, we have expertise that we're bringing to the table, and that needs to be appropriately compensated. Just checking, and then my other questions are around the timeline, which I will wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you. I don't know whether there were. Commissioner Adams was waiting for answers to her questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Based on anything I shared, does the staff have any questions related to issues I've raised around the technical group, compensation, the role of Indigenous peoples? I'm also happy to get responses afterwards. I recognize that, you know, we have a lot on the table. So if there's time or need for additional time to respond, I'm happy to hear Commissioner Hauser's question.
We do have a time response, but at the same time, Reed, if you have any feedback that you want to provide now, that'd be great. If not, I will move on and we'll take Commissioner Hauser's comments.
Commissioner McDaniel, I see the Director Prenslow is off mute. I don't know if he wants to comment on this.
He's volunteering. All
I
right.
can take some of that. I'm not sure I'll hit all of them, but I think I heard Assistant Director DeWalt talk about Native Americans and broadening our group. And so I think that would be that answer. We've not contemplated, but I don't really I don't believe we're going to think about contemplating paying people on the subgroup. But has not been contemplated. I guess if that would be the wish of the whole commission, we can talk about that, but don't believe we've ever paid for a stakeholder work group before. And I'm sorry about the third one. I don't recall the third question.
Tribal and Indigenous. Sorry, I think that's the third one, right?
That was marginally answered, although I would love to see more specifics beyond tribal representative. I think we really need to unpack that and be, again, very intentional and proactive about the existing relationships that we have in our tribal communities and ensuring that we have the appropriate messenger and champion to support and lead the work. I asked, as it related to the subgroups for the technical work group, there was a subgroup on communications, and my question was, had there been considerations or conversations around including stakeholders as a part of that communications subgroup, since this is a technical working group subgroup?
That I think maybe Assistant Director Truitt can answer.
Thank you, Director, Commissioners, Chair Lauren Truitt, Assistant Director for Information and Education. Commissioner Adams, thank you for the question. None of these true technical groups have been fleshed out, although we have some general construct around the communication subgroup and technical group. I have not really put people on that group yet. However, to your question of outside stakeholder, it is not my intention to not have outside stakeholders as part of that. I think that is going to be critical as we move through this process.
Thank you so much, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren. Commissioner Hauser, I believe, was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try to be quick. A couple of these read are hopefully rapid fire. Facilitator, when does the facilitator come online? And where does the budget come for that? Those can be pretty costly, and particularly if they're done well and done right. I'm just curious about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. We anticipate if this process is approved today that we would start that ASAP, draft the RFA and send it out to bid as soon as possible. It does need to be out for notice for at least 30 days. And then the state contracting process would take priority then. But hopefully by the beginning of summer, we would have it wrapped up and that person would be on board. As far as funding, I think that's a question that I don't have an answer to right now. And that's a very important question, but I don't have the question or the answer to that question.
Well, and sort of the chicken egg on this is that oftentimes if you have a facilitator involved on the very front end, they're helping craft this process. So, you know, recognizing that what you presented might have to be iterative when a facilitator comes on board, you know, just something to think about. Agree on with a number of the comments that have already been made around engagement. And I just, you know, some of the low-hanging fruit. I mean, we've had hundreds and hundreds of emails the last couple of days. I assume that we capture all of those, you know, email addresses and the individuals that have written to us on all sides of this equation. We have folks that have participated in Partners in the Outdoors. We've got so many ways of outreach. That doesn't suggest that, I mean, those are folks that are sort of tuned in. We need to be really thoughtful about those that might not be in sort of that broader stakeholder group. But I would hope, and I don't know whether it's Jody or others, that however we have captured in a database any single individual who has written in, has expressed any kind of comment about this topic, that we would have a way to communicate with them in some form. So that's maybe not a question, but a statement. And then I have visited a little bit with Executive Director Gibbs and Director Prenslow a little bit on the notion of sort of honorary chairs of this process. And I don't mean that in just to sort of title and on a piece of paper, but in the spirit of building trust and crafting a process that really does engender trust on the front end. I just wonder if there might be ways, there are some really remarkable leaders across our state that might be part of, whether it's the kind of honorary chairs of that stakeholder group, or to, I think it was Commissioner Adams said, you know, whether it's that quote committee of the whole concept, you know, where those groups come together. I would hope that we would think about who that might be. And then on the notion of sort of compensation, Dan Gibbs and I were talking at some point along the way. There's lots of blue ribbon commissions. There's lots of these kind of processes that take place, and they are costly for people that are not employed by the Nature Conservancy or some organization that might reimburse them. You know, there are direct costs. And so, you know, whether that's an honorarium or that's an optional, I wonder if this might be a role for GOCO. Sorry to just throw that out there. There might be some opportunity there. You know, I think that we do need to think about that, because if we're really going to be inclusive on this and there are direct costs for people to be involved, it might just be something to throw in the mix. And obviously the big sort of elephant in the room is who's paying for all of this, because I think the costs related to this are going to be greater than anybody anticipated. The other thing, I've mentioned WAFWA a couple times. I would hope that we would engage, you know, in some sort of advisory way. And Reed, you probably already have this in your mix, but we are not recreating the wheel on this. You know, there's other states that have done this. And so wouldn't we have some, you know, advisory, whatever we want to call that, you know, even commissioners from other states. You know, we've heard from Arizona, who's, you know, there's one, the current chair of the commission has been on that commission for 10 years and has some incredible wisdom around some of this stuff. So whether it's a commissioner or staff from those states or people that were involved in a stakeholder process, let's take the very best of what other states learned and also what they didn't go well. I mean, that there may be some real benefit to what didn't go well in that regard as well. So I think those are my comments. There were probably a couple of questions baked into that, Reed, if you want to comment, but I'm also happy to be done and turn it over to the next person.
Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hauser. I think those are all very pertinent comments. I'm trying to figure out where your questions were, but I'll respond to a couple of things. I think your comment about the facilitator is an important one, and that's what we designed into this presentation, was that we were not getting too prescriptive about the process at the time. I think there's lots of room for us to get the facilitator on board and then for them to help us with that. We did not want to handcuff or limit the ability of the facilitator to help us craft this efficient process. So that we purposely did that. I think there's lots of comments similar to Commissioner Adams' comments of things that this body and CPW staff can continue to flesh out and put around the structure of this outreach process.
Then maybe, sorry, go ahead, Reed.
Oh, go ahead.
It's a tangent to what you're probably going to say. So if you're closing that out.
I think your comment too about having, I can't rephrase it exactly how you did, but maybe somebody who is a figure that can lead this collaboratively, that is not the facilitator, I think is a good thing to consider. And I understand what you're saying. I do think we would need a facilitator to help with just the incredible workload that's going to come around these processes, to do the meetings, the meeting minutes, setting up meetings, help with just the communication between the groups. But your idea of having sort of a figurehead to lead this process, I think, is one that is very valid and one we should consider as well.
Yeah, or more than one. I don't know that it needs to be just one. Sorry, my last little note that I had was if you could somehow in your kind of your flow chart help us also understand, I asked this question yesterday, where do we think about the fact that we do have wolves on the ground already in Northwest Colorado? And so sort of how does this process play out with that sort of kind of natural evolution that will be happening kind of in parallel? So no need to answer on that, but for me, it'd be helpful to understand that as we go along. Where are there any points of intersection? How do we wrestle with that? What are the opportunities as well? So just flagging it for you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And certainly I'll just briefly respond. I do think they run in parallel, and we are working internally for the management of wolves on the ground. And a lot of those questions revolve around damage compensation and those type of issues. Corey Chick is leading an internal group on the damage prevention and control type topics right now. So we're working with that on the current wolves on the ground, but then also the work of this working group and the stakeholder group will create a damage prevention compensation program that would work for both the reintroduced wolves and the wolves that are on the ground. So there's several touch points here. So, and to your comment about coordination with the other Western states, I know you're very familiar with WAFWA, and just so you know, we have that relationship as well with the wildlife chiefs and assistant directors, and it's almost weekly, if not daily, that we're in communication with our other agencies, and we're very grateful for their support, especially on the wolf issue. We've been reaching out to them constantly for months now.
Yeah, I assume that. I think the public would help. I think it would help for the public to know that. Yeah. That there's sort of that crossover and that opportunity to kind of merge some of these efforts. So in the sort of marketing and public relations side of it.
Okay, let's move forward. We have a whole list of folks who have some more questions for you, Reed. Before I do, though, I see Director Prenslow has his hands up as well. And I wasn't sure whether it was to add more background or to talk about the process and what we're doing here today, Dan. So let me give you the floor first.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll save any comments for process maybe later, but I just want to follow up with the second part of maybe it was Commissioner Hauser's question on the funding. I don't think I'll need to go to Justin on that, but if we don't get donations or are not afforded some other type of state funds, i.e. general funds or whatever, the payment of facilitator, restoration, damage, and all that, as was described this morning, falls to our budget.
Thank you, Director Prenslow. I'm probably remiss to add, not doing this at the beginning. In this particular item, again, this is an action item for us. We will get to the end of this, and what is being requested from us is a motion to make this planning process move forward. A skeleton that it is, and much more to be fleshed out to it as we move along. And it's a difficult, I think, high wire act for us today to move between not diving too deep and micromanaging the process itself, since obviously the agencies had limited time to put this together, but they want to get started, which is really admirable, and say, let's get a process at least approved by this commission moving forward, obviously with the opportunity for it to be updated in the future, which in fact is actually required by the legislation itself, that continual updates be made. So anyway, I know we're trying to walk that line here today, get enough information to move forward with an action, yet at the same time not dive too deeply, such that we don't get to our ultimate outcome of being ready to at least take some action on it, whether it be approval or denial with regards to the process itself. So a reminder about that, that's what we're driving to. With that, let's move to Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. And thank you, Reed, for the extremely thorough presentation. Really impressed with how much you're able to get done in a relatively short period of time. My one concern with the timeline as presented was in relation to Eric Odell's presentation, indicating the December, January on-ground kind of ideal window. I just have concerns of it being met if the January ends up being, that would be 2024 according to this timeline. So one concern on timeline from the presentation. Really, my biggest question and concern is around budget. Thank you for Commissioner Hauser for bringing that up, as well as Director Prenslow. I heard early in your presentation you said something around spending 1,000 hours so far on this. And I know Regional Manager Ramatsky and others are already spending so much time on this. Is there something that we can push to getting budget allocated from somewhere, not just for the process, but also maybe to bring on some temporary staff? If this is a substantial portion of what so much of our team is working on, I have concerns that it's going to have implications in other wildlife management that is already just part of what we do. Then my last comment around commissioner engagement in the process would just ask that we make sure that we are looking to West Slope commissioners so that we can help to bring people to the table that are going to be most impacted by wolves on the ground, and as well as the agriculture community, and underscoring the importance of CDA playing a role in the decision as presented here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. I think I want to go back, Reed. Let me, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, Director Prenslow, that funding question I think is one probably most appropriately addressed by you before Reed adds commentary.
Yes, I'm trying to track. There were 2 or 3 questions in there, timing and budget. But I will tell you that we're just starting in this, but Reed is not inaccurate whatsoever, as always, that we're spending hundreds and thousands of hours, and yet we have lots of responsibilities. So it's not an if or and. We will get this done, and we will get the rest of our job done. But to believe that we can drop everything and not do our jobs and only accomplish this would be, well, you'd fire me over that. Let's put it that way. So I do believe we'll have, we already have staff pinch points, and I know the finances it's a tougher question to answer. So we may or may not have the money, but there's a lot of opinions on what color of money should be used. And quite frankly, when you're talking about whether it's facilitators, damage, or private landowners, and a long-term restoration, of a species or management, I think for just one entity to bear that cost was not realistic. That's my opinion, but that's not what the law says today. We are transitioning to crowdsourcing for donations, but I don't believe I'm naive enough, I would use that word, to think that will pay. It might pay for a little bit on the front end, but it will not pay for the management and the restoration and damage in the long run. And I personally would rather not manage to a wish and a hope. I love the help, but that will not be, that's not a sustainable option. And so I think, I would look for our help from our legislative body, crowdsourcing, and we have our own budgets that I think, can and should be used at levels that are appropriate for this. So I think really a combination of all. As far as timing, maybe I'll just jump at that, and I can answer that for Reed compared to, or from Commissioner Vardy's question, is that our read of that, we don't want to get stuck in semantics. We spent an hour on that this morning, but I do envision by 2023 at the latest, that we're planning to have, bringing wolves on the landscape, and to plan earlier and to plan better and to plan for unforeseen options is a good thing. But I think we're not going to be waiting. I don't think we can afford to wait, for the last day, because we don't know what the future looks like. So ultimately that I do agree that, December of 2023 is the back end of that. And so I think we had to keep that in mind generally, and just because I don't know all the ifs, ands, or buts that are going to come on this. So I don't know. That was two of the questions. That I hit your first question, Chairman? Or
I think so.
Party.
Yes, thank you, Director. Just on the budget piece, real quick, I would love if we could maybe hear from some of our regional managers and other staff members, if there is, and not right now, but maybe at a future hearing, if there's a way that we can look to compensating the extra staff time by whether it's bringing on temporary workers or doing something to make sure that we're just not falling in other areas of management as a result of this initiative. So I just want to make sure that is out there, and that we can look to compensate that if it comes up. Thank
I
you.
would, Chairman, if you don't mind, I'll answer that quickly. And
Sure.
While you're taking note on who next, is that we are tracking hours, Commissioner Vardy, for that. Not necessarily, well, maybe a reimbursement, but I promise you a lot of people will be interested on how much time and effort and FTE, for lack of a better term, blood, sweat, and tears go into this effort. So we are tracking time.
Thank you.
Reed, did you have any further feedback with regards to Commissioner Vardy's questions?
I think Director Prenslow answered them. I do think they were pertinent questions. With the end in mind, we will need to look at a finalized plan before the commission summer of 23 if we do a 3-year planning process, earlier if we go quicker than that. And so very astute question. I think you're spot on there. One thing conversations with the other states have shown us in regards to staffing is that other states have brought on considerable staffing to accomplish this, not only for the restoration part, but also for the damage prevention part as well. And so it's something that we need to keep before us as we go through this planning process, that this will have impact on staff time and additional responsibilities to our field staff especially.
Thank you. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of the enormous responsibilities that this commission is faced with, one of the stumbling blocks I see is we have on our schedule one meeting scheduled the 17th and 18th of March. Then we go to the 5th and 6th of May. That's almost 5 months that all this is going to be on our tables, that we're going to meet one time in 5 months. And I feel like that's insufficient. I think that we as a commission, even if it's a notice meeting, we need to be able to discuss some of these topics with one another rather than just receiving information via email or in speaking with staff. I think we as a commission need to be able to discuss things that are going on with each other. I would just like to ask if it could be considered that we meet maybe sometime in February, even if it's for a couple hours, just to discuss and get an update on what's going on. And, hopefully we'll get to the point we can start in person, because I think it's incumbent upon us to go around the state and have face-to-face meetings with the people who are going to be negatively impacted or positively impacted. But I think it's that important that we work towards getting in person and being able to meet a little sooner than we do every 60 days or what's scheduled for us right now. That's all I have.
No, that's, I think, excellent feedback, Commissioner May, with regards to both what's in front of us as responsibility as commissioners, as well as getting out there and making sure we get public comment. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luckily, other folks have listed many of the, or mentioned many of the things on my list. I do want to highlight a couple of things, though. Commissioner Hauser mentioned the notion of either an honorary chairpersonship, someone acting as sort of a leader within these stakeholder or teams, technical teams. I really think that's a great idea. Having someone that has a demonstrated commitment to collaboration in a history of collaboration can certainly aid this process. And I think that we need to strongly consider that. I also just want to go back that there's a kind of a back and forth, maybe it's semantics or not, between funding and budget. Two different things in my mind. And budget, there's a lot of things that have been listed here that under this draft plan that are going to cost a considerable sum of money. It would be great to understand what just being proposed would actually cost, you know, over the course of a year, another year. Just having that idea of what, you know, I'm aware of what professional facilitation costs. That is not cheap. And so being able to have an idea of what we're looking at expending provides a little bit of color regarding alternatives. I also want to strongly agree with Commissioner May's point that we need to look at greater frequency, whether that's workshops, commission meetings. I think there's a lot of opportunity, not just on this particular process with wolves, but there's a great challenge of priorities that have been handed to the agency and us. Being able to deal with those in a relatively reasonable time frame, I think requires us to meet more often. And speaking to the process itself, here's a question for Reed. The group appointments, I saw that, you know, it's a consultation between Director Prenslow and the commission. What does that process look like? It looks like it's about standing it up next month in February. Can you shed some light on what that might look like for us?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. I will, let me address the budget question if possible as well. What we contemplated, and I think it was contemplated in the Blue Book as well, the voter guide, was an initial budget of over $400,000 for the planning phase. So that was our best guesstimate at the time. And so that gives you a rough number. Conversations with other states, some states did their facilitation internally, others used local universities or something like that. And some of the professional facilitators, we did an analysis, and some cost between $40,000 and $2 million. So there's a wide range of options there, and it would depend on the bids that we receive as we go about this process. So in regards to selection of the stakeholder group, I think what we would look at is presenting an application for people to apply, and then a consideration either with members, a select group of members of the commission or the full body, and the director as well. I think that we need to flesh out some more as we go forward. But I made a note here as to your question as well.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, is the idea of doing an application, what's the timeline on an application process? Are we going to try and stand up these committees, if you will, in the next 30 days, 60 days? Just judging by the timeline, I'm trying to understand expectations.
Yeah, and these questions around timing, they're going to persist, but we would say as soon as feasibly possible. I think we do need to give sufficient public notice of the application period so that we can spread it as wide and far as possible. So maybe a 20, 30-day notice. I'll defer to other staff with best practices on that. and then have that application period. I think we would hopefully have these both these groups seated by end of May, mid-May, end of May, and ready to do phase 2 starting in June.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Reed. Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Adams, are you?
You're muted. Yep.
Maybe can you?
I'm trying to prompt her here.
Yeah.
Can we give people a first chance before we give people a second, especially since?
Yeah, sure. Let's go forward here. Commissioner Touchton, we'll circle back.
Well, let's go to Garcia first. I got to speak once.
All right, we'll do Commissioner Garcia.
So the timing, I think we obviously have to address the timing, and I agree with Commissioner May in terms of getting out there and so forth. But, I'm reminded, when I started all this kind of stuff, it was a moon landing, and there was a big move in this country that we get to the moon first and beat those damn Russians, right? Let's not do that here, okay? As it turned out, we didn't, but we did a damn good job, right? And we did it because we followed the process and we did it right. And I think we lose sight of that sometimes here, that the process, I think, is much more important than trying to find some end game that we've got to get to by a given date. And so along those lines, if it's the process that we're concerned about, I think we need to look and take one step at a time. I agree with Commissioner Hauser. I think the idea of getting a facilitator on board early on is extremely important. And so we need to take those baby steps and get that person in it. And I agree that maybe some honorary chairs might be appropriate. We have to define that. And so they don't conflict with a facilitator, and know what their roles are, and get all of that before we can even start to think about going out and reaching out to the public. And also we need to be thinking about the selection process of the committee members. We still haven't talked about who's going to make that decision. And is it us? Is it the division? Who's going to be making this? And so all of these things, I think we need to step back, slow down, and do it right. And so I think, and the other piece, obviously, is timing and money. And the money is huge. And Commissioner May asked yesterday, Justin, about supplemental. The one thing the ballot initiative did was directed us to go to the legislature for money. And I'm curious too, why we haven't and why we're not going for a supplemental right now to help us start this process. And so it's timing and money. And on the money piece, the compensation piece, I am willing and would encourage maybe some discussion of the matter. But personally, if we get into the compensation business, number one, right now, we've been told that this budget's coming out of wildlife's pocket. Number two, we start compensating people because of expertise. Well, everybody on this commission is going to have expertise, or committees is going to have expertise. I, for one, have looked at it and said, if I decided I was going to apply or volunteer to be on one of these committees, I would estimate a minimum of 20 hours a week. That's what I think you'd have to devote as a commissioner to be on this. And do I expect to be compensated? No. And if we bring in experts and they're doing that amount of time, are we going to compensate them for 20 hours a week? I don't think so. We do this with commissions throughout the state. We have thousands of people on committees and commissions and boards in this state, and we pay them maybe a per diem. Maybe we reimburse their expenses, and those are reasonable. But I do not personally want to get into the business of beginning to compensate people, regardless of what they bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Touchton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I want just to echo a few things real quickly. I agree with Dallas and Luke that I'm excited to roll our sleeves up and get to work. And I think we as a commission can be a little more ambitious in how often we work on this topic. I don't want to put more burden on staff, but as Dallas pointed out, we could get to work more, add extra days to commission meetings to hold some of these listening sessions and whatnot. Commissioner Garcia also has a good point. The first thing in the box is what we have to agree on a goal statement. And I don't know. I mean, I could throw one out there like we should comply with the will of the voters and get something done by the end of 2023. But I don't know, beyond that, what that thing looks like in terms of a goal, or we even had that discussion. But the practical point I wanted to make now for Reed's consideration was there's a bunch of discussion this morning about also needing to get in bed with the federal government and get a 10J process going, which would require NEPA analysis under the National Environmental Policy Act. The NEPA analysis requires a range of alternatives to be presented to the public for comment. I've always found that's the most effective form of public comment. A listening tour is great, but you kind of know what people are going to say. Sometimes they just say it louder. But when you give them three or four options to look at and review, tell you which ones they like better, which parts they like, which parts they don't, that's much more effective public comment. So I'd like to see, early in our process, an explicit acknowledgement or statement that we're going to go out with not just a draft plan, but options. Plan A, plan B, plan C, because we're going to need that for the NEPA process. And so it's work we're going to have to do sooner or later, but I think it will make the public's participation much more valuable if we ask them which of these options they like and what they don't, rather than sort of their general opinions on the matter. So that's my comment for your consideration in the process part is let's have some a range of alternatives presented and discussed in at least the second round, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. We have a last question or a comment from Commissioner Haskett. And then Reed, I think we'll be able to return back to you to see if there's anything more you want to add before we go into the public comment section.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. Just a couple comments. To Commissioner Touchton, I don't think that we can just jump into NEPA without having hearings. In the ballot initiative, it says to hold statewide hearings. I don't think we can skip that. And to Dallas's comment about us getting together more, I think that's a necessity. So I think we need to do that. And since we're going to try and wrap this up, we're already behind. I wanted to say thank you to everyone that emailed. I think a lot of us have read them and we haven't been able to respond, but thank you. And thanks for all that are commenting today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Haskett. I do have one more comment or question, Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello. I want to echo Commissioner Truxton's, so sorry, I'm going to work on the pronunciation of your name as somebody named Taisha. Alas, regarding having multiple opportunities for feedback on different scenarios or options earlier on throughout the process, I'm noticing in stakeholder engagements that I'm seeing across the country an extended session timetable for listening. But that timetable is condensed when it comes to the actual plans. And what I would love to see is a reversal of that, where we actually have more time to examine some of the drafts, which is why, again, I think I really encourage us to consider looking for efficiencies in our current stakeholder engagement practices and leveraging those. And lastly, I want to make a comment about having one facilitator. I have noticed in every stakeholder engagement thing I have been invited to in Colorado that it is primarily run by a white-led, non-racially and ethnically diverse facilitation company. And I urge us to please, again, I know we are not, as commissioners, responsible for hiring and personnel. However, we are tasked with, being, inclusive in all of our processes. And this facilitator is going to be a huge, huge impact and a huge, huge power lever. And we want to make sure that, again, I have challenges with just having one. I also have challenges around ensuring that we are identifying a team that is reflective of the diversity and communities that we serve here in Colorado. Thank you so much. And I want to also echo Dr. Commissioner Haskett's comments around all these engagements. And I hope that we have the same level of engagement when we're talking about the financial sustainability of this agency, when we're talking about, there are so many issues, and this is an important and critical one. But there are many, many others that are as important, and some of which are even more urgent than the one we have at hand. So just trying to balance out all of our responsibilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I thought we were going to, but I guess it's round 3 from Commissioner Touchton. One more shot before we move on.
Going to test your patience today, Marvin. Just real quickly, following up on what Commissioner Adams was just inquiring about. We're going to put this facilitator thing out for a contractual bid. I'm wondering if someone on staff could, in our bidding system, do we have a way to give preference to minority-owned contractors? Sometimes I've seen that in state contracting things, and I'm just wondering if we have something that might help solve this dilemma of we've only been picking white-owned companies to help us out and get some more diversity in there.
I think Justin Rudder could answer that question.
I think you would, but you got to go off mute there, Justin. There you go.
I clicked the button, but I missed it. I will get you a definitive answer after lunch. Yes, there is a preference for minority and women-led businesses, but I will get the exact language for you after lunch.
Okay. With that, I think, Reed, we're going to come back to you if you're ready and haven't forgotten where you are in your presentation, and see if we can't get to the last couple of slides, so then we can get to the public comment and then back to a commission discussion comment period prior to us seeing if there's a motion that we can put through. So with that, I'll return it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm pretty much done with my presentation. I will just offer up a few comments to close it up. I think proof in the commissioner's comments that we is better than me, and we look forward to engaging the commission on this. And I think the multiple voices from the commission, as well as the stakeholders across the state, will only make this a greater and better process. In my mind, as I look about conservation projects across the nation, this would rank right up there as one of the most important and high profile conservation projects to be being undertaken at this time. So this is truly a historic moment, regardless of how you feel about the species itself. So please, I know the commission understands that, but please don't let that pass by either. About a lot of people are watching us and watching us to do it right. I had a conversation with my wife this morning. Maybe this is too personal, but I was talking to her about how it's intersected that I'm the one who gets to be the face of this at this point in time, and what an incredible honor it is and how humbling it is. So I look forward to working with all of you, with the citizens of Colorado and the multiple interests around this topic. As CPW typically does, I think we're going to do it really well. We have an incredible staff, and we look forward to this process and to doing it right. And I just thank the commission for their time and look forward to the public comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair, and maybe this is for Reed. I personally feel I'm in a position to make a motion to move this forward as line. I think all of the questions that we've had, everybody from the commission today, had to do with the individual pieces and how we get there. But I didn't see anybody challenging the overall direction that has been put together. And so that's just my thought. And so before we can move forward, I'd be happy to make the motion, but I think you may want to wait for public input first. I would leave that up to the chair. But again, unless people have, I'd like to hear if somebody says, I just don't think the overall scheme which I think to Reed and the staff are asking for today, is our direction on the overall approach that they have laid out for us. Not timing. Reed made that very clear that the timing that he outlined is flexible, and we're not locking ourselves in by giving an approval today to any timeline that's on there. But I think it's just an approval of the overall approach, the committee concept. The individual, as an example, the individual makeup of those committees is going to take more time. And Commissioner May is right. We need to get together again and do that. But I think we need to be moving on the overall approach that's been laid out by the staff at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'd like to hold on the motion right now because I think it's really critical that we get hear the public comment first. And then after hearing the public comment, we can enter our commission discussion period and then move forward the motion. I see you took your hand down, Commissioner Adams. Are you in agreement? Thank you. Thank you. So with that, Katie, I think we're queuing you up so we can bring forward our public speakers. Is that correct?
Yeah, thanks, Chair McDaniel. I'm Katie Lancer, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Yeah, we really appreciate it. It's been a high level of public interest in this topic. We had over 30 people sign up to provide public comment. I guess I wanted to check, Chair, in the interest of time, we talked about 2 minutes per person. Would you like to continue with that plan and just get through as many people as we can? You'll let me know when we'll stop.
Yes, folks have waited patiently, so I'd like to let's keep with our 2 minutes, but remind folks that it is a hard 2 minutes. So at 1:45, you're going to get a 15-second warning, and then your mic's going to stop working after the 2 minute period, so we can get to the full 31 people. And while you're also getting ready for this, Katie, I'd like to add for our public commenters a couple of other comments to you. Number one, if possible, please direct your comments to our timeline or plan that we're going to be talking about today, this process afterwards, because it's really be important information for us to chat about afterwards. So when we get forward and be able to pass a motion with regards to this plan or process or not. And second, I'd like to outline a little bit on rules on this. I really hope for a really rich, I'll call it robust discussion around this, but I understand it's a very emotional topic. But everyone needs to be really respectful and courteous with regards to their comments. We really can't accept any, I'll call it, abusive or inflammatory, accusatory comments. If you do, you will hear me say, sorry, but I'm going to interrupt you, and we will be moving on to the next speaker. So with that, Katie, let's go to our first public commenter.
Sure. So we're going to start with elected officials. We have first up Commissioner Gary Moyer. So my colleagues will unmute Commissioner Moyer. Gary, would you like your camera on?
No, thank you.
Okay, you can start with your comments.
Welcome.
First of all, I'm Commissioner Gary Moyer from Rio Blanco County, Colorado, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak to you folks and express our concerns. Rio Blanco County consists of over 3,200 square miles of land, with approximately 75% of that land being owned by the federal government. The NEPA process is traditionally always required when there is an action on federal lands. I think it's naive to think that the introduction of an apex predator is not going to affect federal lands. And I really strongly encourage you to do the right thing. And that includes having the federal government go through the NEPA process. This is a very serious issue, and this affects the livelihoods of our citizens. Quite frankly, in our county that has been heavily supported or relies on the oil, gas, and coal industry as our tax base, which has been severely under attack to be dealing with the wolf issue that affects our livestock producers and our guides and outfitters and our wildlife community. Please take this serious. Do not rush this process. It's very disappointing to me that Colorado Parks and Wildlife was not able to provide scientific information to help educate the public prior to the ballot initiative. I really think that was not right. And this process needs to be a credible process. And to do that, you need to follow the NEPA
15
process on
seconds.
federal lands. And please step up and do the right thing for the livelihoods of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. We appreciate your comments today.
So we'll move on pretty quickly unless Chair McDaniel lets me know that there are commissioner comments or questions. So next up, we'll have Commissioner Donald Broom. After that will be Commissioner John Martin.
Welcome, Mr. Broom.
Yeah. Donald, would you like your camera on? Looks like, yes, we have you. So we just need to unmute Donald, looks like. You may have to hit accept on your end. Looks like we're ready to go.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm Commissioner Donald Broom from Moffett County, Colorado. Moffett County is ground zero for this wolf issue. Wolves have been naturally migrating from Wyoming for years. Currently, CPW has documented 6 different wolves and has collected scat samples that reveal both male and female wolves in Moffett County. Common sense tells us there are likely breeding pairs in Moffett County, as well as many more wolves here than the CPW has documented. Proposition 114 did pass, and we want to assure it is implemented in a transparent way that addresses all the issues that should be addressed when you introduce a top-line predator. We have some very specific questions and comments regarding this planning process. Number 1, Moffett County requests the Wildlife Commission act with wisdom beyond the governor's request yesterday to speed up the 3-year planning process outlined in Proposition 114. The voters voted for a 3-year planning process, not shortened, fast-tracked process. Please honor the time frame in Proposition 114. Speeding it up to 1 year would short circuit the public input process and result in overlooking important considerations. You should know that Moffett County hosts some of the state's largest domestic horse herds of both private and federal, as well as the BLM wild horse herd. And the impacts on both domestic and wild horses must be evaluated. Livestock does not just mean sheep and cattle. Horse herds have to be considered in this equation. Moffett County insists on landowner protections such as safe harbor, pre-listing 10J protections, CCAs, or other tools be utilized. Moffett County suggests.
Thank you, Mr. Broom. We appreciate your time coming here today and appreciate your comments. If you could provide, since you weren't able to finish, give us your written comments and we'll make sure those get circulated to the commission and your questions.
All right, next up we have John Martin, who will be followed by Callie Hendrickson. Commissioner Martin, would you like us to turn your camera on?
If you're brave enough. Are we ready to go?
Looks like you're coming up right now. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Garfield County suggests the CPW hold face-to-face meetings with the stakeholders to develop the wolf introduction plan in the Western Slope communities and not simply by hosting virtual meetings. We also suggest that the CPW make a concerted effort to involve specific stakeholders and elected officials from Northwest Colorado on the wolf planning team. Developing the wolf plan without agriculture, hunting, and directly affected communities would be a travesty. In 2005, the CPW adopted the wolf management plan, and it had over 70 unanimous agreed recommendations from a 14-member wolf working group, which I was one of them. Those recommendations should be fully considered and addressed. Fundamentally critical to those recommendations was the intent of the CPW would allow wolf presence in Colorado as long as the tools, flexibility, and funding are available to help prevent and manage conflicts between humans, livestock, and wildlife. In short, the wolves need to be managed. We oppose any attempt to speed up the process and bypass the affected governments and their concerns. And one of them right now is the change in allotment for this program. The governor moved it from $5.8 million to $364,000. If that is so, don't go beyond your budget. We can't. That's all my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin.
All right, next up we have Callie Hendrickson. Callie, would you like your camera on?
That would be fine.
You may have to hit accept on your end.
Great.
There we are. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very
Welcome.
much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman McDaniel and fellow commissioners. My name is Callie Hendrickson. I'm the Executive Director for the White River and the Douglas Creek Conservation Districts in Rio Blanco County, which is Northwest Colorado. Today I want to offer you not a piece of my mind, but a piece of my heart. I don't envy the position you are all in. You have a huge responsibility. It's clear that Proposition 114 passed. That was with specific language that there would be a well thought out plan with statewide input. Let's take a step back and from the wolf issue and consider a much larger issue that's going on in our state and our country today. And that's division and trust. And that's been talked about somewhat today. As a commission, you have the opportunity to help improve that trust and reduce the division in this state. And the question is, which will you do? You have the governor requesting a hurried process, which comes across to the Western Slope as disrespect. You have Lisa Reynolds explaining to you that you need to follow the Proposition 14, you have legal responsibilities. And you heard well from Mike the need for a good process that includes those all people, all stakeholders, but specifically those who are impacted the most. I want to say on behalf of Rio Blanco County citizens that I ask you to hold in-person hearings and planning sessions in these communities where the wolves will be released, and to take full advantage of the timeline afforded you in Proposition 114. And I also want to offer to help you, as long as you choose the trust and the reduce the division.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hendrickson. Again, if you could please provide us the remainder of your comments that you weren't able to get to today, and we will make sure that they're circulated with all the commissioners. We appreciate that. Next, Katie.
Yeah, next up we'll have Jenny Burby, and that'll be followed by John Murtaugh.
Okay.
Jenny, would you like your camera on?
If it starts cutting out, can you hear me? We can try. If it starts cutting out, cut it off because it's very windy here today.
Will do. Okay, go ahead, Jenny.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for your time today. Jenny Burby, Colorado Outfitters Association President. Commissioner Garcia, I looked for a note, didn't have one. Be a rain check, maybe a different subject. Anyway, I'm afraid. I'm not afraid of the wolf. I'm afraid of the economic impacts to myself and the members of my association. Many members in the West Slope are facing a forced introduction, which may have a profound effect on our livelihoods. Please, while considering this Plan 2 plan, be cognizant that many hunting service providers may be losing their income or portions of it. This may lead to losing homes and losing retirements. Our neighboring outfitter associations to the north report up to 70% of the hunting services providers lost their businesses after introduction. My family is one who might. To the service we provide, aged a lifelong packer and guide. We lose our income. We don't have a plan B yet. Please give us time to make one. Give us time to give us a place at the table so that we can help with our on-the-landscape knowledge to produce an equitable wolf plan. We want to help this agency, this commission, to produce this plan. The process will also allow some of us to pivot enough to survive. Good things take time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate your comments today.
All right, next up we have John Murtaugh, who I see is already ready to go. That'll be followed by Lenny Klingelschmidt.
Great. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak with respect to the pending Colorado Wolf Plan. My name is John Murtaugh, and I represent the Defenders of Wildlife here in Colorado. Defenders has been an active participant in wolf restoration efforts for decades and has been a valued partner to state and federal agencies. Mr. Kwartuk demonstrated the value of a stakeholder working group, and I would highly encourage the Commission to begin the process of assembling that body now. I would like to see an open application process for this group, as Commissioner Touchin has suggested, with applicants reviewed and appointed by the Commission. I would also echo Commissioner Adams' remarks with respect to representation. It is important to create a wolf plan that works for all Coloradans. This will mean expanding the stakeholder process beyond the traditional partners. I would also like to add that as the Commission takes up this charge, early consideration should be made to make available federal funds. Defenders has a long history in compensation and conflict prevention programs and offers a wealth of experience, which I encourage the Commission to take advantage of. In particular, the Livestock Demonstration Grant Program, or Tester Funds, is a fund which provides 50% federal match to be used for compensation and conflict prevention. These funds are available regardless of the status of the gray wolf's federal protection. The state match can be supported by any number of private sources, including in-kind contributions, which Defenders has supported in other states. I would encourage the agency to consider an application for the 2022 fiscal year. While it is likely we will have very few wolves in Colorado in 2022, this program for funding does include conflict prevention funding, which can and should be implemented in advance of reintroductions. Furthermore, an award in 2022 is likely to increase Colorado's chances for additional funding in subsequent years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murtaugh. We appreciate your comments today.
All right, next up we have Lenny Klingelschmidt, who will be followed by Mia Anstine. Lenny, would you like your camera on?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Welcome, Mr. Klingelschmidt.
All right, you're ready to go.
All right, thank you for the time. I'll try to get through this. I'm going to go off the cuff a little. I had some stuff prepared, but I've been listening all morning. And I'm encouraged about you including us on the Western Slope in these stakeholder meetings. I think that's hugely important. There's been a lot of progress made in the last 2 decades over on the Western Slope with cooperative work between the National Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and private landowners working collaboratively across large landscapes to help wildlife of all kinds. I'm afraid if this process goes through without due diligence and is fast tracked, as people have been talking, that trust is going to break down. It's going to put parks and wildlife officials in positions in tough positions, and it's going to hurt that cooperation, which in turn will not be good for wildlife. And I believe he mentioned that in this stakeholder engagement part, that the success of this whole thing relies on the stakeholders feeling like they've been heard and listened to. So these stakeholder groups, I believe, need to be strongly represented by Western Slope citizens. They voted 63% against Proposition 114, which is nearly 2 out of every 3 citizens west of the Continental Divide. So I would pose that if this were another topic, say addressing crime along the I-25 corridor, sure, I'm a stakeholder because I visit those places, but I'm not a stakeholder as seriously affected as the people who live there 365 days of the year. So the residents of Western Colorado are going to be affected by this 365 days a year for the next 2 or 3 decades.
15 seconds.
Okay, so this plan needs to take the time similar to this meeting. This was an efficient meeting, but it ran over time. This topic is going to take a lot of time. Please do due diligence, and I was encouraged with what I heard today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments today.
Next up, we have Mia Anstine, followed by Tom Van Solen. Mia, would you like your camera on?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, Mia, if you're ready.
Okay. Chairman Daniel, Commissioners, Director Prenslow, thank you for giving me a moment of your valuable time today. I always enjoy speaking with you and giving my support. My name is Mia Anstein, and I am the Regional Representative for SCI for the state of Colorado. Our chapters have worked with CPW, and we've supported you on many projects, studies, and introductions over the years, and we enjoy seeing the success of many of them. We hope that we can work with you again on a project, and we want to remind you that the decision to place wolves on the western slope is being pushed on a minority of Colorado's population. We owe it to that minority to do our due diligence to make sure that their health, safety, and their livelihoods are taken into consideration. The studies to introduce the moose took more than a decade. The majestic wolf deserves that same respect. We want you to consider why some people are pushing you to hurry this endeavor. Research takes time. You have a huge responsibility, which we know that you're going to take seriously. The introduction of a large apex predator into the state of Colorado, which has more than 9 million people, and most of them are outdoor recreationists, is one that's not to be taken lightly. Please take your time and do all the research and analysis that the law can afford you. And if you are going to have a committee, we would like to have a chair at the table. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments today, Mia.
Mia, sorry, I didn't get your last name right. Next time. All right, next we have Tom Van Solen, who will be followed by Dale Combs. Tom, would you like your camera on?
Yes.
Welcome, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I there?
You are.
Yes,
We can
go
see you
ahead.
and hear you.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. My name is Tom Van Solen. I live here in Southwest Colorado. My family and I own and operate an outfitting business and have outfitted for over 30 years. We also raise purebred cattle, have a degree in environmental biology and agriculture. Aside from concerns about how we'll continue to make a living after wolves are introduced, I have a couple of points that really haven't been discussed. The first being one being very discussed is the timeline, taking your time. That's paramount. Second is to the wolf and the moose, and I think lynx. In Weminuche, the destruction of Engelmann spruce is devastating. And my belief is that the moose will be completely eliminated with wolves coming in. The moose cannot move through the woods like they used to. It's hard to hunt in there, and it's only going to get worse. So I understand the ballot initiative passed just barely. I encourage people to take their time and to involve all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate your comments today.
Great. Next up, we will have Dale Combs, followed by Jacqueline Russell. Dale, would you like your camera on?
Yes, please.
Welcome, Dale.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. To all the members of the commission, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Dale Combs. I'm an outfitter and a third generation hunter, angler, and native of the Western Slope. I'd like to voice a couple of questions and concerns about the wolf introduction. There was a study done in Yellowstone area by a gentleman by the name of Joshua Rapp Learning concerning wolves and mountain lions. He found that wolves can actually make lions leave their territory and has documented that wolves even killed some of the lions. If wolves can have this kind of effect on another apex predator, what kind of effect will they have on the other 960 wildlife species that the CPW manages in Colorado? Are we going to introduce the wolves in Canadian lynx habitat, bighorn sheep areas, and areas where moose have been introduced and trying to get established? I also had some questions about finances, but I think that has been kind of beat to death, so I would like to skip over that a little bit. The CPW knows what your budget is, and you also know what the introduction is going to affect the future CPW budgets. So I don't think we need to dwell on that. What I'm trying to emphasize here today is that there are a lot of questions and situations that need to be addressed and resolved in this process. Please take your time in doing this right. Once it's done, we cannot redo it, and we have to live with results from now on. It is imperative that it's done right so my grandkids and all future generations can enjoy all of Colorado's wildlife, hunting, and fishing opportunities. This is going to take a lot of effort and time.
15 seconds.
And for some folks, that effort and time may not mean much, but to the majority of the West Slope residents, it could mean everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs. Thanks for your comments today.
Next up, we have Jacqueline Russell, who'll be followed by Robin Knox. Jacqueline, would you like your camera on? Jacqueline, do we have you?
Yes,
Okay, would you like your camera on?
sure.
Welcome, Ms. Russell.
Good
Right, go ahead.
morning, Commissioners. Can you see me?
We can.
Okay, I am, thank you. I am Jacqueline Russell, and I'm testifying as a former employee of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, a former Assistant Attorney General, and a current citizen of Old Cinemas, Colorado, who is concerned about the stewardship of our carnivores. I apologize to you all. I did not realize that this hearing was intended to focus on the timeline, the process, and the stakeholders. So I had an entirely different testimony prepared to give to you today, which I won't give, and I will submit written comments or give it at a later time. But I would just like to emphasize and urge that the plan for the wolf reintroduction be scientifically focused, and that I believe that the panel that Proposition 114 requires to be formed therefore should invite independent outside scientists and at least one scientist who is a wolf researcher. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Appreciate your comments today.
Next up, we have Robin Knox, who'll be followed by Earl Oosterling. Robin, would you like your camera on?
Yes.
Okay, Robin, go ahead.
Welcome.
Thank you. Chairman McDaniel and Commissioners, I'm the board chair for the Colorado Wildlife Federation. Your meeting materials have our initial thoughts on the overall stakeholder process, which were written before the draft blueprint was available. CWF finds it odd and unsettling that the potential sportsmen, or excuse me, the stakeholder advisory group members are charged with representing themselves rather than their organizations. We did not see a role for organizations that have been valued stakeholders that previously had made recommendations on complex CPW matters. Also, the first listed potential stakeholder is stakeholders representing wolf advocacy groups. This is contrary to the further direction that the SAG members are confined to representing themselves. Second, as discussed today, an estimated costs baseline requires early attention. We heard yesterday morning that there is no supplemental for CPW in this legislative session, and also that funding should be addressed in a manner that brings Coloradans together. If wildlife cash funds are relied upon for a significant amount of the process, this could be a divisive approach. CWF has some outside funding ideas, and we will submit those to you in a separate letter, knowing that securing outside funding will require time and will not be immediately available. Third, as Assistant AG Lisa Reynolds advised earlier this morning, the clauses in 2E2 and 4A concerning wildlife cash funds,
15 seconds.
these subsections need to receive a ruling as quickly as possible. Thank you, and CWF looks forward to continuing opportunities to provide our perspectives and support to the process.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Thanks for participating today in your comments.
Next up, we have Earl Oosterling, followed by Bonnie Brown. Earl, would you like your camera on?
Sure.
You may have to hit accept on your end. Oh, there you are. Ready to go.
Good afternoon, Earl. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commission, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director. Thank you very much for listening to comments in regards to this very important issue. I am a resident of Larimer County and Jackson County. I'm also an outfitter in Jackson County. I've been in Colorado almost 15 years now. My concerns are around the timeline as well. I would definitely encourage you all to take as much time as you need, as you've heard from many other people, to make sure this plan is right. Part of my life, part of my livelihood is in your hands. And I know you're going to recognize how important that is. So please take the time needed to do so. I think the other thing I'd like to talk about that I haven't heard much about in the last 2 days is the safety of all Coloradoans. Although attacks on humans from wolves are extremely rare, they do happen. Just doing verifiable attacks, around 33 in the last 20 years. 15 of those have come in the last 6 years. So there is an uptick for some reason, and that could be human populations, wolf populations starting to get together. Obviously, we know that Colorado has a huge population of people. It's expected to grow to over 8 million by 2050. So once you lay your wolf plans, they'll be well in place by the time that population growth happens. So looking at it today, as if we already have that population in terms of where you put them in the numbers, I think is extremely important, but also education to the public. We've seen a rise in predator-human conflicts on the Front Range here with bears and mountain lions. When we bring wolves into the mix, nobody knows what's going to happen. How do we educate everybody, including people that visit Colorado and don't have a good understanding of how nature works? Skiers, hikers, people that come in to enjoy our state. How do we upfront
15 seconds.
to make sure that we avoid any type of... Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much, Earl. Appreciate your participation and comments today. Ready for our next speaker?
So we have Bonnie Brown, who will be followed by Luke Weedle. Bonnie, would you like your camera on?
No.
Okay, go ahead then.
Welcome, Bonnie.
Thank you. I'm the Executive Director for the Colorado Wool Growers Association, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide input regarding the process and timeline for the wolf plan. Colorado is one of the top lamb and wool producing states in the nation. Our major sheep production areas are on the western slope. Other states dealing with wolves have taken years to develop their management programs, which speaks to the complexity of this issue. Colorado has its own unique landscape challenges coupled with population growth issues and habitat fragmentation that is more challenging than in other states. And it's why both state and federal wildlife experts chose not to introduce wolves in Colorado prior to Proposition 114. Prop 114 gave a token acknowledgement of the difficulty of this by providing a planning framework of December 2023. We strongly encourage CPW and the Commission to do a very thorough planning process to ensure a comprehensive management and compensation program. We also strongly encourage CPW to be the sole entity exclusively responsible for managing the input and development of the wolf plan instead of using a third-party filtering system to collect and summarize input. I've been involved in several CPW input processes, including ranching for wildlife, bighorn domestic sheep, and I was on the original wolf working group that developed the migration plan, and I support working exclusively with Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff. Colorado State University should be a stakeholder group only and not on the technical group. Additionally, CSU needs to be excluded from consideration as a facilitator due to their lack of objectivity. And in closing, we need to get to transferring general fund money over to Colorado Parks and Wildlife to manage this unfunded mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Appreciate your comments today.
Next up, we have Luke Weedle, followed by Jacob Lowenstein. Luke, would you like your camera on?
You might keep it off. My internet's a little touch and go, Katie.
Sounds good. Go ahead.
Welcome, Luke.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, and Director Prenslow. Luke Weedle, I'm a volunteer for the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. I'd first like to refer you to the email letter you received this week, signed by 15 conservation-minded hunting organizations. We hope you recognize that the input that the hunting and angling community stand to bring to this plan is powerful, particularly with respect to the how 114 is funded. It's my understanding that somewhere in the bureaucratic process of the fiscal analysis of 114, or the fiscal analysis rather, was changed from 5.8 million to 364,000. I'm really not sure what we're going to do with $364,000 if that was our understanding of the total cost. And to date, the public's unaware of the costs that are already well underway. The ballot initiative itself articulated the state of Colorado would assist with 114. Then why hasn't DNR submitted a supplemental budget request? I think we would all like to see a public follow-up on this. And hopefully, once you think you'll spend more than $365,000, you can come to us, the hunting and angling community. Having said all that, I have two more quick suggestions. I would encourage you and urge you to build a media campaign that's designed for rural Colorado. Consider things like, radio ads, newspaper, print, things that aren't seen as coming from social media, generated from the Front Range. If we don't get this social piece right, 114 could easily turn into a social catastrophe. And I fear it'll destroy relationships for generations. Number two, empower CPW field staff, especially on the West Slope.
15 seconds.
In their ability. I don't envy your task, but I do have confidence in this commission and this agency. And this hunting and angling community look forward to participating in this process to ensure the best possible outcome. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you for your comments today.
Chair, so next up we will have Jacob Lowenstein. I don't know, being up at 1 o'clock now, do you want us to take additional public comment after that?
I do. I think we can just, let's see if we just can't finish this list out. We're only about 10 or 12 speakers away, so.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This is Commissioner Adams. I'm definitely going to need to take a break, and I'm asking if we can consider that. Otherwise, I won't need to miss. We've been meeting since 8 in the morning. We have bio needs, we have food needs, and I want to be mindful of our own health in order to be able to give our best self. So I'm requesting not hearing another 20 minutes, but taking a break now for consideration. Thank you.
Well, we've had these, thank you, Commissioner Adams. We had these people waiting. Maybe on the bio break side, if anyone needs to do that, they could step out and then come back so we can finish these commenters and then maybe take a break for lunch or whatever before we have a longer discussion around the action.
Thank you.
That's required. Does that work for folks? I hate to make folks wait another hour or so to come back and then speak to us, so.
I absolutely understand that. At the same time, I need to be mindful of the physical needs to eat lunch. So, I need to be mindful of my physical health in order to serve on this commission. And I want us to be mindful of that, as we move forward in future movies to make sure that we have time to eat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So with that, let's keep going. If anyone needs to take a break, you used to do that when we stepped out when we were in meetings face to face. Made it pretty easy. In Zoom, it's a little bit harder. But anyway, go ahead, Katie.
Very good. So next up we have Jacob Lowenstein. Jacob, would you like your camera on?
Yes, please.
And I saw some screen sharing. We do not allow screen sharing. That was in the written instructions that were agreed upon for joining. So you're welcome to speak, but we can't have any screen sharing.
Yeah, I will make it quick, and I really appreciate the chair, commissioners, and everyone's thoughtful deliberation on this important issue. So I'm a biologist in the Department of Ecology and Evolution at CU, and I am just wanting to give my full endorsement of Governor Polis's timeline. I think we've got, as Commissioner Hauser noticed, 35 years of wolf reintroductions in the West to draw on. CPW has a Department of Wildlife plan that is already quite flushed out. So I think it would be nice to move the timeline up that Mr. DeWalt showed to actually have a plan in place by the end of 2021 with the goal of getting wolves on the ground by 2022. Currently, the 6 conservation NGOs have filed a lawsuit regarding the delisting of wolves from the ESA, I think it would be prudent for Colorado Parks and Wildlife to take this window while wolves are still delisted to make a expedited and more efficient and fiscally responsible reintroduction attempt without wasting time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. Appreciate your comments today.
Next up, we'll have Delia Malone, who will be followed by Joanna Lambert. Delia, would you like your camera on?
Sure.
Welcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm Delia Malone and represent the Colorado chapter of the Sierra Club, which has more than 80,000 members and supporters in Colorado, and I live on the West Slope. Majority of Coloradans voted to restore gray wolves to Colorado. Yes, the majority of these Coloradans live on the Front Range, but our public lands belong to all of us, not merely the privileged few who profit from the resource extraction on our public lands. I stand in support of those Coloradans from both sides of the divide who voted in support of wolf restoration being included in the planning process. Equity demands that all their voices be given major consideration in the planning process. Proposition 114 calls for wolves to be managed as a non-game species. Decades of reliable science supports the contention that ecologically effective populations of gray wolves can and do help restore healthy ecosystems. But for wolves to accomplish their role of moderating prey populations and thereby restoring healthy ecosystems, wolf families must remain intact, must not be torn apart by trophy hunting. I stand in support of including independent wolf scientists being prominently included in the planning process. Evidence from 26 years of research in the Northern Rockies has documented that non-lethal conflict avoidance strategies are more effective than lethal management to achieve coexistence. I stand for including non-lethal carnivore livestock coexistence experts in the planning process. Sustainability demands their voice be given leading consideration in the planning process. I stand for the majority of Coloradans who voted to restore a natural balance by voting to restore gray wolves to Colorado. I stand for an equitable and just public process. This has been done before. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. I support Governor Polis's desire to see the planning process move forward without delay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Next up, we'll have Joanna Lambert, followed by Stefan Eckernes. Joanna, would you like your camera on?
Sure, thank you.
Welcome, Joanna.
Thanks very much. I am a Colorado citizen, a nutritional ecologist, and tenured professor at the University of Colorado Boulder. I have over 30 years of field research experience with wild mammals and am currently investigating canid feeding biology in Yellowstone National Park. My comments today are oriented to the wolf planning process and to statements at the November Commission meeting by Mr. Larry Desjardins on a model simulating wolf impacts on big game populations. I really appreciate Mr. Desjardins' interest in wolf restoration and absolutely agree with his comment that the best science must inform the wolf plan. However, the model rests on unfounded assumptions made for game populations and how much body mass of a prey animal wolves consume. This results in an overestimation of the number of game that will be killed. Of course, wolves will eat elk, deer, and moose, but realistic assumptions are critical to producing realistic predictions. We have decades of data collected by agency and university scientists, and from this, we know that wolves have existed in North America for hundreds of thousands of years, and we still have elk, deer, and moose. Indeed, data published by state agencies in the Northern Rockies show that numbers of elk and hunter harvest have increased overall since wolf reintroduction. In the deliberations towards a successful and expeditious wolf plan, heeding models based on informed assumptions is essential, emphasizing the critical need for peer-reviewed science. I will follow up with written commentary. Yes, wolves kill game, but exaggerations of wolf impact only serves to muddy understanding and complicate already complicated conversations on wolf restoration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next up, we have Stefan Eckerness, who'll be followed by Richard Orff for Bonnie Peterson. Stefan, would you like your camera on?
Sure, that'd be great.
Welcome, Stefan. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Yeah, so thank you to the commission for allowing me to speak today. So I'm the program director for the Rocky Mountain Great Plains program in the Field Conservation Department at Denver Zoo, and I hold a PhD in wildlife biology. So I'm submitting a comment today based on my review of a model that predicts ungulate prey responses to wolf reintroduction. Much like Dr. Lambert said, was developed by Mr. Larry Desjardins and submitted to the commission at the November meeting. So after reviewing the model, I found problems that are really pertinent to the wolf plan. So the model incorporated several unrealistic assumptions, and I'm not going to get into the details of here, and I'll submit those in writing instead. More problematic and really relevant to the wolf plan is that the model really failed to acknowledge the uncertainty inherent to predicting how big game populations are going to respond to wolf reintroduction. And so when CPW develops the wolf plan, it's really critical to explicitly incorporate both what we know and what we don't know. And the reality is we don't know how prey populations will respond. And I say that because one, we've seen prey populations respond to wolves. We've seen that response change over time. For example, with moose at Isle Royal. And second is that we've seen different populations respond differently to wolf reintroduction across the Northern Rockies. So with some elk populations increasing, some decreasing, and some remaining stable. So given that range of outcomes, both within and across populations, it's extremely difficult to predict what's going to happen in Colorado. So, what should the wolf plan do in the face of this uncertainty? And first, I cordially submit that the wolf plan should really only rely on the best available science, which is peer reviewed. And second, there is a legitimate risk that some prey populations in some places will decrease following wolf reintroduction. And the best way to mitigate that risk is to identify population trends early, which we do with robust monitoring, and that CPW is really already doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments today, Stefan.
Next up, we have Richard Orff, who'll be followed by Karen Mahuna. Richard, would you like your camera on? Richard, would you like your camera on?
Okay.
Looks like
there we go.
Okay.
Yep. Wrong button.
Okay.
Yeah, camera's fine.
Okay.
Welcome, Richard.
One moment. So there we go. There he is. Hi, thank you. Sorry about that technical glitch. My name is Richard Orff. I'm here on behalf of Bonnie Peterson of the Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado. Elected officials are charged with the health, safety, and welfare of their constituents and visitors to their communities. And these elected officials are also key to helping work with these communities to allow reintroduction to occur smoothly. We appreciate the conversation and comments by the governor yesterday, and we are not litigating Proposition 114, which did narrowly pass without significant buy-in from the Western Slope. However, we have serious concerns about an accelerated timeline in this process that will work against a proper and scientifically controlled reintroduction of wolves into the state. The statewide hearings that Prop 114 call for must be carefully considered and applied to the final plan with intentional inclusion of Western Slope voices. These public hearings must occur before a plan is introduced so that the comments can be meaningfully incorporated into the process. We strongly encourage a robust and thorough in-person face-to-face statewide hearing process that is transparent and inclusive of Western Slope voices. The final plan must include voices from the Western Slope in consideration of scientific, economic, and social considerations in order to receive the critical buy-in from these communities to make the aim of Proposition 114 successful. That's all I have regarding timeline. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Richard. Thanks for participating in your comments today. We appreciate it.
So next up, we have Karen Mahuna, who'll be followed by Barry Noon. Karen, would you like your camera on? Karen, would you like your camera on?
Yes, that would be fine. Okay.
You may have to hit accept on your end.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Kareem Mahuna. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. You know, when the first white people arrived in Colorado and the Great Plains, they were amazed at the abundance and diversity of the wildlife. There are numerous accounts of wolves being seen everywhere, and many focused on how tame or cowardly they were. There were no issues with the wolves until the market hunters and others slaughtered all the wildlife by the millions. As they killed off the wildlife, they brought in their cattle and sheep. Starving predators were left with no options other than to go after livestock. Most people I have talked to were outraged to learn that Colorado was at the forefront in organizing to drive wolves to extinction. Most Coloradans believe that wolves have a right to exist and understand that wolves are important to balanced ecosystems. The passage of Proposition 114 gives Colorado the opportunity to right a wrong. Colorado has helped lead the process of driving wolves towards extinction in the US. So now let's lead in developing the gold standard plan and their restoration. This means stopping all the hyperbole of wolves will kill your grandchildren, your pets, or that they will decimate ungulates or destroy the livestock industry. We all know this has never happened. Indeed, the danger wolves present to humans are minuscule compared to the dangers of riding ATVs or horses, or even encounters with cattle, moose, elk, or deer. I would suggest that the decision makers take a tour to Yellowstone to see wolves, or at the very least, a wolf sanctuary, so that they might learn to see the wolf for who she or he is. We also need CPW staff to honestly and fairly present the facts and not let false information stand unanswered, be it on your Facebook page, Sportsmen's Roundtable meetings, or anything else. CPW staff know the landscape of Colorado and where ample prey is available. Expert wildlife biologists from prior reintroductions have made themselves available to you. Reintroduction could and should be initiated within 2 years rather than drawing out the planning process for 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today.
Next up, we have Barry Noon. He'll be followed by Colton Brown. Barry, would you like your camera on?
No, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Barry. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm an emeritus professor in the Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology at Colorado State University. As the Commission considers its plan for implementing Proposition 114, consideration of science-based knowledge regarding the impact of predators on disease ecology, specifically chronic wasting disease, CWD, should be an important consideration. Recent evidence provided by CPW researchers suggests that hunting pressure can reduce the prevalence of CWD in mule deer. An important caveat to this finding, however, is that this reduction requires a significant increase in harvest levels and a reduction in the abundance of mature male deer. Importantly, several studies have documented that CWD-infected deer show greater vulnerability to predation. One of these studies, done by CPW researchers, documented a nearly 4-fold increase in the rate of mountain lion predation on infected mule deer. In addition, preliminary research results from Yellowstone suggest the same may be true for wolves. If true, wolf predation on CWD-infected ungulates in combination with increased hunting could be an even more effective outcome than hunting alone. Partial control of CWD prevalence by predation would also lower the risk of exposure of hunters and others to prion disease when consuming infected meat. In conclusion, I emphasize that wolf reintroduction under the controlled management of CPW provides a unique research opportunity to evaluate the effects of selective predation by wolves on the prevalence of CWD. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate your comments today.
Next up, we have Colton Brown, who'll be followed by Gary Skiba. Colton, would you like your camera on?
No, thank you.
Welcome,
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm Colton Brown. I work as a fishing and hunting guide, and I'm also the fisheries manager for Elk Creek Ranch in Northwest Colorado. And recently I started working as a real estate broker. Via Ballotpedia, the cost will be paid primarily from hunting and fishing license fees or appropriations made by the state legislature. Based on the numbers from license sales, how do you expect to pay for wolf introduction and still employ all fish and wildlife managers? And also you expect the people who don't want wolves to foot the bill for their reintroduction. I've heard the process for proving a wolf kill is extensive and time consuming. When thinking about the impact wolves have only on livestock, will there be compensation for open cows that are too stressed to carry a calf? And where does that compensation come from? When I think about the community of Meeker, the hunting seasons are a time all small businesses, gas stations, hotels, etc. look forward to. The economy of Meeker is dwindling already with the closing of Kalawao and restrictions on oil and natural gas. The only things we have left are recreation, limited oil and gas activity, the BLM office, and small businesses. When the elk leave, are all the small businesses going to be compensated for their loss due to lack of hunters during the seasons? What about all the local guides and outfitters whom will be severely impacted? For example, here at Elk Creek, most of our members are from out of state. Every year, we approximately have 30 to 40 out-of-state hunters. Just in your pocket, that's roughly $20,000 to $27,000 per year just in license sales. Potentially, we could lose those 30 to 40 people who hunt here a year. Several members bought into this place just for the hunting, averaging over $1 million per lot and $35,000 per year. There will be an obvious impact on real estate values that will not be accounted for. The eastern slope of Colorado, along with our governor, are clueless to the detrimental impacts this will have on all of western
15
Colorado.
seconds.
The eastern and western slopes are grossly different, where the largest population in Denver corridor made a decision that will have no impact on their daily life. Whereas recreation in Meeker is part of our daily life, we depend on the large.
Thank you very much, Colton. Appreciate your comments. I know you have some more to make. Please provide those to us so I can make sure they get circulated with all the commissioners. Thank you again.
Next up, we have Gary Skiba, who will be followed by Adrian Trevis. Gary, would you like your camera on?
Yes, please.
Welcome, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Gibbs, Director Prenslow. My name is Gary Skiba. I'm a wildlife biologist. I retired from the Colorado Division of Wildlife just before the 2010 merger with Parks. I was the biological staff lead for the current wolf management plan. I'm now working as the wildlife program manager for the San Juan Citizens Alliance based out of Durango. I've been actively involved with the Rocky Mountain Wolf Project, both during the campaign to pass Proposition 114 and continuing now as CPW moves forward to implement the citizens' direction to restore wolves. Throughout my work with Wolf Project, I've regularly told my wolf advocate colleagues that I fully expect CPW to do a professional and thorough job in restoring wolves. Not everyone shares my faith in the organization, but I've held on to it. At yesterday's commission meeting, there were two discussions that bolstered my optimism. The first of those, and the foremost, was the governor's clear direction to achieve wolf reintroductions as soon as possible. The second might seem unrelated, but spoke loudly to me, and that was the praise that was given to CPW staff for the efficient and inclusive process that they conducted to address state wildlife area use fees. The commission praised staff for completing the task in a short time frame and in a professional, inclusive, and comprehensive way. That's my expectation for the wolf restoration effort. The existing plan was completed in 8 months. With the expertise and professionalism of CPW, I know the organization that I've always been proud to work for could put forward a superb reintroduction plan within a year, fulfilling the governor's direction. On a related note, there was a discussion yesterday about the use of GOCO funds for the restoration effort. As much as 45% of CPW's share of GOCO funds have gone to operational projects over the years, including lynx reintroduction, and they're the perfect source of funds for wolf restoration. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate your participation today.
Next up, we have Adrian Trevis, followed by Michelle Lute. Adrian, would you like your camera on?
No, thanks. Not sure about my connection. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Welcome, Adrian.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity. I am a professor and the founder of the Carnivore Coexistence Lab at University of Wisconsin-Madison, but I have one foot in your state, given that my parents have lived in the Colorado mountains for 24 years. I'm a wolf researcher, both the ecology and the human dimensions, and my lab has specialized in first, predicting and preventing wolf livestock conflicts, second, in the human dimensions of tolerance for wolves, and third, in the issue of lethal management. I'd like to talk to you about lethal management today and what the best available science says. And to be clear, I am not talking about lethal management in the extremely rare cases of immediate threat to human safety. I'm talking about other policies for lethal management. It can be tempting, and Wisconsin is a good example of this. It can be tempting to promise lethal management of wolves someday in the future for political expediency. And what I'd like to speak to is an idea that blood buys goodwill. Generally, the idea that wolf killing improves political acceptance of wolves. The science does not support this common phrase. It does not support that blood buys goodwill. And that's because wolf killing in Wisconsin did not raise tolerance for wolves. Wolf killing in Wisconsin in particular actually lowered tolerance for wolves and did so among the constituency most expected to respond positively to a wolf hunting and trapping season or to lethal control by the state. Also, wolf killing did not reduce poaching for wolves. It did quite the
15
opposite.
seconds.
It created situations for cryptic poaching, which includes destruction of evidence. Finally, experts from around the world, from 12 different countries, more than 24 scientists, have shown that lethal control is.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Again, if you have to finish your comments, you could provide those to us. We would appreciate that. We'll circulate them amongst the commissioners for what you weren't able to say today. Next, Katie.
Next up, we have Michelle Lute, who I see is ready to go, and then we followed by our final speaker, Norman Bishop.
Okay, welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. I am the National Carnivore Conservation Manager for Project Coyote and an interdisciplinary scientist with extensive experience in human-carnivore coexistence, including 30 publications in both bio and social sciences, and facilitating the Michigan Wolf Public Engagement while I was doing a PhD on wolves from 2010 to 14. I also come from 3 generations of farmers. I cannot emphasize enough my support for evidence-based decision-making to serve long-term wolf recovery in Colorado. Some of my coexistence research may be of use in this effort. Some common themes across my research findings reveal broad support among diverse publics and large carnivore scientists and managers for proactive non-lethal solutions, the intrinsic value of wolves, the benefits they bring to ecosystem health and function, the overall low risks wolves pose, but importantly, high risk perceptions among some constituents. We've also found support for governance structures that combine technical expertise with traditional knowledge in a co-management framework. However, among diverse publics and scientists alike, I have not found support for the lethal control of carnivores. Another common theme is that mistrust erodes the best intentioned processes when sociopolitical and historical contexts are not adequately addressed. So I echo Dr. Quartucci's excellent recommendations. Disenfranchisement has not been rectified for many people who have legitimate interest in wildlife. It is also important to note that the process by which you invite Native American nations should recognize their sovereignty and diversity. My last recommendation is to recognize that science is not prescriptive and can't tell us what we should do. Ethicists can help guide questions of should. So I would also recommend that when you seek diverse representation, that you consider bringing conservation ethicists into the discussion. To wrap up, I share the governor's desire to see the planning move forward without delay, and I would love to contribute toward our shared goals in any way the commission finds useful. Project Coyote has several programs that can help provide capacity, such as our Ranching with Wildlife program that collaborates with ranchers to prevent conflict. We look forward to collaborating on this historically important process. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate your comments today.
Last, we have Norman Bishop. Norman, would you like your camera on? Norman, would you like your camera on?
Yes, I'm trying to start video on this end, but I'm not getting it. Okay, let's see, start my video. There we go. Oh,
Norman, you have the honor of being our last speaker.
Ah, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. There's that old ugly old guy. Well, first, thanks to Mr. Reynolds, Eric Odell, Dr. Kurtuch, and Mr. DeWalt, Chairman McDaniels and commissioners. I was a participant in restoring wolves to Yellowstone, helped produce this book and also the environmental impact statement on restoring wolves to Yellowstone and Central Idaho. I've sort of edited my comments, so I have to search around. I hope CPW will take full advantage of the experience, research, and knowledge about the restoration and management of wolves gained over the last 35 years in the Northern Rocky Mountain states and Yellowstone. For instance, well, no state ever reintroduced wolves. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service did, and they produced a huge number of documents that supported the situation, taking 160,000 comments at 160 hearings, and 50 states and 40 countries provided feedback. In Yellowstone, 110 million visitors since 1995 have visited the park. No one has been hurt. So where that leaves us is, I think that restoring wolves can be done. The results will be positive for the health and well-being of Colorado's wildlife at minimal inconvenience to the livestock industry and with a net benefit to big game hunters like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Appreciate your comments today. With that, that closes our public comment period. Thanks, and I appreciate the patience of everyone as we work through this. It is now 1:30, 1:29. Let's bank on a half-hour lunch. If we could do that, come back at 2. It will put us probably another half-hour behind by the time we, or put us about a half-hour behind by the time we work through a motion with regards to this item. So Dion, can you put us into break, and we will return at 2 o'clock.
Okay, Chair McDaniel, are you ready?
Boy, that's a loaded question, Dion. Yeah, but ready as I'm gonna be. I
All
see
right,
Luke shaking his head.
I'll start the recording here in about 20 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Welcome, everyone. We're reconvening our January 14th meeting, virtual meeting of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. And we'll take back up agenda item number 29, the Wolf Land Process and Timeline Proposal. With that, we have completed our presentation. We've also completed public comment. And so we'll now I actually have a motion on the floor, which we postponed until this section after public comment. We'll now entertain commission discussion and comments with regards to this so we can move forward. With that, I recognize Commissioner Garcia.
No, I just wanted to make sure that my motion was on the floor. I'll wait for further comment. Thank you.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
As a second by Commissioner Haskett. With that, I'll open the floor to commission discussion and questions on the motion before I call for a vote, if any. So.
And the motion is what exactly? I'm sorry. How detailed is the motion? What is the motion? I'm sorry, Commissioner Garcia, could you just
let me read that since I always have
Okay,
the
thank you.
pre-printed ones, Carrie.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me. Is there a motion, or he made a motion to approve the wolf reintroduction planning process as presented by staff? So as we talked about when he made it, very generic, just talks about approving the planning process that was presented in the work papers for this meeting.
Thank you.
We have some,
and I would add that that was only sort of modified by Reed's agreement that the timeline in that plan was not a strict timeline, but was a flexible timeline.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification on the motion. I would ask for updated collateral to reflect that because right now I won't be able to vote on a process that includes a timeline. There's a year one and it says what's happening, a year two, it says what, so perhaps we can change that language to phases. So phase one, this happens. Phase two, this happens. Phase three, this happens. And that would make me significantly more comfortable in the ability to vote on this. I also would like to offer and echo Commissioner Schaefer's comments about having additional meetings and maybe even the need for a special session as I am feeling like there are significant components of the actual process that do need to be addressed. I don't want to, as mentioned by the many emails, and I have taken the time to read all of them, and I've responded to many, and if you haven't received my response yet, you will. But I'm feeling rushed in approving a plan. And that is a very scary place to be with something that is such a substantial thing, particularly in light of the other issues the agency faces, like the mega fires that we saw and the continuing issues and impacts economically related to the climate crisis. And that sans wolf reintroduction, or rather the coordinated reintroduction of wolves, since they are already here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Jake Matter, I think you're on the phone or here.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify something. I already have a motion that has been seconded on the floor with regards to the materials that are in the book. So I want to make sure I understand my procedure. So procedurally, we would carry forward and have further discussion and vote on this proposal, either thumbs up or thumbs down, or alternatively, both the motioner and the seconder would have to withdraw their motion and second for us to discuss an alternative before it could be voted upon. Is that correct under our Robert's rules?
Yes, sir, that sounds correct.
Okay, so with that, I'd go back to, well, let me see here. Commissioner Garcia, would you like to hear the other comments from commissioners before I ask you whether you would amend your motion?
No,
Or do you want to have that discussion
I'm
now?
not, as Commissioner Garcia, I'm not willing to add all of those conditions as amendments. All of those items have been dealt with today. They're all things that the staff has agreed that those are items that they all agree that need to be worked on. But I'm not going to go back and start piecemealing everything that's in the staff proposal. So no, other than the flexibility of the timeline, I'm not willing to accept any amendment.
I'm confused. This is what I'm asking about, and I'm
Please,
asking
would
to
you
update
please
our
allow-
documents.
Excuse me, would you please?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Would you please allow people to finish? Thank you. So with that, I'd ask that the motion continue forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask
So
a question? I believe that even though if we pass this motion to approve what is there, it can be changed in the future, can it not?
We got a lot of people talking. Let me step back here so I can address folks. So Commissioner Haskett has asked if a motion is approved, can it be amended in the future? Yes, obviously the commission can. I want to say obviously, yes, Marie, the commission can modify, terminate or whatever, reverse previous decisions if they choose to do so. Please correct me, Rick Matter, if I'm wrong in any of these points. With what I've done with regards to procedure for Commissioner Adams and others. So I've asked Commissioner Garcia with regards to this motion. He's chosen not to modify that. So therefore, what we're required to do under Robert's rules, we will finish the discussion, if any, with regards to motion that's on the floor. Once we finish that discussion, we will hold a vote. It will either pass or it won't. If it won't, we'll entertain a separate or a different motion that could be along the lines of what you're talking about, or this one will pass, in which case we'll just move on to the next agenda item. So with that, I'm going to finish entertaining the discussion with regards to the motion on the floor. So with that, I turn to next in line, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've gotten a little confused. The process, without any timelines, without any dates, is basically okay. But to approve a process, I need certainty that the end date will comply with the statute, in my view, which is getting wolves on the ground before December 31st. New wolves on the ground. We have some out there, but reintroduced wolves on the ground before December 31st, 2023. Otherwise, I don't feel like I'm complying with the statute. So I want sort of certainty that the timing in this process will be adjusted to meet that. I think Commissioner Adams had what I think is a valid point, that when it says right in the sideline of the flow chart, year 1, year 2, year 3, it doesn't look like we've got an efficient process that we can either shorten or lengthen as we see fit, whether we go with the governor's direction or we go with we hit roadblocks and go in a different direction. I don't like the years on the side. So I don't have in my mind what on earth we're approving. And just, this is a completely unrelated thing, but while I have the floor, I thought Justin was going to give us a report back on how we hire a facilitator, which is one of the things we're in the very first phase, is we got to hire a facilitator. And I would like to know whether or not we can prefer through our contracting minority and women-owned businesses, which was sort of an open issue we left at the end of the last thing. So I'll yield the floor, but those questions are still out there for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I can certainly see if there's an additional feedback in the obviously short time Justin has had, to see if he could give us any additional information. With regards to, again, the motion, and I'll look to Jake here to see, make sure I don't misstate anything. I really hate looking to lawyers all the time, but I guess I have to in something like this. We do have a proposal on the floor. It does have dates on it. We're voting as to whether we believe that it is the right process moving forward. And of course, again, the question can be amended yes or reversed yes. I will leave it up to your interpretation. I'm assuming any proposal, and this one in particular that's come before us to be voted on by the commission is compliant with the law, Commissioner Touchin. That is my interpretation. And until I'm told differently, then I believe that's the case. And that's what I'll be basing my decision upon when I eventually go to vote. I see Director Prinsloo has raised his hand, would like to give us some information.
Maybe if you don't mind, Jake can answer, but I thought I was going to try and help clarify. If you recall in the schematic, it does say approximate time. That may or may not be enough, you know, for certain commissioners. It does say year, but it says approximate. I don't actually tend to agree with Commissioner Adams' general point, as it might save phases, but we, you know, not to make this worse, but we ought to just make sure we understand that. I think the part that I think there's agreement on, and I believe is in Commissioner Garcia's, I don't want to put words in his mouth, is that we will comply with the law, and the latest time frame is December 2023 for wolf reintroduction, and earlier than that is better. That's how I read in that. So I think the approximate thing on the schematic actually gets to that. But if you want to rename that, I don't know if that takes a different, that I'll leave up to Jake if that, you know, if that makes some people feel better.
I agree, Director. The approximate time frame does provide that flexibility, while obviously complying with the statutory amendment via 114.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams, if I could ask, Justin Rutter's raised his hand. Can we get that information before I go to your next question? Commissioner Adams?
Oh, sure. No, my hand up was from the time that I spoke.
Oh,
But yeah, I'll
okay.
keep it up. I'll come back after Justin. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Rutter, are you there to give some answers with regards to questions that Commissioner Touchin brought forward?
I am. Good afternoon, Commission. Justin Rutter again, Assistant Director of Financial Capital Services. I provided incorrect information prior to lunch. We do not have a preference for minority-owned businesses in the state. The information that I was able to gather is that this is a little bit dated because we did complete a study in December that showed that only 8% of the state's contracts are going to minority-owned businesses. So I think that would change where we're at a little bit, but under federal law, we need a justification to use race as a selection factor. And we had not completed a disparity study prior to December, and I'm not sure if this will qualify it fully, but there's no rule on the books allowing us to use race as a selection factor.
Thank you, Justin. With that, we have, again, further commission discussion before we vote upon this item.
Can I jump back in, Commissioner McDaniels now?
Yes, Commissioner Adams.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Justin, thank you for that metric. 8%. 8%. That is less than the combined non-white population in Colorado. That is disproportionate to the Coloradans here and the businesses that we have here. So I encourage us to think very critically. And I've actually raised this issue before about vendor and vendor selection, et cetera. So thank you for the metric. Now, 8% is always going to be in my mind, and I can't wait to share that metric with the many folks that I have the opportunity to work with. Again, my point of clarification is going back to trust and transparency and clarity. My concern around around the nomination that is at hand is it says one thing, but the documents people are reading say another. And I'm sorry, people they get confused by the term approximate. I know that it means fluid. You know that it means fluid, but when they see it on the piece of paper, that's what they're going to expect. And so again, I will not be able to vote on yes to something that is not illustrative, excuse me, of what we are actually agreeing on. And going back to not Jake, but our other attorney, Luis.
Lisa.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Lisa Reynolds.
Yes, Lisa Reynolds. She commented on this as well. What was the intention of the voters? And it wasn't clear. And so we really wanted to make sure that it was clear. And so when we're doing any kind of voting, I want to make sure that we are crystal clear, that there could be no confusion over what we approved. And when my auntie sees year 1, year 2, and year 3, that is what is going to be in her mind. And I don't want that to be in her mind, because that is not what we voted on. And she's not going to get into the weeds to see, oh, with flexible dates. She's not going to see that. She's just going to see year 1, year 2, and year 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Hauser.
Was Commissioner Schaefer before me, or did he take his hand down?
It looks like he took his hand down, but did you have it?
Did he retreat?
We will see what you have to say, Commissioner Hauser.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the motion that we've sort of conflated two things in this conversation, so I'll speak maybe first to the motion. Based on all the presentation we got today and Reed's description of the sort of, this is a straw man, it is an outline. This is a huge process. And I think, to Commissioner Touchton's point that he's made several times, it is a by no later than. I think that's very clear. My understanding when I vote is that it's by a no later than, and there are lots of variables that are going to happen between now and December of 23. And so it's got to have some flexibility, with the understanding that that's what the proposition said was December of 23, even though, we also recognize that that's sort of confusing language as well. Is it on the ground in 23, or is the plan done in 23? But I think we've all had the conversation and the assumption that it is, it's the former. I think, I can't remember what order I put that in, confuse everybody even more. So, as I think about the motion that Commissioner Garcia said, we are with full transparency, with authenticity, with an intention to put together a plan that we're going to continue. We don't have a facilitator yet. The process is going to unfold. There's going to be a lot of details that are going to go into it, and actually some fluidity with the notion that we've got an end date and a deadline to reverse engineer, from which to reverse engineer. I think is really important, and that's at least the spirit of what I understand the motion to be. On the facilitator piece, I would just maybe comment, having been through some not great processes and having been through some other great processes in our state, this is all about how we write the RFP. And the RFP can be written in a way that says whatever it is that we're interested in. And it also doesn't have to be one facilitator. It can be a firm that it has representation and that it has diverse individuals that will be part of a facilitation team. It can be a consortium. We can put in that RFP, preference will be made to collaborative proposals that bring in different facilitator groups. It doesn't necessarily have to be one firm or one individual either. So I think we should think about being really creative in terms of how we present that when it goes onto the street. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Commissioner Phillips.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner McDaniel. Just, I guess, reiterate what Commissioner Hauser and Commissioner Garcia were saying. I also feel very comfortable with this. We have the deadline of 2023 that we know it's a known, it's a law. We have to abide by that. So I feel comfortable with these parameters while also giving us enough flexibility to work through this big unknown problem. There's a lot of players in the game, and we need to have some flexibility. And I think this gives us a good structure. Maybe mislabeled. It works for me, but year one with approximate dotted lines in between, I think is really good. The only thing. And I'm happy with this and can work forward, but next time we revisit or update, I would like to see the conversations with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service pushed into the phase 1 of this project, because the federal government is very slow moving and have potential to be big players in this decision down the track. So just making sure that they're being brought along current and in the conversation from the get-go. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. This is a question I think for Jake. Jake, could we approve the motion? If the motion that is on the floor is approved, could we still direct staff to come back with a more refined timeline separately than this motion, or would this motion prohibit us from then having a separate discussion around dates?
No, I think it's going to evolve. You can continue to give that sort of direction collectively to the division, and none of it is set in stone. If you want to give specific direction to speed this piece up, slow this piece down, that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luckily, Commissioner Hauser, as usual, said some of what I wanted to raise, which she does it more eloquently than I do. I just want to point out a couple things that I think relate to everything that the discussion has been framed today. Like, this is uncomfortable. Like, there's so many unknowns out there that this process of having this discussion is generally uncomfortable because of the level of uncertainty that we all feel. That's what that's what drives stakeholder processes, to try and eliminate that level of uncertainty so that folks feel like they've been brought along. And I'm not saying this as in any way as criticism of either the director or the chair. We're charged with doing these things, but this is one where there's a huge passel of unknowns that exist here. That's very difficult without that information to make what you feel in your heart is an informed decision. We've heard from a number of people who raised additional issues that I hadn't even thought of. One of them, my own kind of commissioners. I hadn't thought about, the impacts to both domestic and wild horses. Like, those sort of things are going to be brought along throughout this process. And that's why I think, like, the discussion regarding a timeline is somewhat silly, to be honest. There's going to be so many different factors that come into play that alter different aspects of whatever timeline that might be prescribed. And I think that we have to also it behooves us to approach this with somewhat of a level of adaptive management. There's a framework here. We have clear sideboards when it comes to the actual initiative language. And I think that the governor's request and the discussion we've had in terms of endeavoring to do this in a more ambitious timeline is good, but we need to recognize it has to be done the right way. And it has to be done in a way where we are able to eliminate as many pieces of uncertainty that exist as possible. We're not going to get rid of them all, and we're not going to have a kumbaya moment necessarily at the end of this. But the hope is that folks feel like their time has not been wasted, that the process has been justified and done justice to their time invested. So to me, like, I believe that exists within the proposal that has been brought forward to us. I understand the reticence in regards to, numbers on the side there. I don't think those numbers necessarily, let alone be concrete. I don't know that they're not going to change before the next meeting. So it's one where I feel uncomfortable all around. However, I think that the motion that has been presented is reasonable at this juncture.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think all of us realize that we're being compelled to begin this process. It's not going to be one giant leap from today to the end of the plan. It's going to be a series of small steps. And what we need to do, in my opinion, is begin those steps. The staff has put in countless hours to come up with what's in front of us today. And all of us, I think, understand that we can modify it as more information becomes available. But the most important thing on my mind is that we get the process started. And a vote today allows the staff to proceed and continue down the road they've started. If, as we all hope, we're able to come back together sooner than March, that we can hopefully come together back in February. We will then have a new plan in front of us. We can discuss it at length. And if it needs modification, we can do that. But I think the most important thing we can do today is begin the process. That's what we've been asked to do. And that's what I think we need to go forward with. And then we can begin the process of modifying that plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Before we get to round two of comments from folks, I'd like to chime in a little bit myself. And I think both Commissioner Schaefer and May, very eloquently stated what I was thinking. We've been asked to, help provide some input to the agency to get started. They worked long and hard to put a proposal in front of us. That's their best knowledge at this point. And it will undoubtedly change. I look at the timeline and I want to always be honest with my fellow commissioners. I think that it's speeding that process is possible, but not probable from what I've heard today. I think about other states and what they've done and all the unknowns in this. There's going to be so much come at us, including lawsuits, which just may take this entire timeline out of our hands. And I think that's very possible. And we need to prepare for that too, if that's the case, and continue to do the things with regards to both federal applications or 10J and move down in multiple paths for us to try to stay in compliance. So we'll do our best, and I know we will, as a commission to do that. At the same time, I really, wholeheartedly support what the agency the staff worked hard to put in front of us is at this time, they think their best estimate. And I know they'll work diligently to, as the saying goes, put flesh on those bones, really, provide a lot more facts and data for all of us to really analyze, so that if we need to modify our decision in the future, we can certainly do so, and it will be factually based. So anyway, with that, I'll go to round two of comments, and Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask to Commissioner Touchton, I said this, and to you personally, 12/31/23 is something that I think is law. I think that's what was given to us. And I think that that's something that we need to be shooting for. I agree with Luke, and thank you, Luke, that the governor's timeline is an ambitious timeline. And I would like to see us work towards it. I'm always one that likes to do things and move along and move the process. But again, I will always look back and say the process is number one. But would it violate law or the ballot initiative in 114 and the voters' wishes? No. Commissioner May, I think you're absolutely right. You hit it right on the nail when you said there's going to be a lot of things we're going to need to do that will modify a lot of this as we go down the road. But we need to get the process started. And I think that's the key, that if there are people who want to try to be ambitious and move this along, many times that means, as we talked about, I did yesterday, taking your hat off at the door. We cannot come in and constantly have our own little piece of this that we are going to fight for hours and days and months over and lose sight of the ballot initiative and the mission of CPW. I think as long as we keep that in mind and work together to try to get this done, we will get it done on a timely basis. So thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you so much. Again, I am in lockstep with many of you around the process that has been identified, around the fact that this will be an iterative process, the fact that we need adaptive leadership, the fact that we need strong stakeholder engagement. I'm in lockstep with all of you. All I am simply asking for is an update on our materials so that they reflect what we just agreed upon, or what the motion says, which is the dates are flexible. That is not in that document. And I'm sorry, approximately is a confusing term that most people don't even understand. We really need, I'm urging us to to approve something that reflects what we are saying here today during this meeting, and not something that is going to give people a certain expectation around a timeline that is not going to reflect, right? Plans are iterative. We know changes are going to be made. My concern is right out of the gate, when I bring this back to the thousands of people that we have, or 1,500 people that we have at Outdoor Afro and the many other organizations that I have the privilege of working with, they're going to see these documents and they're going to walk away with an impression that is not our intention. And so, you know, again, that is the piece that I'm struggling with. And I don't want to delay a process. I want us to move forward. I understand that there is an urgency around getting started. However, I don't want our first step to be something that is confusing. That is all I'm asking. I feel like we need to be clear. I think we need to be simple. I think we need to be giving collateral and information that reflects the decisions that are made by this commission. And I'm quite surprised that I'm getting pushback because I'm asking for our documentation to reflect the decision that we're making. Alas, I have confidence, and again, I lean on my ancestors and our collective ancestors. I'm happy that I don't have to deal with the racial reintroduction and integration. I'm much happier to deal with wolf reintroduction than racial integration. And I couldn't be happier to do with all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton.
Yes, thank you. I guess a lot of statements have made a great deal of sense to me. The idea that we need to get going, Commissioner Garcia's statement that you know, we have to take each other at our word, and we've all made representations as we go forward. And Commissioner Adams' statements that our documents should reflect all what we've actually agreeing to. I'm wondering if a way forward is just for me to ask, when do we get to check in on this document again? When is the next iteration? Because, you know, there was a lot of things we discussed that we didn't resolve in the slightest, like does the commission have a role in appointing people to the stakeholder group, or is that just something that's done at the director level without the commission? Same thing with the technical advisory group and what type of people. There's so many things that are inside these little boxes, like the very first box, it says, what's our goal, which I don't think we have agreement on. When do we get back to it? Because if it's going to be an iterative process, we'll build it as we go along. Dallas said that our next meeting is in March or May. And I'm just curious, when do we get another chance to continue to iterate with this document?
I probably look to Director Prinsloo to make a response to that, but I can tell you that between myself as chair and Director Prinsloo, or the director, Dan, we've talked that we'll probably be talking about this topic, Mr. Touchton, unfortunately, at every meeting. And so we're going to get constant touch points from meeting to meeting, but I'll let Director Prinsloo give additional.
There has been and will not be any, how will I say that? We will not be able to stay with our current commission meetings and get this done even in 10 years, let alone, you know, for sure by December of 2023. So we needed to have this discussion. Obviously, we need direction from the commission. I hope we get to that today, someday, and sometime. And yet you will expect to hear from staff and the chairman about how we can have our second and third bite of the apple with extra meetings and call-in meetings. And, you know, again, moving target, we've got COVID and not COVID, but expect to hear. And I think the first one will be some kind of check-in with a notice for public involvement in February. But we don't have any of that yet. That's part of that. I've heard it loud and clear today.
Thank you, Director Prinsloo. We've got two more commissioner comments, and then I'd like to move forward to seeing if we can call a vote and see whether this motion passes or it does not. And then we can, you know, we would take our path from there. So with that, Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Chair McDaniel. Just a real quick note, as I'm kind of reflecting on this, it's a big, scary, unknown thing. And I think all of us are kind of doers and really want to jump in and grab a hold and take off running. The thing that I'm kind of reverting to or trying not to lose sight of is our staff that's behind us and in front of us and all around us. They've done a lot of I'll say controversial or unpopular in some areas things before. So just keeping in my mind, and this is just more expression, I guess, that our staff is here to help and best intentions. They're following the same rules we are. So not to lose sight of that and try to do too much, but be available to the staff when they need our help. And yeah, that's it really. Thank you.
Very good suggestion, Commissioner Phillips. Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to circle back to what Commissioner Tuction mentioned. Like, it seems as if one of the things that we can inform is the way in which we will interact with this schematic, if you will, or this table, depending on which one you're looking at. But that is because of the legal requirements that are upon us. That can only happen through, noticed meetings and the whatnot. Being able to have an expectation or understanding of expectations in regards to how we will move about implementing this plan, I think also helps inform people's level of comfort regarding, prescribed timelines or unprescribed timelines, whichever way they're viewing. I'm just wondering, like, can we make a decision today in regards to, we're going to meet in February virtually, or a work group is going to, whatever it may be, to get rid of one piece of uncertainty, so that we're able to have a better understanding of what the next steps may be. I'm just looking at this from that sort of collaborative standpoint. We've paid a bunch of attention in regards to stakeholders and technical teams. Ultimately, at the end of the day, this collaboration is making the decision, and we've got to be able to work together.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Director Prinsley, you want to comment to our ability to do that by February?
I'll see if I can be even clearer. I'll commit to a meeting of the commission on this subject in February to be determined on how, when, and where.
Yeah, we can. And as chair, I'll work with the director about that. We'll pick a date. We'll send out a doodle poll and we'll set it up.
Much appreciated.
Okay. Well, with that, I'm going to step back now into our due process here. We have a motion on the floor that has been seconded to approve the Wolf reintroduction planning process as presented by staff. So we'll do a voice vote on this one. Laura, could you execute that for me, please?
Yes. Adams?
I thought that he made an amendment to say with flexible dates. Is that that's not what you just said? So
No, it
okay.
is not amended to include that language. So it is as was presented in the materials, Commissioner Adams.
Okay, thank you. No.
Lecca?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Haskett?
Yes.
Hauser?
Yes, and with confidence that our minutes will reflect this conversation, and we will communicate it through a press release or however we do typically when we act on an item like this. Thank you.
May?
Yes.
Phillips?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes, with the same note as Commissioner Hauser.
Touchton?
Yes, I'll throw in with everyone with the understanding that we mean flexible dates, even though we didn't write down flexible dates.
Vardy?
Yes, with the same notes of the Hauser, Schaefer, and Touchton.
Chairman McDaniel?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Well, I know it's a lot of hard work and many hours and heavy lifting. So thanks all of you for sticking through this for the last few hours. I know it's been a little bit of a grind, and it's a difficult, complex subject for us all. With that, let's see if we can make up a little time and see if we can stay at least remotely on schedule, get most of our agenda items done and not have to punt anything to the next meeting. Is Brent Franklin available for item number 30?
I am here, Chairman.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yes, we can. So we're going to, Brent is a wildlife biologist, and we'll be going through the sand dunes, deer, and elk herd management plans. As a reminder, all those were also provided to you or all of us via the videos. So hopefully what we'll get here today is a summary and the ability to start to move this forward to our consent agenda at the next meeting. So with that, I'll give that to you, Brent.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman McDaniel, Commissioners, Director Gibbs, if he's back, and Director Pranslow. It's great to be back again, though it is on a different platform this year. I am Brent Franklin, the wildlife biologist in Monte Vista, Colorado, in the San Luis Valley. Today, I have 2 draft herd management plans, extensions for your attention. They are the deer and elk plans for the same landscape, the western side of the Sangre de Cristi Mountains, Game Management Unit 82 in the San Luis Valley. The deer herd D37 is small, about 2,500 deer, and has been relatively stable for several years. Recently, fawn production and survival appear to have improved and might allow this population to increase. We propose increasing this population to about 3,000 deer with a desired buck ratio of 26 to 30 bucks per 100 does. Low quantity and quality of winter range are likely the limiting factors in this population. There are very few complaints in this herd, whether considering game damage, impacts, or distribution. The public supports increasing the population and this proposed buck ratio. At this stage, please could I ask if there are any questions relative to the D37 herd?
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Brent, and thank you for the presentations you provided us earlier on both of these game management plans. I will tell you, maybe I read wrong or I don't read well, but I actually, director called me, to see if there were any questions about the agenda. And I said, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving to go down to D37 to go deer hunting. 83% success ratio in the 4th season. Is that what you said?
It's about that, yes, Commissioner Garcia. And the reason being is the animals are relatively easy to come by, being on the foothills of the Sangre de Cristi Mountains.
I'm surprised that those numbers are that high, but good work. And I think that's a good plan that you have going forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other question for other commissioners. One quick question for you, Brent. With regards to the buck to doe ratio, maybe a little bit more you can give me. We're moving from 20 to 25 to 25 to 29. I kind of haven't seen that before. We usually say, I don't know, it's a small point, 25 to 30 or 30 to 35, but it seems awful precise, 25 to 29. Are we tightening the range for a reason is what I'm asking you. So are we trying to be more precise in our buck management, or why did we use those numbers? Did it have a meaning, or it's just the next block of numbers?
Chairman, we're attempting right now, our observations are above those numbers. So what we're trying to do is lower the objective to a more realistic number than what we had before, instead of going out there and harvesting accessible numbers of animals. And we feel that we can at least have a more reasonable number of bucks to does with that range. It's more realistic to be able to lower the observed ratio. The observed ratio is in the lower 30s, 33 to 35, somewhere within that range. And so with that, and if we manage to the objective, we would need to go out and harvest a lot more bucks than we intend. So with having a higher buck to doe ratio, more realistic to what we're seeing, we feel that we can manage more accordingly, and more realistically because it's a smaller herd as well, over the landscape.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It does. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you. Brett, I've got two questions for you, one of which is frivolous, but I've got to ask, since we haven't met, where did you get that delightful accent?
And shucks, I got teased. Commissioner Touchton, I got teased in the past. It must be from Texas, right?
A lot of things are from Texas, but that's one of
from
them.
Southern Africa.
Okay, I might have guessed. My real question was, in the longer versions of the plans that I read, the deer herd, you mentioned that it's limited by winter range, but I also read there was competition with the elk herd. I'm wondering if that competition is over the winter range, or if you could expound a bit more about. It seemed to me that if we're going to grow the deer herd, we might have to shrink the elk herd to give the deer herd the available forage and whatnot. So I'd like just a little bit more information about the interspecies competition there.
Certainly. The short version of that is you're quite correct there, Commissioner Touchton, in that if we're to help the deer herd grow, it would entail, and that is one of our objectives for the elk herd, is to attempt to reduce the elk herd. And that is a continuation of the previous, the previous objectives. It isn't just an extension of the objectives. So in allowing the elk herd to be reduced would allow the deer herd to also increase with those limiting winter range resources. The most limiting would be the residual forage that is available on that winter range. And that's what puts a lot of pressure on these different species within the allowable wild habitat that they can reside. If that makes sense in the short version.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't see any further questions. So do you want to go on to the elk herd management plan?
Sure. Now the elk herd E11 is significantly different. Our traditional management by harvest effort has been a challenge. About 25 years ago, as the population began increasing and we increased hunting opportunities, we saw significant elk movement onto areas where hunting was not allowed. The population continued to increase and began spilling over into adjacent units. These movements exposed CPW to significant game damage claims, millions of dollars. The damage claims led to a zero elk population objective in the adjacent San Luis Valley floor and limiting this herd's population. The elk concentration occurring on the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve is also causing resource damage on the park and may have some negative impacts on adjacent Forest Service lands. Recently, significant progress has been accomplished working with the Sand Dunes National Park and National Wildlife Refuge to increase harvest and redistribution of elk on these formerly closed areas. While these steps and liberalized hunting opportunities on private lands are implemented, CPW proposes maintaining the current objectives, attempting to reduce the elk herd to 3,000 to 4,000 animals. Bull hunting is unlimited during the second and third rifle seasons, as it's an over-the-counter seasons. And we expect to have about 20 bulls per 100 cows. Now, the pre-recorded videos and herd management plan documents made available to you all have been do offer more detail, and I may hope that this summary helps as well. Thank you all ever so much for your time today. Now I'd be happy to answer any questions pertaining to the E11 herd.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Mainly a comment. I wanted to applaud the efforts of the agency to obtain greater levels of access so that we can have a better management opportunity. I also wanted to certainly extend my support for continuing that. It's a challenge in that area, and I was surprised at the level of private land fragmentation listed in the primary concerns that's occurred over the last couple of decades, limiting that winter range and further hunting opportunities. Given the fact that it seems as if, you know, that trend is matching the rest of the state, there was a highlight in there for me in regards to chronic wasting disease. It is not necessarily been present in testing. There's continued testing that's occurring to the east on deer herds. But given the fact that ownership patterns and sort of the winter range does cause some concentration, how much of a concern is it? I'm trying to, you know, sort of read through the lines here, but how much of a concern is it there?
To be frankly honest, Commissioner Schaefer, right now it's a distant concern. Being that it is on the other side of the mountain, yes, it's certainly possible. We're not going to rule it out altogether. However, to date, we have not received any positive animals tested within that unit nor anywhere else in the San Luis Valley. I mean, that includes the mandatory testing from this year that we did implement throughout the valley, including GMU 82. We have not received any positive tests, but when I say distant concern, we do have positive animals that have been tested on the other side of the mountain in the Wet Valley area, but the prevalence rate for those testings was lower than 1%. So it is certainly always possible, but not a significant concern at this stage of the game.
I appreciate that. It is something that, you know, endeavoring to keep it out is a great thing, and hopefully that testing will help inform any quick decisions that we may have to make. So thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Brent, for putting this together. It's cool to see all these numbers on paper. We manage a ranch, right? They're actually our neighbors. We're right in the heart of this herd, and in dealing with a lot of the issues that you talk about of kind of the land degradation because of the overpopulation and all on board. The one thing that I might be missing it, but didn't see was private partnerships along with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, with the National Park Service, everyone else, because I know we have been doing for a lot of years, a lot of work, and I don't know, contributing a substantial amount of these game management hunts. So I guess if it was fitting, would like to just see the private landowner partnerships acknowledged and maybe some numbers there if it was appropriate. And that's it. Thanks again.
Sure, you're very welcome. Thank you, Commissioner Phillips.
I think that's all the questions we have, Brent. So thank you very much. Comment provided to you and to Brian. So look forward to seeing these move back into our consent agenda for the March meeting.
Appreciate it. Thank you all ever so much.
Thank you. With that, let's move forward to agenda item 32 with Ty Petersburg. And he's going to be talking about the Parks and Wildlife Commission housing policy. So, Ty, I think I see you there. There you are.
You do, yes, sir. Ty Petersburg. I'm the Assistant Chief of Law Enforcement in Field Services. Good afternoon, Commissioner McDaniel, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, and Director Prenslow. I promise to both be as quick as you'd like, and hopefully somewhat less exciting than a wolf discussion. So with that, I will get into it for you. What I'm presenting you today is for consideration as a policy relative to the occupancy and use of division-owned housing. This is really just a function of our policy and administrative directive cleanup post-merger, to be quite honest. After the merger, we had policies from both agencies, and we're trying to put them together just so that we can be copacetic now that we are one agency moving forward. Included in your packet, I wrote a brief memo, a one-page memo, and then I believe was included the final verbiage for this policy and the previous policy. And just to cut real quickly to the chase, there were some simple administrative cleanups going from the old Division of Wildlife to reflect Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Beyond that, there's very little, if any, change to this policy. Just as a form of background, the state owns both previous Division of Wildlife and Parks and Outdoor Recreation own different properties around the state that had houses, campgrounds, rustic cabins, multifamily homes across the state. They're used for training for employees as they're out on assignment, or for example, if they're in the Denver metro area for post training, our hatchery or fishery folks use them quite often. And then pretty regularly, our state wildlife area technicians have properties that they live in as their primary residence. It's pretty important to the state for us to have these properties and residences filled. It gives us an extra added level of security for our properties and some of our high-end resources, particularly in our hatcheries, to have around-the-clock security and management and maintenance of our properties, and simply to have staff on the premises so that we can better maintain and serve the community. Additionally, as you get out into the further flung areas of the state, we have rustic cabins that our folks will stay in as they're out on an assignment somewhere, whether it's a wildlife assignment doing census work, doing a law enforcement operation, or anything along those lines. This policy, in short, just affirms that these properties are important and the division will own and maintain them and use them properly. Just for the commission today, I will read the policy statement on the policy before you. If you scan down toward the bottom third of the page, the Parks and Wildlife Commission recognizes the value of the state and the division of owning and maintaining living quarters for division employees in certain positions and circumstances, providing division staff housing in remote areas or areas of security concern, allows staff to monitor division property and assets, as well as provide law enforcement and protect fish and wildlife in ways that wouldn't be possible if staff did not live on site or have temporary access to living quarters. However, with limited resources to construct and maintain employee residences with capital construction funds, it is imperative that the division make sound and wise decisions regarding construction, maintenance, and use of these structures. Therefore, it shall be the policy of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission that the ultimate responsibility for procurement of additional housing or disposal of currently owned housing, maintenance of these facilities, and the subsequent leasing of these facilities shall be at the discretion of the director or his designee. This responsibility is delegated with the expectation that the director will adhere to all relevant Colorado state fiscal rules, in particular 1 CCR 101-1, Rule 2-8, and Title 33, Article 1 CRS in regards to employee housing. You may ask why on earth I am presenting this. I was part of the committee when this began as an area wildlife manager, and in that previous role, we had several division properties that I had employees in. So I'm in a new role now, and they figured they would just keep on with the guy that was there to begin with. With that, I'd just like to open it up for any questions, if there's anything I can help or clarify for you for your consideration on this policy.
Thank you, Ty. So in other words, you got stuck with it, and
with a smile.
Somebody else.
With a smile.
Anyways, I don't think we have any. No, it doesn't look like any commission questions about it. Very good materials, appreciate it. And this is an action item from us, I believe. Is that correct? So we'll need to approve this as it is a policy of the commission. All right. Well, with that, I will ask, is there a motion to approve the Parks and Wildlife Commission housing policy as presented by staff?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner May.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Schaefer. I think we can do a voice vote on this one. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ty. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Well, believe it or not, we're actually ahead of time now. We've gone from dramatically behind to dramatically ahead, which is great. So I think we probably, since we have a speaker from outside in item 36, let's just go ahead and do another item or two and get to our break at the break time, so we can coordinate with that person to show up a little bit earlier if they need to. So that if possible, if Robert Walters is available to do the invasive species policy, is he available?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am available.
Excellent. Well, let's move on to item 33. Robert Walters, invasive species specialist, and he's going to talk about the invasive species policy. As a reminder to the commissioners, this is an action item, so we'll be required to take action on this at the end of this review. Thank you. So turn over to you, Robert.
Okay, excellent. Can I just get a thumbs up from someone to be sure that my presentation is coming across okay? Thank you. Well, thank you again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Again, my name is Robert Walters, and I am the new Invasive Species Program Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It is my pleasure to present to you information about this updated commission policy, as well as provide some general information about invasive species, as well as native pests and CPW's on-the-ground efforts to mitigate those impacts. The current commission policy that is being updated is policy B300 pertaining to noxious pests. This policy was approved and adopted by the Colorado Board of Parks and Outdoor Recreation in July of 1990. Since that time, there have been significant gains in our knowledge of noxious and invasive species, and also significant changes to how they've been distributed all across our landscape. As an example, I'm just going to share with you two distribution maps for zebra and quagga mussels. These are the most costly invasive species in the United States. This first map shows their distribution in 1990 when policy B300 was approved. At that time, they were not known outside of the Great Lakes region, and their impacts were not yet evident. This map, pretty recently from 2020, shows the almost current distribution of zebra and quagga mussels across the United States. As you can see, there has been significant spread of this species, and the ecological and economic impacts of that spread are now much more evident than they were at the time. While this is certainly only two species, this scenario is not at all specific to zebra and quagga mussels and does illustrate the change in the landscape of invasive species since 1990. Given that there is a very significant change in not only our knowledge of, but also the scope of invasive species management, I believe this is an ideal time for the Commission to consider updating their policy pertaining to invasive species as well as native pests. So the purpose of this updated policy really is as follows. The Parks and Wildlife Commission recognizes the agency's responsibility to prevent and manage invasive species and native pests for the purpose of conserving our natural resources, wildlife species and habitats, and providing outdoor recreational opportunities. In regards to native pests, this policy defines native pests as species native to Colorado that have traits that are detrimental to our effective resource management and or the identified management purpose of the property. Common native pests include insects and rodents, but really could be any native species that challenge the management purposes of our properties. While native pests certainly have detrimental impacts, those impacts often pale when we compare them to invasive species. This policy defines invasive species as noxious weeds, aquatic nuisance species, invasive wildlife, or other biological organisms that are not native to Colorado and are known to cause or are likely to cause harm to natural resources or the human benefits defined or derived from those resources. It has been stated and shown that invasive species cost the United States more than $120 billion in damage each and every year, and that invasive species are the second largest threat to biodiversity, second only to habitat loss. The primary authorities pertaining to invasive species management in Colorado are held by CPW as well as the Department of Agriculture. In CPW, our authorities over invasive species are centered around the management of aquatic nuisance species. These authorities are granted and defined by our state A&S Act, as well as our Parks and Wildlife Chapter 8 regulations, which are specific to our A&S program. The Department of Agriculture provides financial assistance, technical support, reporting, and on-the-ground control services, as well as statewide coordination for the noxious weed management. In addition, they provide biological pest control, technical support, and pesticide applicator licensing and training. In terms of how CPW is really managing invasive species on the ground, we prioritize prevention. Invasive species prevention is not cheap, but when compared to the billions of dollars of potential damages we could face and the often irreversible ecological and economic impacts associated with infestation, that preventative action is really the preference. Preventative actions, management actions CPW engages in include the promotion of native vegetation, educational signage, the largest and I would say best watercraft inspection and decontamination program in the nation, wader and boot cleaning stations, and educational outreach efforts. In the unfortunate event, if an invasive species does become established, we have several actions that can be taken. First, containment. We want to limit the potential spread of these species to new areas as much as possible to reduce their potential to cause further harm. This includes different integrated pest management techniques, such as biological, mechanical, physical, and chemical control. Beyond that, CPW employs revegetation as well as restoration efforts to improve competition by native species. Last but not least, CPW also develops and utilizes invasive species management plans to guide our on-the-ground management of invasive species. These plans are a fundamental component of property management plans and are updated on a 5-year cycle for our properties. These plans include inventories of invasive species at each location, as well as clear priorities and goals for prevention, containment, control, or eradication. These plans also include maps of invasive species distribution, detailed management techniques that have been shown to be effective and are making use of integrated pest management methodologies that are environmentally sensitive. They also include schedules or proposed dates of treatment or management and potential funding sources for implementation of these plans. The Aquatic Nuisance Species Program has developed species-specific management plans. These plans include New Zealand mud snails, rusty crayfish, and zebra and quagga mussel management plans, which outline the preventative efforts in place to stop these species from being introduced, further spreading within our state, and also include rapid response plans for the unfortunate event where these species may become established in a new location. The A&S program also has an overarching State of Colorado Aquatic Nuisance Species Management Plan. This plan was recently approved by the National Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force and provides guidance for the collaborative implementation of the A&S program at the statewide level, and also makes us eligible to receive federal funding for the implementation of that plan. The development and implementation of these plans is directly in alignment with our strategic plan, which calls for the development, implementation, and updating of species management plans and strategies. This here is the policy statement. I'm not going to read that policy statement to you because I believe you have it there in your documents, but I do want to highlight the map that is here on the slide. This map really highlights the implications of both action and inaction as it pertains to invasive species. In response to zebra and quagga mussels, many eastern states have taken no action, and as is clearly illustrated on the map, they have seen significant spread and associated detrimental impacts. In the West, and in Colorado in particular, we have taken a much more proactive approach to the prevention of zebra and quagga mussel establishments, and those states that have proactively implemented programs by far and large remain free of these invasive species. It's for this reason that the policy encourages the Commission to be dedicated to the prevention and management of invasive species on our CPW properties, as well as our surrounding areas, which again is in direct alignment with our strategic plan, which calls for the management of invasive species to reduce impacts on habitat. Through prevention and the implementation of integrated pest management methodologies, CPW can and will remain at the forefront of invasive species management, which in turn protects our native habitats, ecosystems, and the identified management purposes of our properties. So again, thank you to the Parks and Wildlife Commission for your time and consideration in the adoption and acceptance of this policy. At this time, I would certainly be glad to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Robert. We have a few questions for you. Begin with Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you. Robert, I'm with you on the invasive species part. The native pest part, I had some questions about.
Okay.
The definition of a native pest, it seems entirely subjective. It's just a species that is doing something we don't like. But a beaver building a trout pond is probably a great native species. A beaver chopping down an orchard is probably a pest. It's time, place, and manner. And I'm wondering, but you can't say a beaver is a pest species all the time. So I don't think there's any such thing as a pest species. It's kind of antiquated thinking in my mind. There's just native species doing what they do, and every now and then they're inconvenient for us. Since we already have authority to manage wildlife, I'm wondering if we could just dispense with a specific policy saying we can manage native pests, because it seems like completely unnecessary. It's just a subset of what we would do all the time. Like, we manage elk. Elk on a golf course are a pest to someone. We'll manage it, but we don't have to call elk a native pest or have a policy on that to get there. So I just sort of wondered if we could keep the invasive species policy and let this idea that some animals are less than others and we call them pests or varmints or whatever, let that idea go to the dustbin of history.
Well, thank you for the question there, Commissioner. In regards to pests, I mean, I'm certainly right there with you that there is a little bit of latitude in how that's interpreted. I think really the purpose behind this was there are species that we need to manage, and sometimes those species are okay to be out there on our parks and wildlife and they are not causing any damages or detriment to our operations. But when they do become detrimental to the intended use of that property, that this would allow us to take the actions that we need to mitigate those impacts that they are having that are against the management purpose of the property.
So Robert, let me interrupt. We've got two additional commissioner questions, but I wanted to make sure I understood your answer you just provided to Commissioner Touchton. Are you saying absent the policy, if a pest exists on state park, as you defined it, pest, state park or state wildlife access properties, you are in requirement of the policy to address that species or pest and could not take action absent a policy under some other statutory authority?
Thanks for the clarification there, Mr. Chairman. Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you here and say that I was not really involved in the development of this commission policy. I've just recently stepped into this position. So if it's all right, I might defer this question to Matt or Reed to help me out a little bit in terms of how this fits into the bigger picture.
Okay. Reed or Matt, you want to chip in here or bring that back to us later? Well, I guess you can't bring it back to us. It's an action item we're going to need to vote on. So, Matt, I see you took your mute off.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Directors, Commissioner Matt Nickel, Aquatic Section Manager. I appreciate the question. I think the term pest was defined to separate native versus invasive. And so I think it's just a common term that was used. As far as having authority to, I think we have the agency has the authority to mitigate any sort of pest behavior on state property. And so I don't think that would be necessarily a have-to condition. However, we can look further into that language. I guess Commissioner Tuxton's question really seemed to deal with the word pest and the concern about that. And again, I think that's sort of a generic term for issues from potentially non-wildlife.
Thank you, Matt. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Robert, and Matt, while you're there, thank you for your work and presentations at the WAPWA meeting. Good work. On the issue of the native pest, Robert, I'm just curious, the last part of this proposed policy change is the paragraph about native pests being managed when their control is specified in lease or management, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just curious, is that a result of the fact that we have run into the issue where we've had existing leases, et cetera, management agreements or whatever, where we didn't have that as part of the agreement and caused us a problem? And the second part of the question is, are we now going to internally, or should we, as part of this policy, make sure that it's included in all of our lease agreements, et cetera?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I am not personally aware of anywhere where those have been specified in our lease agreements, but again, I'm not familiar with all those lease agreements that we may have out there on the ground. I think the intent here is really just if these native pests do start to contradict the use pattern that has been defined for that property, that this would really prioritize making sure that we are managing those pests so that we can continue to meet the management objective for the particular property where that agreement is in place.
I understand that, Robert. I guess my question was more of, is there a reason that this must have come about for some reason that we are putting this in? Has there been a problem in the past with agreements that we had that we weren't able to go in and address these issues because it wasn't in the lease agreement? Is that what maybe led us to this policy? And then the second part is, are we now making that part of our policy to make sure it's already included in future lease agreements?
I might address that question again, if it's all right, Mr. Chair. I think the answer to your question of have we run into issues in the past with leases, I don't know the answer to that. I'm not aware of that. But I think moving forward, we certainly want to have the ability to manage pests where we have issues on state property or on state leases. And I think that this was give the overarching direction to the agency from the commission that we would pursue those ways to address those issues. Did that make sense?
I'm still wondering if we should be including it in all. I see Matt Martinez jumped in, so he must have something. But my question is, should we or are we now as policy going to be including this in our lease agreements? I'm just curious, when I see a paragraph like this, as a lawyer, I go, there's a reason it's in there. Something must have happened. And if not, maybe it's just proactive. And if so, are we being proactive enough that it wouldn't do any good if we had this great policy and we went out and did a lease agreement tomorrow and didn't put it in there?
Yeah, I would agree with you about that. I think there was a representative from the real estate section on the original working group that worked through this updated policy. But I would have to defer to the real estate group to really answer your question. I don't know the answer to it.
Mr. Chair, this is Reed. Do you mind if I comment?
Yes, please do.
That again, Reed DeWald, Assistant Director for Aquatic, Terrestrial, and Natural Resources. So I know this is listed as an action item. It sounds like we have more work to do, and with Robert being brand new in his position, you guys are not giving him much of a break. So thank you for that. But what
I still have 2 outstanding commissioner questions, Reed.
what I suggest is that the commission ask their questions, and then we table it and bring it back at a future date. There is no rush to get this done. This was just a meeting where we could bring it forward. So that would be just in the matter of time is ask the questions, and then we'll bring it back with better answers. And again, to remind the commission that this is your policy and your direction to staff. This is not regulation. So this is your policy and direction to staff.
Thank you, Reed. And I agree with this policy. I'm just wondering if we should go one step further and make sure that we now include this in future lease agreements. So that's all.
Thank you. Let's get the other questions out there, Robert. So I have those as you think about this policy before you come back to us. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like Commissioner Garcia, the lease and management agreement part piqued my interest, kind of for the opposite reason, whether or not that was committing us to taking actions on things like conservation easements, access agreements, an additional suite of things that we might not be thinking of. And then the other question I had is I mentioned, or I heard a mention of management plans, and I see, largely attention paid towards the higher profile invasives. But is there a compiled list of what are deemed invasive species in Colorado? And is there a process or timeline in which that's updated in conjunction with a management plan? Just wondering.
Yeah, so I can certainly speak a little bit about to which species are considered invasive species. The aquatic nuisance species are defined within our regulations. Those are pretty well covered. In terms of terrestrial invasive species, those are primarily managed by the Colorado Department of Agriculture, particularly as it pertains to noxious weeds. They actually have 4 different classifications of those noxious terrestrial plant species, which have different associated management actions based on that classification in the A, B, C watch list kind of delineation there.
And in terms of applicability or tangible output, that those lists are consulted when managing our properties for decision making on how to deal with, like, for instance, leafy spurge or whatever on a state wildlife area.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I can say from our invasive species program perspective is that we do work routinely with the Department of Agriculture. They update their direction in terms of how those different terrestrial species need to be managed, whether that's containment or eradication or just kind of let it go. And they update those regularly. And whenever they make those updates, typically annually, we map out all of that information as to how it applies to our parks and wildlife properties, and send that out to all of the park managers and property managers to make sure they're aware of their obligation to treat those species on their properties which they're managing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Robert and Reed, if you're going to go back and take a look at this again, my thoughts were actually headed in a slightly different direction. I thought we could have less policies. I'm not for a proliferation of policies. Again, I'm completely supportive of having a policy and direction on invasive species. I just found the definition of a native pest so subjective and so vague that it could be anything that's irritating the land manager in a particular context. And then it occurred to me, we don't need a policy on that because a CPW land manager can manage wildlife. And so it just seems that putting things in a category of pests and then fighting over what is in or out of that category of pests and what's got a desirable trait and what's got an undesirable trait is just a essentially useless policy. I was hoping we could live without it and just continue to manage wildlife without trying to put them in a box of whether they're a good native species or a bad native species. Anyway, you see my question, but I was looking to cut this policy in half and just have one topic, basically.
I see Jake Matters raised his hand. I think he wants to add something to this background discussion. So, Jake.
Just to follow up on what Commissioner Touchton said with respect to do we need this policy, I think the answer is no. As a matter of law, Matt Nickel already said that. The people on the ground are managing these things and have independent authority to do so, irrespective of this policy.
Thank you, Jake. I have one quick question, and maybe when you do bring this back, if you decide to do so, I would like to understand whether when you talk about it's applicable to state land, so assuming parks and state wildlife areas, does that include not just easements, but state trust land? So that we have been given the charge to manage, and that we allow hunting, fishing, and other recreation on. So something to bring back when you bring that back to us. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Robert, I want to apologize and for the new guy, our bad, because this is one where I definitely should have called you prior to the meeting and had this discussion. So my bad, I'll take the blame on this one. But Commissioner Touchton, I do want to correct your misconception of golfers and elk on the golf course. We have a lot of them in Grand Lake, and the elk have formed their own policy, and we are the pest. And they have a policy that we should be removed, and they do a very good job of doing that.
Thank you. So Robert, we will not move to action on this item per the previous suggestion by Reed. And we'll let you take this back, think on this a little bit, think about whether this should be, you want this aspect with regards to pests to continue to be in the policy, or bring it back to us with just the other invasive species aspect. So thank you very much. With that, we are at break, but just a few minutes late. It is 3:26. Let's come back at 3:40. So 14 minutes, and we will handle the rest of the meeting. So can you take us into break, Dan?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready, Chair McDaniel?
I am, thank you.
I believe Katie's in touch with you about changing this up just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
All right,
And I'll address that as soon as we go back into session here.
All right, I'll start the recording.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome everyone back to the January 14th virtual Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. We're going to re-engage with our agenda here. I needed to make a quick check with, I see Katie there. We were having a little difficulty in coordinating with Mr. Corliss and Mr. Hoppin on our game damage claim denial at 440. Are we prepared to do your section first, then move to that, or are they ready and would prefer to move with them because of our previous audio difficulties, Katie?
Yeah, we're still working on their audio, so if it's okay, we'll just have me go ahead with my presentation on allocation.
Okay, yeah, I can see that now. Tom's not connected. It looks like we're still trying there. So hopefully we'll get that resolved by the time we finish the allocation discussion. Okay, with that, then we will move forward to item 34, which is Katie Lanter talking about allocations. If you remember, we took action on this in November, and this is a follow-up to some of the discussion that happened at that time. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Katie.
Thanks. And before I launch in, I can do kind of the short version or the slightly longer version. Any preference?
I think there's going to need to be a little discussion with regards to this. So maybe the slightly longer version will allow us to have a slightly shorter discussion on the back end and move forward, if you know what I mean.
Fair enough. Well, thank you. This is Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Just give me one moment. I'm going to get my slides up here. All right, how's that look?
We can see it, yes, thank you.
Great. So yeah, I'm here today to tee up a commission discussion about potential next steps on the topic of resident, non-resident allocation of limited licenses for deer and elk. To recap, last September, I walked the commission through the current commission policy on resident, non-resident allocation of limited deer and elk hunt codes and how that policy came to be over the last 20 years. The commission at that time asked staff to come back in November with a menu of options for potential changes to the allocation policy that could be implemented through regulations, but for the 2021 big game seasons. So in November, Brian Dreher and Krista Heiner presented 3 options for potential allocation changes. Staff's recommendation, however, was to maintain the status quo and seek additional public input on what changes, if any, to the allocation policy were desired. The commission passed a motion then in November to maintain the current regulations related to the method used to determine the allocation of those licenses, basically to maintain the status quo. As such, no changes to allocation are being made for the 2021 season. During that commission discussion in November, there were some items of note brought up that the commission did not have much, or excuse me, that the public did not have much time to see and weigh in on potential policy changes. Second, that the options presented only contemplated what could be done immediately for implementation in 2021. There may be other options that could be implemented with more advanced notice. And the options presented didn't contemplate what happens in future years, only the 2021 season. For example, would the 3-year average continue to be updated on a rolling basis, or would it be frozen again at the 2018, 2019, 2020 level? So switching gears to kind of this public involvement topic, CPW staff recognizes that the commission has an interest in undertaking a new process to solicit public input on allocation. And while the specifics of what would be addressed remains unclear, staff anticipates for a holistic process that would include, say, multiple public meetings and town halls, focus groups, and completion of a survey instrument to inform the commission's discussions and decisions. It's been quite a while since CPW took a social science approach to examining sportsperson preferences on allocation. And namely, that's the 2014 Big Game Attitude Survey that was part of the Big Game season structure covering 2015 to 2019. In addition, staff anticipates several presentations to the commission at their regular meetings to share information and propose alternatives. At this time, staff estimates that such a process could take 15 to 18 months. As the commission surely realizes from this meeting, there's a lot on the agency's plate, multiple competing priorities that demand substantial time investment and public processes. Staff is concerned about our capacity to conduct an extensive outreach effort on allocation at the same time that we are doing so for wolves. So there was a memo provided to the commission. It's available on the website as well, with our recommendations about how to proceed with allocation, namely to 1, initiate a hunter survey in early 2022, which would be designed to define the scope of license-related changes that are needed, as well as to inform the upcoming big game season structure considerations. Presentation of the results of that survey could happen in summer or fall of 2022 before we start the next big game season structure process in 2023. We would defer a holistic public process on allocation until staff have the capacity to complete the work. And we would recommend that we define clear objectives regarding all license-related changes that are needed and a timeline appropriate to meet them. So I hope this refresher and outline of our proposed next steps is useful as the commission considers how to proceed on the topic of allocation, and my colleagues and I are available to answer any questions. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Katie. We have some commissioner questions. Let's begin with Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Katie. I think it's a great idea to wait. There's a lot on our plate as we witnessed today. And I'm really glad to see that you came up with a plan and we can look forward to it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Katie. I am not a patient person. However, I recognize all of the challenges that are in front of us, particularly to staff who are coming off of perhaps the most challenging year of their professional careers. I do like what has been outlined in terms of making this a more holistic process that does incorporate other things than simply allocations. I will just reiterate the issue though, is that by the time a survey is done, we're going to be operating off allocation. The allocation decision-making process will be based upon numbers that are 15 years old. There's a point of contention here that does exist, and I think at a minimum we need to articulate that we recognize that there is at least a contentious issue, if not a shortcoming, but this is absolutely an opportunity to address this in the comprehensive manner that it needs to ensure that folks are brought along in a way that they don't feel that they are necessarily being left behind or having decisions made to them, as Commissioner Hauser has mentioned. So I do support what has been brought forward with all of those reservations. I recognize like this is an unperfect world and unideal time. I certainly would like to be tackling this sooner, if at all possible. And much like that wolf plan, if that opportunity does arise, where it does, fit within the constraints of staff as well as commission time, I'd love to be able to address this in a shorter term time frame. But I appreciate the work you guys have done thinking about this and putting this together, and certainly support what has been brought forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. When we first addressed this, we did talk about obviously the fact that we had too much on our plate. And that was one of the reasons for deferral. But I agree with Commissioner Schaefer. And perhaps there's some you know, I hate to use the word Band-Aid because we can't do Band-Aids, but, you know, we can't, we're going to be, hopefully we're going to meet in February on the Wolves. You know, our plate keeps getting full for our commission meetings, but, and we can't work independently over meetings, but Luke, Commissioner Schaefer, can work with staff. And, you know, I think, well, you know, I'm sorry, Luke, but you get this and you understand it and you do want to move forward. And there were some suggestions that we had when we looked at this last time that were sort of not Band-Aids, but short-term fixes, things that we might be able to do more quickly than a completely revamp of the allocation process. I think there was a looking at different years, right, in our look back and those kind of things. And perhaps those are things that Luke could offline have those discussions with you and staff to help move this along a little bit rather than just kind of put back. The staff is completely, I would say, I'm venturing to guess, the staff is 10 times more overloaded than we are as a commission. And so maybe the commission can carry some of that load. So for what it's worth, I agree with Commissioner Schaefer that if there's anything that can be done, let's give it a shot. And I think Commissioner Schaefer would volunteer to work with the staff to try to move something along. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I know Director Prenslow wants to make a comment with regards to this. And before we go to round two of the other commissioner comments, I'd like to make some of my own, but Director Prenslow, I'll let you speak first and then I'll contradict everything you say.
I have a feeling, and that's why I might as well start early. So maybe I'm a little punchy, but Band-Aid or not, you know, Commissioner Schaefer talking to a staff member to, you know, about ideas is one thing, but it's the perception that staff can chase down a bunch of things. I'm just kind of worried about if there's some targeted things we need to look at, but the same staff that are going to be looking at this are going to be running analytics on you know, big game herd questions that came up today in wolves. It's the same staff that's going to be doing all the work that's going on. So I would just ask the commission not assume this is a little small undertaking. You can contradict me from there, Chairman. You and I have lots of discussion on I'm open to change, but I'm really going to implore that you don't ask to inundate my staff anymore.
Yeah, thank you, Director Prenslow. You know, I think for those of us who went to WAFLA, this resident and non-resident allocation thing or issue we heard is a critical one across many of the Western states, including our own, which we've, you know, heard much about in the past. We took that action in November. I was very hesitant about that myself because basically if we do nothing, we're going to go at least until 2025 before we'd address this question, because 22 would take begin the 18-month clock for review. It would take analysis in 23. We'd be at the end of the BGSS period, which is 20 to 24. So you're really making an effect in 25. And personally, I think that's too long to answer this question for our sporting community. I am an advocate of us taking, I don't call it a Band-Aid, I call it a surgical approach. And at a minimum, just update the years to a more recent 3-year period. The analysis has already been done and it was presented to us and it showed which units would be changed. And we could advise the sports persons we have now that that's going to happen in 2022. We'd be giving them 2 years notice basically before the season began. So they could make adjustments to their plans for that period in the future, not affecting their 21 plan, which is, I'm sure there are many of them already making. That's what I'm an advocate for. I think we can do something and that will buy us, I think, a considerable amount of goodwill with the sports persons that participate in hunting and fishing in our state. and allow us to bridge, I call it, the time between we take this more surgical action and move forward into the next BGSS. I still say we need to do what Katie's talking about, a more holistic approach that we could put together with the next 5-year big game structure, because there's so much that's interrelated. It's such an intricate weave between those seasons, this allocation question, and quotas. So anyway, with that, that's my position on it. I think it's something we can do, we could talk about in the future. It's obviously not an action item for today, but it's something that we could do prior to 2022 season. So with that, I'll turn it back to the floor. And sorry, Dan, that I contradicted you, but I kind of feel strongly about this subject of resident, non-resident, because we've let it set for so long. And not your fault. I mean, it's just, it's come upon us, and it's just becoming more and more, it's graduated upward because of the demand for licenses within our state. So Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely appreciate your position, and I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with it. You know, it's not the ideal scenario, as
no.
Obviously. I think that, you know, my concern is largely alleviated by the way that you proposed it as, you know, essentially an 18-month decision, or at least 12 months from now. We might be able to solicit some feedback through the commission and alleviate some of that burden on staff in regards to public outreach around it. But I certainly think that this might be a good discussion and action item in the near-term future.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually have a little bit different idea. A lot of these areas were nominated for the 80-20 split, and I would like to maybe encourage people to nominate an area to be included in that versus taking the time for staff to change all these areas. And also some of those areas I think give a false impression if you were to change them to the 80-20 split, that of what they really have in those areas. I've heard of an area somewhere in the southeast Colorado that has a ton of points to draw, but they really don't have any animals there for the quality people are looking for. So I believe the intent of this in the beginning was more of a quality hunt, that's widely defined. Everybody has their own opinion of what that actually means, but a lot of the areas in the beginning were put in by nomination, I believe, and that might be an easier way for areas or towns to put in for an area than us delaying this right now.
Chair McDaniel, would it be all right if I respond to some of the comments?
Yes, please do, Katie.
Well, thank you for your all's thoughtful approach to this, and certainly, yeah, this is a unusual time, and you know, I have wonderful staff that I work with, and it's so much on our plates right now. You know, I think what was described as maybe some surgical changes is somewhat in the eye of the beholder about what's a small change versus what's a larger change. I think there was some discussion of that last time around. And, you know, I think if you wanted to propose such a change, say for 2022, it does still fall to the same staff as the director mentioned that are working on wolves. You've met my one human dimension specialist, you know, the one public involvement specialist that we have on hand. And so, and there's a lot of other projects that are going on. So I don't mean to be unresponsive, but I think our proposal about, you know, maybe a first step being the survey was to have it kind of be data driven so that the commission would have that information at, say, the middle of 2022 to really know what representative sample think about allocation. And that would help to, even with sort of the surgical approach of 3 years, to flesh out some of the details, like, is it going to continue to be updated on a rolling basis? Will it be frozen again? You know, I think you all should tell us if you want us to try to do more in this calendar year on this topic to gather public input. I do just think it will be challenging with the portfolio of other things that we have, wolves, the co-op, et cetera.
Thank you, Katie. Again, this was not an action item for us today. It was a follow-up from our November meeting. More to digest, and if there's additional comments, obviously, pursuant to the open meeting rules, you should bring your comments directly to Director Prinsloo or to Katie with regards to this item. I think that concludes item 34. We'll go to item 35, which is public comment, which I believe, Katie, we don't have any right for today.
That's correct.
Okay, well, that's a quick one off the agenda, which will take us to item 36, if we are ready now, and we have the claimant as well as the game damage manager online. Do we?
We do.
Excellent.
Yeah. Luke, do you want your camera on? There he is.
There he is.
All right, and now let me get Tom here. Tom, you're unmuted. Can you go ahead and say, here we go. Hold on. Can you unmute your phone, Tom? *6. There we go. Go ahead. All right, you've got Tom and you've got Luke.
Thank you very much. This is item number 36. It's a game damage claim denial and an appeal to the commission with regards to that denial. It will be led by Luke Hoffman, our game damage and commercial parks manager. And we have the claimant online. So Luke, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. Good afternoon, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Prinsloo, commissioners. My name is Luke Hoffman. I'm the game damage manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm going to be providing you with a summary of the facts and circumstances regarding item number 36, horse by bear game damage claim in Area 5. The damage occurred at address of 5400 Willow Creek Road near Castle Rock for an amount of $5,912.51 in vet expenses.
Jake, pardon me, Luke, could you hold 1 minute? Jake, I think needs to say something here.
Okay.
I'm terribly sorry to interrupt. I don't think the record in your packet is complete. I think Mr. Corliss's materials were inadvertently omitted from your packet. And unless Mr. Corliss is willing to move forward knowing that, I think you should delay this matter.
I have item 36. I'm not sure which items you might saying aren't included. Could you elaborate on that, Jake?
I have
It's 9 pages in item 36.
That's right. I think there's more.
Oh, you think there's more data? Okay.
So Mr. Corliss submitted receipts and photos and a narrative statement and a letter, which I don't think made it to your packet. So I think it's his option to proceed knowing that, or you should come back and make a fully informed decision with the benefit of the documents he provided.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, I'm comfortable in waiting. I want to accommodate the commission. I'm sure they've had a long day. And if they don't have all the information, if I were sitting in their seats, I'd rather have the opportunity to kind of look at all the information at hand. Now, I don't know where the disagreements may be. The only way I would be willing to move forward, I suppose, is to say if CPW staff is still opposed to compensation and has some disagreement with what I've submitted, then I think we should defer so they have that information. If with the additional information I provided for the benefit of the commission, the CPW has reconsidered their initial position, I'm willing to move forward.
Thank you, Tom. Can you hold one moment here, Director Prinsloo?
Yeah, thank you. Tom, I saw you earlier. Nice to hear your voice. Tom and I go way back. He's obviously an upstanding citizen of the state. I'm embarrassed to say that we don't have the whole packet. I don't understand that after our issue the last time, but I would encourage, just as Mr. Corliss offered, that we get a full packet. I would also encourage that my staff, not only the regional staff, but the game damage staff, and if they've seen that, they can inform me, but I would like them to see everything Tom provides, and we should take a look at that and then decide if we need to come back to the commission. And I apologize that that this is we take not only the commission time, but Tom's time with not a full packet.
Thank you, Director Prinsloo. I agree with you. You know, an incomplete record to this commission with regards to this matter is probably not what we should move forward and decide upon. It sounds like Tom's in agrees with that. So again, I'll add my apology, Tom, that we have pushed you off from one meeting to another, and we're not yet complete and ready to address this matter. So, but I promise we'll address it in the next meeting if not beforehand. So thank you, and sorry about the confusion today.
Assuming that Mr.
You guys will give me posted on when and where?
Yeah.
We will do that. It will either be Mr. Hoffman or somebody else from the agency that will get together with you with regards to the timing of the next commission meeting and the time at which you'll be able to address the commission on this matter.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Assuming
it sounds like Mr. Corliss was amenable, if we need a motion, I would move to table this item.
Do we need to do that, Jake? Is that the right thing for us to do?
I think that's just a formality. Mr. Corliss indicated he's willing to wait, and I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right, then. Well, then I think we can move forward to item number 37, which is our consent agenda. So I would first ask if there are any modifications, corrections to that agenda, and then I'll open it for comment or discussion. So any modifications or corrections to it? Today, I asked for that, obviously, when we opened the session yesterday, but want to double check. Hearing none, I take that back. I've got a hand. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was confused. I think I saw the final version. There were two grazing lease items on one version. They disappeared from the last version I saw. And so I was just curious. I assume they're being dealt with in some other manner. I think there was the Corliss matter and the two grazing leases vanished at some point. I just wondered where they had gone.
Okay. Director Prinsloo, I think you're raising your hand about.
Yeah, it seems like I'm a cleanup. So I can give you a little more detail on the Corliss claim is that he was failed to get notified, and that was a staff error. So one half of the agency put him on consent agenda a meeting ago. The other half didn't send him the notice and the intent to see if he wanted to contact the commissioner to pull it off. So we fixed that ourselves, hence why you're confused. And my apology, I thought we kind of covered that on the consent agenda earlier at the beginning, but that we solved the staff problem, and but why you saw it last meeting and then why it came up again. The two grazing leases was a discussion I had after the fact with the real estate section. We have a process, any long-term lease absolutely comes to the commission, but year-to-year exchanges or share crop agreements are under the purview of the regional manager. And I don't know if there was a misperception, but the bottom line is it got on the draft commission agenda, and that's within the purview of the regional manager. So I fixed that policy, but hence why you saw it on one draft, and in between it was brought to my attention. And now we're following the policy that we had prior.
Thank you, Director Prenslow. Commissioner Touchton.
Okay, thank you. Just one quick follow-up, Director. If I understand that short-term leases need to be under the discretion of the area manager, but if I saw one was a short-term lease that was renewable year to year for 10 years. And so I was just wondering if where those go. In other words, if it's done a year at a time, but the document itself says it's renewable for up to 10 years, is that a short-term lease or a long-term lease?
Yeah, I have to look into it with the, and I will get back to you. So the policy was a short-term lease and renewable year to year, but only up to 5. There could only be 4 extensions. So you definitely threw me for a curve because it's the first time I've heard 10. So prior, the policy on year to year extension, it is short-term, but it can't be past 4 extensions. So let me look at that and I'll get back to the commission on that. That's the first time I've heard the 10 years. So the year-to-year lease, I have no issue with, but let me do the rest of my homework.
Thank you, Director Prenslow. Other questions on the consent agenda? Well, if none, I would ask, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Commissioner Garcia, second.
Second.
Commissioner Hauser, I think we can do this one by voice vote. All in favor of the motion on the consent agenda approving, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, passes unanimously. I think that's the final item with regards to our agenda for this last 2 days, and we can adjourn the meeting. But before I do so, first I want to thank everyone for their time for the last 2 days, including the public, specifically with regards to helping us through and the participation, which was, really record in terms of when I've been on the commission, in terms of the items that we had. And I think it went, very well, and we were able to move through the agenda and come to resolution. And I want to thank everyone with regards to that. Second, we did receive either yesterday in the beginning of the comments or during the meeting a few times, a few requests for specific items to be brought perhaps in future meetings on the agenda. Because of the open meeting rules, can't discuss this from commissioner to commissioner between meetings, but what you can do is provide that request to Director Prenslow. And Director Prenslow will then discuss it with me as a chair. We can talk about when we might be able to fit it into the agenda, or we could fit it into a specific, I'll call it topical matter that we can decide on together what we'd like to see on future agendas. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And if you have specific items you wanted to put on, but recognizing our agenda is going to be pretty full and we're going to have extra meetings, hopefully we won't inundate him with too many requests for items we'd like to see in the future. Other than that, any final commissioner questions or comments before we adjourn?
Well done, Mr. Chairman, the last 2 days.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Appreciate it, and appreciate all of you. With that, this meeting of virtual meeting of January 13th and 14th is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.